is lost in the flood. Here proud angels bathe in their wages of blood. At this, the world's end, do we cast off tomorrow?
Morning Star with the fresh tier 1. I appreciate you. Not me getting emotional at a rendition of Eternal Wind, dude. Help. I'm gonna cry before I even start stream today. Morningstar, thank you for the 10 gifted.
You're my superstar.
Guys, don't be sweet right now. I'm emotional. I'm not even off my starting soon screen and I'm getting emotional. Guys, thank you for the support. By the way, the music that we're listening to right now is Flappy Seal on YouTube. They have less than 4,000 subscribers at the moment. Please fix that. Their music is beautiful. Jat! You guys! Oh my god. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. I'm crying off screen. Fuck you guys. I'm crying off screen. I'm not coming on. I'm not coming on yet. Guys, thank you. I should not have played like Flappy Seal's version of Shadowbringers because oh my god, it's beautiful. Turn on the camera. I will not. Oh man. Dion, thank you for continuing the gift sub. Chat, thank you for the 3. Dion, thank you for the 5. Morningstar, thank you for the 10. Oh my gosh. You guys are incredible. Absolutely incredible. Why did I put this song on? I'm crying. Oh, why did I do this to myself? Oh, Jesus. I haven't even gotten up my starting soon, and you guys have it at a level 5. Ugh, you guys are too amazing, too kind. I'm not late, you're late. You're not even late, I haven't gotten up, I'm starting. Oh god, okay, I know I said no distractions, but I actually wanted to start today's stream with some side quests in Amarat. I started doing one of them and I was like, dude, this is beautiful lore and I want to save this for on stream. So I stopped doing it, and then we're gonna start with the Amarat side quest so I can unlock flying in the zone. And then we'll move right into 5.2. It is not 5.3 time today, don't worry, Tim. It might be tomorrow. Depending on where I'm at emotionally, we might go a long stream because there's gonna be no other stream this week because Crimbus and all that. MSQ! I should come visit Gridania for 2 seconds. Okay. Oh yeah, we're on Modoin today, you guys. Face reveal? I need a second. You guys are too sweet. I didn't even start and I'm emotional. Seriously, go subscribe to Flappy Seal on YouTube. They're like, of the renditions that I've heard, are just beautiful. Just beautiful. And they deserve so many more subscribers than 3.95k. Like, listen to this. I didn't even launch the game yet because I'm just enjoying this moment. Hi guys, how you guys doing? Oh, Avalon! Oh my god, and Soma got it. Soma got the gifted sub. By the way, you guys, if you got a gifted sub from one of those massive bombs, please thank the person. They don't need to, and it's so generous, and it really helps, and it just it lets me do what I'm doing. And thank you guys. Thank you so much. Most of the tears are gone now. We're okay. I've calmed down a little bit. I'm fairly sure you'll get at least a scratch at the beginning of 5.3 since you're already most of the way through 5.2, but we shall warn you when you reach the point. Thank you. Because I know the point will be like, they'll be like, okay, we're going until the end now. I know myself. The minute it starts getting to that point, I won't be able to stop. Hi, Terry Lynn. You want kiss on forehead? Absolutely. I can deliver kiss on forehead. Mwah. There you go. It's Christmas. We give. Guys, thank you so much. Okay, let's play the video game. Also, before we get into it, I need you guys' opinion. I literally sat yesterday, so I holy shit, speaking of yesterday, I literally spent the entire day yesterday editing Shadowbringers. I wanted all of base Shadowbringers up until the Innocence fight in one video. I had to pour over, I think, 6 VODs, and it took me quite literally all day. The video should be up tomorrow. I sat while I was editing. I had the Mog station open beside me, and I had the Fantasia, like the 3-pack of Fantasias open beside me pretty much the whole day, going like, do I do it? Do I do it? Do I do it? So I want to show you guys the bun boy that I made. I think it's this one? Bunny. Just get, no, it's not this one. He has white hair. Do. It's second Bunny. Bunny 2. This one. This boy. This boy. I want him so bad. I want him so bad. Look how beautiful. Oh no, he's hot, right? He's so beautiful. He's so beautiful. But I will miss being a Lala so badly. I will miss being a Lala so badly. But he's beautiful. Maybe switch after 5.3. You know what? I like that. I like that. We'll switch into 5.3 and maybe through Endwalker, and I'll have the 3-pack. So if I ever suddenly go, guys, I need to be a Lala again. I need to be a Lala again, then we'll switch back. Oh, he's a twink. I love him. Complete Shadowbringers with Lala. You think? All the way, like, even, or after 5.3, it kind of starts setting up the next X-Pack, right? So I think after 5.3, we can start anew, start fresh as Bun Boy. Hi, Panda, welcome in. I thought I would miss being an Aura, then you made a Bun Boy and you were wrong. The thing is, I think I've made peace with losing hats, because there are cute masks and like sunglasses and other glasses and stuff you can use on them, and he's just so beautiful. Catboy for life, though. I think, as most Final Fantasy players, my life cycle will end on Catboy one day, because it seems the life cycle of almost all 14 players. 5.3 is the end of Shadowbringers, officially. 5.4 and 5.5 are Endwalker stuff. Got it. Okay, yeah, after 5.3, we'll become this boy. We will be Sir Terrabellum, the Bun Boy, because he's so beautiful. Reject humanity, return to Bunny. Okay, but Tara, I have it on good authority that some people are looking forward to you finishing and oh, really, Avalon? Oh no, I don't, that's the other thing too. I know some people, even in my YouTube comments, have been like, oh, it's so nice to see a Lala player because there's so few of them. And I'm like, I like being a Lala, but look at him. Look at him. It's so tempting. I don't know. I'm conflicted. Maybe we'll put it to a poll in the Discord and you guys can help make my mind up for me. And we're going home to Maduin today. Since we're not doing any raid content or any queuing shenanigans, we're going home. Riding home. He's very beautiful, thank you. You feel like Endwalker should be done with my quintessential Warrior of Light? Okay, then maybe. I think I'll buy the Fantasias now. Maybe, depending on how the polls go and how you guys feel about it, maybe my reward for completing MSQ will be Bunny. Like completely completing MSQ will be Bunny. And then when I'm raiding and doing all the extra stuff, I can be Bunny. Don't do poll, do what's right for you. But the thing is, I'm literally right in the middle. I'm literally right in the middle. I'm completely 50-50 on it because I have so much sentimental attachment to my Lala, including the dirt on his face, including his dirty little face that I can't clean because sentimental value. I just don't know. Could make it a sub goal. That's a good idea. Then it kind of pays for the Fantasia as well. We finished wrapping all the presents today. That's so cute, Panda. Spess's present, he knows it's not getting wrapped. He knows it's not, it would be a waste of the wrapping paper. Tara's the big indecisive fool. I really am. To be honest, your Lala is cuter than most. Stop. It's because I wanted to go for a little street urchin aesthetic. Hi, Sith, welcome in. Oh, man. Oh, Alex, I don't know when you snuck in here, but hi, Alex. You feel like most streamers are Lala, to be honest? Really? All the streamers that I watch, I think, are cat people. Hi, Zuggy. Look at that midsection. Look at that midsection. I remember you were complaining about... Are you stretching? Izagi, no, don't. It's too early in the day for this. It's too early. Spess's present is in the bag from the store with the receipt, no secrets. Mac, shut the hell up. Kind of accurate. Do you remember Yoshi P plays as Lala? So clearly that is the canon race of the Warrior of Light. Do you know what it actually is? Do you know what like at least 50% of my motivation is? It's because I love all the characters in this game so much. Not to the point that I would loot them, at least publicly, but to the point where if I want to ship them with my Warrior of Light, I don't want my Warrior of Light to be a Lala. So I'm conflicted there. I'm conflicted there. I don't know how I'll survive without head pats, but I mean, we'll find a way. We'll find a way if we decide to be Bunny. In that case, definitely switch races. Smiles. Dude, oh my god. So valid. I love Izagi's Elizin. He's so fucking cute. Look at you. Oh, sorry, I'm a little too close. Look at you. I want to pet your face. I just want to pet your chin. I can't even reach. I can't even reach. Made it to level 42 MSQ, started unlocking some of the tribe quests. Nice, Islua. I heard that the tribe quests are okay, but I think they're better in the later X packs. So if you enjoy the tribe quests in A Realm Reborn even a little bit, then look forward to the other ones. Endwalker has a couple really cute Bun Boy characters, just FYI. Oh no, that's gonna make me want to switch even more Diada. So how about considering the Fantasia after you've done the MSQ, just to keep the look consistent? That's kind of where I'm at. That's kind of where I'm at. I'm so desperate to be Bun Boy, but also consistency. And I know there's a lot of people who love the fact that I'm Lala as much as I do. I do get all my nourishment from head pats. So I would lose out on that as a Bun Boy. Head pats are reserved for Hrothgars and Lalas, so I'll be lost. I'll be lost without them. Do you need to figure out how to do Grand Company hunts? I haven't done a single Grand Company hunt. There's still so much content in this game that I want to see. Like, I've heard talk of like treasure map dungeons, and I don't know what any of that is, and I would love to see it and do that. I also started watching a few Blue Mage videos because of the Tombstone event. Dude, I want to do Blue Mage content, probably sooner rather than later. So get your Blue Mages up, or we'll do it together at some point, because I wanna do the shit. I wanna do the shit. I would love to do the Coils raids as Blue Mages synced, because I watched a video on it and it looked amazing. It looked incredible. Treasure map dungeons are so much fun. I haven't done a single one. That's why I really want to. At this point, just make a new character, boost him to your current level, play both of them through the MSQ. Just feeding into the indecisiveness even more. You've pet Mikos before, but mostly Lalas and Hroths. Blue coils are very fun. It looked like a blast. Spell hunting for blue is your real grind? Can't wait. Can't wait. It's also just such a cool concept for a class. It's too bad it's a limited job, but I understand why it is. Imagine trying to balance that while still being true to the spells. It would be not good. Also, 80 White Mage finally got your wings. Let's go, Jolly. Congrats. Hello? Hello? A blue name? Hello. I'm going to pet you back. Thank you for headbat. What is that book? An Ifrit book? Oh, it is an Ifrit book. Inferno. Damn. It's very simplistic, but it looks great. For like a level 50? Morningstar! Oh my god! Morningstar, thank you for the gifted. Seriously. Character's tall, you pet everyone, Jolly. Okay, we're gonna move to Amarat. We're gonna move to Amarat. You guys are beautiful and cute. But we're gonna move to Amarat. We're gonna do our side quest because I know I should stay mostly focused today on MSQ, or we're not gonna get as much as I want to get done as soon as I want to get it done. Tomorrow when I come, shadow me in Amarat. Holy shit, I got some. Thank you. Congrats, dude. Wish I could visit too. Tim, are you stuck on the EU servers? Go have fun with Amarat. We will. I gotta be honest. I'm gonna be a little bit melancholy in Amarat just because of the music. Just because. Hi, Argon. How you doing? I'm gonna be a little bit melancholy there. I'm just being real. It's a heavy place. Where is it again? The first. Boom, boom, boom. What is the warp called? Is it in the Tempest? I think it's in the Tempest. You PUBG missed it. No, dude, not like this. You are on the EU. Oh, my heart breaks. My heart breaks. Roll an alt. Roll an alt. Deal with horrible ping. Macarensis. Ooh! Hello. Why, yes. I would like a Stormwind taxi. Our first destination is in the Bureau of the Architect, please, if you don't mind. Any EUs here we can make static? Absolutely. Toon, if you're in the Discord, you should also post in the party finder for any type of content you want to do. That's actually where I started to get inspired to do blue content, because somebody wants to get a group together to start like leveling up our blues and getting our skills. So this quest came from the bureau attendant, and they're teaching me about like how they create, which is why I was like, you know what? No, I want to save this for stream because it's actually deep lore shit. And it is a blue quest, to be fair. But like, yeah, I was like, no, I wanted to get my ether currents off stream, but we're gonna do it on stream. Macaroni angle, zombie no. Got your Amarat scarf and shawl. It's so beautiful. Is that this one, right? This one here? I love this gown, dress, robe. I love it so much. It's so pretty. Are you the child I saw speaking with the attendant earlier? I thought so. So young and already so eager to learn about the concepts and creations. That curiosity will serve you well, little one. I've been credited with a few popular concepts. I'm proud to say, I'm hoping my latest will be equally well received. Autonomous figures, like mammoths? I say my latest, but really it's the product of many others' efforts and individual insights, but such is the case for every masterwork, I reckon. Autonomy notwithstanding, these creations know no fear. They are wholly devoid of emotion and will, without hesitation or resistance, engage in any dangerous activity, even if death is assured. There's a beauty in that, I think, and I hope the officials do so as well. I tell you, there's nothing more nerve-wracking and thrilling than the waiting period before you receive the result. I love it and hate it in equal measure. Anyway, that's all I've got to say about it. If you're still keen to learn more, why not pester that worry ward over yonder? Come to think of it, I think their particular creation was designed to appeal to children. Me? Is me? You guys are so cute. Oh, wait, the IRL one? There's a, where? Link me. Terry Lynn, link me? I don't care how many dollars it is. I will waste my money. Stop. You there, an aspiring creator come to learn about the Bureau and its inner workings, I trust. Okay, so one thing of why I stopped doing this off stream is one thing I was wondering aloud in my brain off stream was, is it at all possible that the initial calamity was accidentally created by the Amaratines themselves? Because this whole Bureau of Creation or whatever it is, their whole thing is they come up with ideas and then they either bring it to life themselves or they group up with all the other Amaratines in order to create the things because they need so much energy for it. The smiley faces. I love it. But yeah, that's the thought I had. I was talking to someone over there and they were talking about, I think, a sky jellyfish or a jellyfish in general. And I was like, wait a minute. Could they have fucked up royally? Could they have fucked up royally themselves? Smile. When did that command show up? I added it myself, Mac, because it's so perfect. Anytime I'm theorizing, the only thing I like to see in chat is smiley faces, because it neither confirms nor denies. For me, anyways. Final Fantasy Shawl Amarat. Let me see this. Only $70! I can't believe I'm wasting my money. I cannot believe I'm wasting my money. This is so cute. Wait, can I show you guys this? Does this work? Yes, it does. Look at this. My heart. My heart, dude. I'm wasting my money. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Gift more subs so Terra can afford merch. Guys, don't enable me. Wow, he added his own command. Imagine, Mac. Imagine. Mods are clearly not needed anymore. Since you're here, perhaps you can help with a little something. Oh my god, you guys. I'm already so emotional today. You guys can't. You guys cannot. Terrylyn, thank you for the 5 gifted. Oh my god. I'm gonna cry and it's not even like the sad patch yet. Oh man. I've been refining a concept of mine for some time now. Adorable little creatures designed to be the perfect plaything for any young citizen, but I'm still terribly unsure if it's ready to be submitted for approval. Which is why I was hoping you might first put it through its paces and tell me what you think. Your honest opinion. I'll have no flattery from you, young man. Ruin him, Mac, no. That's the cookbook? Can you DM me that, Jad, on Discord? Tara, if we make you cry with subs in Endwalker, does it count towards the cry counter? No. Possibly. If something sad is happening and then you guys pile on and it pushes me over the edge, we'll count it. But if I'm just like doing side quests and I start crying, then we don't count it. If it's story related and you guys like push me over the edge and I end up crying, yes. That's how we'll do it. Because I want it to be reflective of the Endwalker experience. Or my Endwalker experience anyways. Which is why I was hoping you might first put it... Oh, I read that one already. This matrix will allow you to summon my creations. But don't use it here. Take it outside first. Don't be afraid to play rough. It's all part of the fun. Did you make an oopsie? Did you make a monster? What did you make? I have to play rough with it outside. This only adds further weight to my theory. They got too bored with creating and they're like, let's create something spicy. Oh no, it's too spicy. There's meteors falling from the sky. Furthermore, all the monsters in the city of Otmarot, Emmett was saying was like the manifestations of their fears. I think there's a lot of credence to this theory. Someone screwed up somewhere along the way. Or did it intentionally, perhaps. Whoop. Mischievous plaything! Mischievous plaything! Friend? Friend! Play with friend, it said. Oh, man. Play with them, people said. It's a toy for children, Isaki. Oh, panda! I need to pet the panda. I love Crimbus Glames. Sentient Jello. Hi, Moon, by the way, welcome in. Also, Lord Wiz, welcome in. May I point out information you've heard already that is relevant to your theory, or rather I don't? Not yet. Not yet. Not yet, not yet. I may ask for it in the future, but currently I'm enjoying just sort of running through my paces and my theorizing. Just love the reindeer. I'm so happy this is our mount for the Crimbus season, for the holiday season. It's so cute. It's so freaking cute. Hi, Pin Pokemon. How did you find my lovelies? Were they as delightful and engaging as I hoped? Tell me everything. Spare no details. What is that staff? I said no distractions today, and I'm like, ooh, shiny. I say, they spouted nonsensical phrases and attacked you like mad beasts? How distressing. Not at all like what I intended. My sincerest apologies to you, little one, for the unpleasant experience. Still, from these experiences do we grow stronger and wiser. I look forward to the day you will try your hand at creation too. I don't trust myself with it. Those slimes are actually beta dogs, clearly. Early dog design just dropped. we beta tested dogs. Oh, I forgot I have a taxi. Taxi, take me to... Where are we going? The initial bridge? I don't know what to call this. I'd create some crazy stuff. What was the first thing that I would create? Oh, yeah, mine would be a mistake. I'd want a cat that could talk, and I'd make that, and then I would regret it. Because they would just, like, bitch me out 24/7. I'm like, ooh, I shouldn't have done this. Should not have done this. Also, not very creative. It's just an already existing animal, but instead I want it to talk. You would create girlfriend first. Diod. It would be instant regret, 100%. Patronizing? What are you patronizing? A Maratine? Don't patronize me. I must say, little one, those garments you're wearing, They're your own original concepts, I take it. Clearly they must be, given their rather singular flamboyance? Excuse me? Fucking rude. Linny, welcome in. Took so long to load? Well, you made it. Welcome in, welcome in. Gumby Robocop would be your first creation. I would never dream of stifling a fledgling creator's creativity, but to parade about in your cultivated individuality is hardly praiseworthy. You're getting judged for your fashion sense. I know, Ray. An Amaratine of character shares their creations with the community. They do not hoard them for their own use alone. To delight in disparity is a mark of the morally deficient. I'm absolutely being dragged through the coals. Excuse me. Disparity engenders feelings of want and resentment, which degrade the bonds of fellowship. Thus do we encourage creators to share and share alike, else we risk kindling the embers of covetousness and violence that ever smolder in the hearts of all. Therefore, I must implore you, little one, to cast aside your original trappings and don the communal robes, that you might acquit yourself as an equal amongst many. In so doing, you will be afforded greater respect and autonomy. Worry not, for this will be a simple affair. I recall seeing a gentle soul outside the Hall of Rhetoric, carrying robes perfectly suited to one of your diminutive stature. I'm sure they'll be glad to share their wealth with you. But do hurry, little one. The eyes of the collective are ever watching and weighing your worth. Do I get my robes? I will absolutely go home and make a glam if I'm getting robes right now. Oh, taxi? Taxi? The Amaratine drip. I need it. I would create the cat chefs from Monster Hunter to cook my every meal. Oh my god, the Graham Meowster. The Graham Meowster, I think her name was. From, shit, which one was that? Iceborne? So cute. So cute. When they kneel all the way down, my heart. Oh ho, aren't we looking rather smart this day? What can I do for you, little one? I need clothes, please. I'm being shamed. Robes to serve in lieu of your ensemble? Ah, how prudent. Alas, I have nothing I can offer you at present time. The ones your associates saw me carrying earlier were a failed experiment. I never intended to make them so small, so I disposed of them shortly thereafter. Failed experiment? They were experimenting with small clothing? Avalon, you need to look exactly like everyone and cast aside your individuality. Not a cult, though. Not a cult. Just run the final 5.0 dungeon and get dungeon gear. Does it look like this, Jolly? For the 5.0 dungeon? I don't think I even looked at any of it. I was too engrossed in everything that was happening. By your bemused expression, I gather you find it odd that your elders can fail in so simple an application of creation magics. Hamina, thank you for gifting chat. Reminder to thank your gifter if you received one of those many subs. I also like to experiment with small clothes. Oh my god, he's lucky. You get the mask at least. Casters get big hat and mask. Oh, that's so cute. Ike. These captions sometimes are not giving, dude. It's more common than you may realize, little one. In this instance, a gaggle of children was passing by as I held the image of the robes in my mind's eye. Simply by becoming aware of their presence was the form influenced and the final product changed. Everything that I'm learning in these side quests is so pushing forward my idea that either through accident or intentionally, they caused the initial cataclysm. All things considered, it could have been worse, because they could have been just trying to do something else, and then if one person's mind flipped into something messed up, it could have cascaded from there. All things considered, it could have been worse. Just the other day, I was attempting to conceive a white-haired lion when all of a sudden this exquisite eagle alighted on the nearby railing, giving me quite the shock and dramatically altering my initial concept. It's just that easy. Yes, indeed. It was a most unexpected development, but not an altogether unwelcome one. Great strides are often born from unexpected impetuses. But even inspiration has its limits. For all the wonders we have wrought, I do wonder if there will come a time when we have fully explored the potential of our powers, when there is truly nothing left unmade, and only iteration and imitation and stagnation remain. Sounds familiar. But such esoteric matters need not concern you, little one. For now, I would encourage you to embrace your creativity and work your magics without fear of failure. Nevertheless, it would still be in your best interests to don the appropriate robes to avoid excess scrutiny. Why don't you go to the Bureau of the Architect and request the appropriate concept so you can fashion one yourself? I don't think we can do, Bureau of the Architect, please, taxi. I don't think we can use creation magic. Oh, right, Ray. The unchecked energies of creation brought forth malformed beasts. It's like the full picture. The full picture is coming into view for me. A lot of side quests are great and easy to be absorbed in. Yep. Chad, he's still locked into 14. He's absorbed in side quests. That's so good. Buller, I really genuinely mean it when this game has taken my heart by storm, and I've loved everything that I've been doing since. Welcome to the Bureau of the Architect, little one. Are you here to request a concept for personal use? If so, what sort of concept did you have in mind? Tiny clothing. Tiny robes, please. Ah, communal robes. That will take but a moment to prepare, but before I fill your request, I should caution you. Pardon me for asking, but your creative potential is, relatively low, is it not? We are trained to assess these things, and I fear that you do not possess the ability to express this concept in physical form. It is almost as though you completely lack it, though that can't possibly be. But regardless of the reason, you needn't worry. We have special tools that may be used to address this very eventuality. Eventuality? Like they knew that it would happen, that eventually like children may be born that don't have creation magic. Interesting. Remember that Hitlo told you a stray thought from Emmett was enough to... Right, Avalon. Right. Because Hitlo even said, like, maybe Emmett isn't even aware that I'm I wonder what happened to Hitlo. Is Hitlo... I'm going to look around. Or, no, I don't think they were in that room. Because they were in that, like, courtroom looking thing. And they suddenly appeared at the chair. I don't think they're still there. I would like to have a look either way. Oh, the Ancients lore is so cool. That's why I knew I had to save these side quests for stream, because it's just so cool. I will furnish you with an etheric robe. Rope? Oh, etheric rope. You can use to restrain one of the misbegotten cubuses that congregate in the plaza north of the Academia Uniter. You will need to weaken your quarry before you can reliably bind them, but once you have, you can repurpose their energies to create your own robes? To the blobs. Taxi, take me to Blob Island. Spoilers, just kidding. The thing about navigating spoilers is so tricky that even if you see a spoiler in chat, it's probably safer to not address it as a spoiler, because then if you address it as a spoiler, then my brain will latch onto it. But if it's just like a random comment, usually I don't. I may not notice it as such, but if you're like, oh my god, so-and-so, that was such a spoiler, then it's like, was it though? And then I start thinking about it. You can't create anything, but fighting is a-okay, and reusing their energy. Hello, little baby Cubus. Oh, I'm doing too much damage. Job's done. Better just to never say anything. Just smile. Wait, no! Some streamers that I've seen don't even like when people put smiles in their chat. I do. If you hear me theorizing and you want to contribute, but you don't want to spoil anything, just smiley face. In my channel, at least. That's not true for all streamers, but it is for mine. That's so smart. All right, gamer. That's so smart. Because, yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. Welcome back, little one. Did you succeed in binding a cubis? I sure did. And scream in the Final Fantasy spoilers chat in the Discord. Yes. A friend of mine told me that you guys were like thoroughly using that, and I was like, good, that's what it's there for. It's so that you guys can talk about everything that's happening on stream, but in a place that I will never see it. We are. Further reminder that those that don't know, in our Discord we have a Final Fantasy containment zone that you have to react to get into, and there's a spoiler channel in there. So if you hear me theorizing and I'm right or wrong or whatever, pour all your thoughts out in there. It's safer in there than in here. You've done well, little one. Allow me to siphon its energies and prepare the matrix for you. It should only take a moment. Here you are, a creation matrix that you may use to generate your own robes. Huh? The concept is inscribed upon the crystal, which has been infused with the ether of the beast you've brought me. What? Why are you looking at me as though you do not know how to channel the powers of creation? It's as natural as breathing. Even a newborn babe has the instinct. Even if your potential is lacking, as one of our people, you must surely know what to do. Hang on, but I don't though. Wait, but can I have a little more guidance? I don't know what I'm doing. I need an adult. Next to debate and discuss. The Hall of Rhetoric, please. Ah! Truly magnificent, wouldn't you agree? Kuiper made a no Kuiper spoilers channel in her Discord. It's the best outlet. It's the best outlet, and I'm so glad that I made it. Do it, just create it. It's easy. Just fart into the Matrix. I think that's how they ended up with the Eldritch Horrors that they summoned previously. With such unhinged ideas. Where was the big courtroom? Ray, could you take me to the big courtroom after this? I want to see if that Hithlo Deus person is there. I highly doubt it, but I would like to see. Loquacious Omorotin. It'd be cool if they had like extra dialogue just chilling in here. Greetings, little one. Come to debate? And at so young an age, how wonderful. Shall we retire to the benches and settle on a topic? I'm like, no. Oh, my apologies for jumping to conclusions. My friends are not quite as fond of the Hall of Rhetoric as I am, so I have a habit of chatting up any potential conversation partners. So if you are not here to debate, I presume you are here to learn about the mysterious and esoteric goings-on here. 'Twould be my pleasure to act as your tutor in these matters, if you will indulge me. The Hall of Rhetoric is, as its name indicates, a place where citizens may freely gather to discuss and debate all manner of topics. This central forum is ideal for open discourse, but smaller rooms are available for those desiring more intimate conversation. Oh, and there's a wealth of reading material concerning rhetorical techniques and history penned by the greatest minds on offer as well, should you wish to refine your techniques through self-study. To my mind, however, rhetoric is a living, breathing thing, and is best experienced in the moment of conception and execution. Perhaps a demonstration would best serve to further your education. I saw a contemporary of mine engaged in a lively debate earlier, just outside the hall. Go and see if they're still there, and issue them my personal invitation to a friendly battle of wits. Wait, this is gonna be cute. This is gonna be cute. Listen, I do not want to be in the corner of the internet that thinks about Emmett farting. Oh no, Avalon, no. Let's derail that conversation. Let's go back to what would you guys create if you had the power of creation? What would your first minor creation be? Something small and easy to do by yourself. All right, gamer, no. No, we're moving on. What is your first creation? All right, gamer, I hate that. Sort of a mini rant, okay. But since I had this happen recently, it's kind of fresh. I hate when someone watches a cutscene and they say something about a very minor plot point and make a small comment about it, and mod is like, that's a spoiler. The game literally just told you what I said. Sith, that is pretty annoying. And the fact that it's a mod doing that, or is it a mod? Yeah, the fact that it's a mod doing that is going to make the streamer draw more attention to it. If a spoiler drops in chat, as unfortunate as it is, the best thing is what you guys have currently been doing, which is just changing topic, moving on from it, giving it no time. Because sometimes people don't realize, you know, they're just excited, they want to talk about it, and then they go, oh shit, that doesn't happen yet. That happens in like 2 patches from now, you know? I hate when people can't understand the difference between backstory or recently mentioned things and what's a spoiler. Yes. Yeah. Good chat. Good chat gets smooches, damn right. A cupcake, an accident, a friend. Jolly. Finally free of work and you can enjoy the stream. Welcome in, Serena, officially. You're free. The robes actually look super comfy. I want them. I want them IRL. A large and squishy, but not sticky. Blobbo. You want it to be squish, but not stick. A non-stick squish friend. Always try to clarify, you were told X or when X told you, yes. So anyone reading knows it's already been said. That's a good way to approach it. Something that happened 5 to 10 years ago isn't even in the game anymore, is not a spoiler, unless that piece of information spoils future info. Totally, Izagi. Tara, I made my randomizer even more painful. Pray, why would you do this to yourself? Why would you do this to yourself? Yeah, just like a few minutes ago when we were refreshing Terra on Emmett's Amarat narration. Yes, thank you. I just love beanbag chairs. I think it's fine as long as streamers should, in theory, already have heard the information. Yes, 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 yes. Or there is no way for the streamer to gain that information within the game. Sometimes people will drop lore from the lore books, and I personally love it. I really, really love it. Or like things from 1.0 that I have no way of experiencing. Or yeah, things like that. I don't mind at all. If it's content that I could still access within the game, it's always best to ask first. Like, oh, Terra, there's something from the coils. Like, say I hadn't done the coils. Like, Terra, there's something from the coils if you want to know, you know? So pray in your randomizer, dungeon entrance is randomized and warp song drop off randomized. Why would you, why would you do that to yourself? As if it wasn't bad enough. With creation magics, we are learning we need not know what we are creating beforehand. It can just be a whim or a fleeting thought. I thought, Jolly, the whole point of the Bureau of Creation was having a somewhat fleshed out idea and proposing it to the board to be approved or denied when you need multiple people's input, like multiple people's power of creation to create it. I thought that was the whole process. So I thought, at least in those contexts, it had to be pretty well thought out if it was going to be approved. Terra, it's pronounced rhetoric. It's not rhetoric. Is it actually rhetoric? You know what? I trust you. I trust you. I was about to look it up. I trust you. Rhetoric. All right, fair. It is. Oops. Thank you. I love talking about lore, but I have no idea which stuff comes up in-game and which is only the book, so I don't do it outside of spoilerable chats. Trance, that's me too. When I'm in streams, unless I know for a fact what I'm about to tell them has already been confirmed, I don't say anything. I don't say anything at all because it's just safer, because I don't want to ruin anyone's experience. You can say rhetoric as if it's shortened rhetorical. Wait, am I saying rhetorical wrong? Rhetorical? Rhetorical? Rando is right, gotcha. I saw it as you create something and then send it to the Bureau to get a passport. No, in the case of the Bureau, Jolly, as I was just discovering part off stream and part on stream, was if it's a complex idea that needs multiple people's powers, you have to propose it to the board and they basically go, no, it's not safe. We're not going to make that. Or they go, yeah, okay, let's make that. And then they gather together to make it. English is complicated. It really is. Rhetorical is Tor, but rhetoric is rhetoric. Why is rhetoric pronounced rhetoric and rhetorical is rhetorical? Fuck English, dude. Fuck English. It's sorry, it's 20 other languages in a trench coat. It's a disaster. Hi, Grokizer. Like, if it's a scarf for yourself, that's cool. An animal is, yes, exactly, Toon. Either eat, we have learned, sometimes it's just so easy that a simple can decide it, yes. Tara was literally typing that. You're saying both words correct and not confusingly. Accent stress varies in English given the number of syllables, same as Greek and Latin. Yeah, 20 languages in a trench coat. Damn you for saying my joke before I could finish typing it. Gotcha, gotcha. English steals grammar and sounds from other language by beating them up in a back alley. Liddy, that's so true. Panda said the same thing, more or less. The Bureau is for completed ideas, while regular ancients can think of anything in various degrees of completion or quality, but in order to submit it, they need to refine it. Yeah, that's what I understood from the quest, Diod. So you can just casually make small things by yourself if it's within your power, but if it is outside of your power and something larger scale, then you need to submit it as a fully fleshed out idea if it's going to be approved. Anyway, I'm sorry, Ray. Ray's like, Terra, focus. And then there's Emmett, yeah, making a whole ass city. It really begs the question. Emmett's gone. I genuinely thought Amarat would be gone with him, as if it was like a glamour, an illusion, but I think he did give it some actual corporeal elements, because it's still here. And that's one thing I've been wondering about. But that is precisely my point, that their obsession with this so-called mandate to approve only the most beneficial concepts for wider distribution, never mind the ridiculous subjectivity of their criteria, has led to the Bureau of Architect astray from its original purpose. Sorry, it's the Bureau of Architect, not creation. Huh? Have you business with me, child? Regardless, I'm in the middle of a heated discussion with my partner. Come back later. Their name is Firebrand? But you could have another heated discussion. No. My position has nothing to do with the intrinsic value of unique identity or whether it is not retained. Rather, I posit that reproductions of a given concept are inherently imperfect, and thus they are not themselves unique, albeit in minor but significant degrees. And most importantly, the variance is not to be condemned, but celebrated. Better that than to strive in vain for an impossible standard that, even if met, would leave us lesser for lack of diversity. Holy shit, I like this person. The Amaratines appear to be engrossed in their debate, utterly deaf to you and your pleas for attention. Dude, I like this person's takes. I like this person's takes a lot. Boom, boom, boom. It's said in-game. Exarch's narration at the end of 5.0, he says something like the lines of, "The lights of Amarat will one day fade." Got you. So it is like a glamour that he's instilled magic in, and eventually it'll go away. This dude is actually reasonable? The Firebrand? Yeah. In post 5.0, Graha said, Graha said, Exarch, not Emmett. The lights of Amarat will one day go out. Yeah. I really love this argument. Reckon they ended up supporting Heidelin. Truly. My, aren't you a stubborn little bugger? It's strangely endearing, I must admit. But we have all the time in the world. Why are you so insistent that I speak with you this very instant? Ah, you are acquainted with that chatterbox. I suppose I do owe them a debate or two. And now is as good an occasion as any, so be it. So be it. I guess they can't just vanish with an entire part of the map. Fair. Imagine you didn't do the side quests here, but you completed 5.0. And it's like, nah, it's gone. Is that part of the map gone? It's like peaceful and so sad in Amarat. I wonder if they're already at it. So you're just to be an observer? No, that will not do. You must be an active participant. You must engage in the discourse. Only by doing will you learn and grow, little one. Hi, Frogo. I see you found my friend. Thank you, little one. And without further ado, let us commence the promised debate. Ancient Twitter users, dude. You cannot. As to the matter of what subject we shall debate today, I propose the recent calamity which has befallen our friends across the pond. What say you? This is interesting. The singular point of contention is, of course, whether or not Amarat should intervene on their behalf. I believe we should. The scale of disaster which threatens that distant metropolis is of a scale heretofore unseen, and so equally considerable resources must be committed to counteracting its effects. No? I disagree. The scale concerns me less than the nature of the proposition itself. Who are we to unilaterally intervene in the affairs of those half a world away? Are we to be the saviors of one and all? Such arrogance may well lead to our own downfall. I can see that. While I understand your concerns from a philosophical standpoint, I fear you are too quick to dismiss practical considerations out of a desire to maintain an unassailable moral authority. Hi, Sweetling, welcome in. But let us, you and I, hold here for the present and offer the floor to our young student. You have heard our opening salvos in this debate concerning the fate of our neighbors across the sea. What is your opinion on the matter? I don't like the second line. Even though there is some truth to the second line, no. To ignore the plight of those who one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. Cough, United States, cough. Rando. Indeed, indeed. The same can be said regardless of one's opinion on the morality of intervention. There is a clear and undeniable benefit to Amarant in using this situation as a test bed for our newest creations, that we might develop and refine our defenses against a potential threat to our own fair city. How readily you cede to the moral high ground. Was not our young friend's point that we have an ethical obligation to aid those in need, yet not only do you instead elect to focus on the benefit to Amarant alone? I didn't like that either. It was like selfish. It was selfish motivation. But you also deprive our distant neighbors of the agency to determine their own fate. You misunderstand me. What benefits Amarant benefits all creation, I firmly believe. For the knowledge and wisdom we stand to gain from intervention can then be shared with others, empowering everyone to more effectively surmount similar trials in the future. Oh, is that it? I wanted more! No! How dare they cut me off? I loved that conversation. No! Same, Terra. I loved that! Oh, that is it. Fuck. I love that conversation. I must say, it's been far too long since I engaged in such a refreshing exchange of ideas. My colleague was equally delighted by the opportunity. You may be assured. Some decry it as little more than academic exercise. After all, we failed to reach a meaningful consensus, but I dare say they missed the forest for the trees. Are we not more enlightened by the experience? Have we not been exposed to a greater variety of viewpoints? Is there not value in this alone? I truly believe we are blessed to be a part of a society that exalts the free exchange of ideas, and that encourages active participation in the public discourse. So cool. So is that D, Tara? Is that D, Rumika? Hi, welcome in. Hi, Jacob. Welcome in, welcome in. Oh, hope you're all having a great night. We're having a fantastic night. We're taking care of our Ether Current side quests in Amarant, and then we're going into 5.2. Motto and Party Finder is so depressing. That's why you jump to Ether. It's all of Dynamis. I'm on Seraph and suffer. Yes. You data center travel, still get the 80 buff. Road to 80 buff. I hop to Ether when I need dungeons. Same, Evelyn, that's what we've been doing on stream. I have no problem with being on Modoin. There's literally zero issues. If I want to be in a crowded scenario, I just go to Ether. Easy. This may have been no more than your first foray into the exciting world of Rhetoric. I think you also get 10 Chocobo feathers and 1 million gil, and also housing is super, super available on Dynamis, so easy. The leveling roulette has gotten better, at least for DPS. Okay, sick. I'm gonna try a few Qs in my spare time on Dynamis to see how it's going, because I haven't since like my first couple days on Dynamis. The Alliance raid roulette is still an hour plus on Dynamis. Oof, gotcha. This may have been no more than the first foray into the exciting world of rhetoric. Rhetoric. But I sense you have the soul of a debater in you. You may have the potential to change Amarant in ways no one ever thought possible. I shall be watching your trajectory with great interest, my young friend. I love healthy debate. I genuinely love healthy debate, and it comes from my family. My eldest brother and my eldest cousin, they used to, every single Christmas, they would latch onto a topic and they would just have such a friendly debate where they would let the other fully speak their part and then counterpoint, rinse, repeat, and it was so good to watch. Sometimes they got heated, sometimes. But for the most part, it was just a really calm discussion. And the big thing is both of them were were willing to have their viewpoint changed. And it was so refreshing to watch. I wish Twitter could be like that. I wish people argued on Twitter for the expectation to learn and to understand the opposition's viewpoint rather than just to shut them up and tell them they're wrong and yada, 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 yada. But that's a whole other conversation. I'm just saying I really appreciate it. Oh, I don't have water. Frog, are you okay if I hydrate with coffee even though it's a diuretic? Because I can get water later. Really the only problem with being on Dyna is trying to do endgame stuff? Oh, like Party Finder? How many people? Of the 7 parties recruiting. Yeah, Party Finder's kind of snooze fest right now. Hi, Sweetling. How you doing? Educate, not yelling match. Yeah. It sounds like anti-Twitter. It is. It's hard to find stuff on Party Finder on Crystal 2. Ether, whenever I'm on Ether, it's like of the 107 parties currently recruiting, Ether's Party Finder is bumping. I think Jolly's at the place I want to go. Hey, taxi, do you mind driving me there? It's much farther than I realized. Taxi! Take me to the place that we met Hythlodeus. I want to see if they're still there. Even if coffee is diuretic, the net water intake is greater than what you lose. Hey, Tim, thank you. I actually didn't know that. I am hydrating with coffee. Everyone just goes to Ether. Yeah, that makes sense. I've been doing Heavensward dungeons. It's been rough just getting into MSQ. Avalon on Dynamis. Could always just jump to Ether. It's like 40 seconds away, something like that. Laria, hi. Thank you for gifting the... Oh, thank you for gifting. Thank you for thanking your gift subber. Oh, they're not here. Damn. Hello? Have you seen Hithlo? I wanted to talk to them some more. If there's another matter which I may assist you, please do not hesitate to ask. Nobody's here anymore. Damn. Oh well. I'm sure they'll come up again. A side character like that has like self-awareness, I'm sure they'll come up again. I'm like convinced of it. Conversations where you get to say your point across. I don't know what fantasy genre that is. Spicy, welcome in. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I have a group of friends. Actually, the other night, a week or two ago, we were playing board games and then we just got so distracted by conversation that we stopped playing board games and we went on like it was like a 2-hour conversation just about like world climate and not world climate, but like everything that's going on in the world lately. And it was so good because even though we had differing viewpoints, everyone let the person finish their thought. Everyone was receptive to it and understanding of it. Because me, when I'm in a debate with somebody, I want to understand their viewpoint. And I love it. So that's why watching those two Amaranthines debate was like so cool, because that's what it felt like. They wanted to understand where the other person was coming from rather than just like flinging insults at each other for their opinions. And it's so cool. And if you can find a space where you can openly debate like that, treasure that because it's so nice. Okay, 5.2, shall we? Shall we 5.2? I guess we're done here. I'm kind of sad. Not even yellow quests in Amarat. Too bad. I can fly? Oh right, I can fly! I'm gonna cry. Ah. Amarat's so beautiful, guys. Teleport as Libo? No, I'm good. Reminds me of my hometown, to be honest. I'm just an emotional being. It's so beautiful. Question, first time watching. Do you only have one job around 80 or multiple? The level 80 shared role quests? We did all of them. We did all of them. I have Sage, Gunbreaker, Dancer, Monk, so I'm ready for Endwalker 2. They're all 80 or a bit above. Still no cry counter? We're doing it for Endwalker, Sweetling. We'll have a cry counter for Endwalker. Okay. This place is just so much feels, it really is. Suvu, love you, by the way. Hope you're doing good. Need to get your healer up for role quests? Yes, you do, Panda. The role quest in Shadowbringer for healer was probably my favorite. No, caster still is my favorite because it was the first I experienced. Healer is a very close second, though. A warm-up cry counter for 5.3. I'm down. I'm down. We'll have a once we reach 5.3, we could easily add a cry counter, and start keeping track just for 5.3, and then reset it for Endwalker. I plan to finish 5.2 tonight at the very least. 5.3 we probably won't get through. We'll probably just slightly touch 5.3. Oh look, Emotion City. I had a little moment once I unlocked flying just now. Oh man. Also, hi, welcome in. Glad to have you. I think it should be minutes cried because cry counter. Cry counter implies stopping in between. Dude, I'm gonna fully embrace it. Does that mean you did the extra role quest after? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Hi, Jack. Once again, people from the first, well, I mean, technically not from the first, but people from the first suck at alter egos. Suck at naming themselves creative alter ego names. Oh, by the way, guess where you go for the next MSQ? I think that's why I wanted to do my Ether Current quests in Amarat. I'm pretty sure they mentioned something about Amarat in MSQ. There's an extra quest after you finish them all. There sure is, Tim. Highly recommend doing it. Highly recommend doing it. It's very cool. It's like a capstone, and it's a yellow quest, not a blue quest. Oh. Tears shed counter. Where is it? It's right at the bar. From the barmaid. Ah, Shadowbringers. Where only one person has any kind of disguise, and the rest just think they're sneaky. Truly. You didn't finish all the quest line. More will unlock? Oh. Oh. There's more. Oh. Oh. Oh man. Lurk, I'm a nap for a while. Froggo, enjoy your nerp. Your nap. To be honest, I'm bad at doing yellow quests. I would have walked right past it if chat didn't tell me, which is why I'm so blessed. Yeah, you have more of it that you have to complete 5.3 to get access to, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, I'll keep my eyes open for that. If I forget, somebody remind me. Enjoy your nerp, jolly get out. It's Lua, get out. Need to do 5.3k. Anyway, Alphino has the right of it. Let us pay visit to the Ondo. We should speak with Tol's Ath first. As chieftain, he is doubtless privy to great many secrets. I missed so much dialogue just now. Fuck. Seeing Terra in 5.3, I book a day free for that. It's probably gonna be, maybe not Friday. Friday might be a 10-hour stream. It's like tomorrow. Ooh, it's the Ondo Cups, thank you. It might be a 10-hour stream, but we're also gonna play it by how I'm feeling. If I get emotionally overwhelmed, we'll take a break and we'll finish it next week. But yeah. I definitely I definitely recommend Crafting Grind 2. Crafting questlines are good. I started crafting level 65 goldsmith. It's fallen behind. It's fallen behind, unfortunately. My miner's like 66, yeah. It's for sure fallen behind. I need to get back up on it. Whew. And the crafting quest can have some deep lore. I don't know if it's crafter or gatherer, but I want to do the dwarf quests. So whichever one I need for that. Gonna quickly grab a drink. Okay, see you in a minute. If and when you do all the role quests for Endwalker, don't forget to go back to the barmaid for even more juicy bits. Absolutely. I have sent for no finless ones. Perhaps you instead come seeking something of us. Dwarf is crafter. Okay. Ruins which your kind have yet to explore. I see. I know of one such place. Alas, under these circumstances, I'm afraid we can spare none to guide you there. And what circumstances are these? Rather than hunt for their own meals, the Benthos have pillaged our stores of liver. They must be replenished with haste. The Benthos, a particularly violent tribe of Ondo, if I recall. A band of bottom feeders. We all lost much in the flood, but while others work to rebuild, they resort to their thievery and murder. Revenge, they call it, when they prey upon your kind. But do not be fooled. They care not who they harm. Would that we had the warriors to challenge them. This is not the place. This is not the first time they have stolen from us, but there is no resource more precious than liver. All must dedicate themselves to the hunt. Unless, of course, we were to reclaim the livers for you. It seems a fitting payment for vital information, does it not? Moreover, one could argue that by employing Bismarck to reach these depths, thereby driving back the waters, we are in part responsible for the deeds of those driven to desperate ends by the changing climes. One good turn and all that. We certainly can't leave them like this. Whether we hunt them ourselves or go and get the liver back. In Endwalker, there's a gathering tribe. That story is amazing. Perfectly complements the ending of Endwalker. Okay, bet. I'll make sure my gatherer is up. Mining is easy. The crafting is a bit harder. I need to actually get into the firmament proper. Why would creatures descended from fish have memory tissue? Zoe? Don't ask questions. Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to, alright? There's I believe it's an Ether Current quest where you can hear the voice of their, oh shoot, what do you call it? Matriarch, we're gonna say? And she's like, hey, can you teach me the ways of regular childbirth, like how your people do it? Because she can't childbirth with the low waters, being what they are. Basic 80 to 90 crafter quest lines. Tribe comes next patch. Got you. Okay. They probably descended from an ancient creation. Truly. That's the same thing about the Ananta. Everything has tits in this, okay? I thought you might say that. You've been one to miss an opportunity to help. You've not been one to miss an opportunity to help. Reclaiming the stores it is, then. These fish would look better with tits. No, Zoe. I'm reminded of Fry when he encounters the mermaid. Why couldn't it be like the other kind of mermaid? With the lady part on the bottom and the fish part on the top. We would be grateful beyond words if you did. The Benthos have surely taken the livers back to the Flounder's floor, but be warned, there'll be no shortage of guards waiting to spear intruders. Then we will have care not to draw their attention, shall we? Endwalker Culinarian Alchemist quests have a cute NPC, wink wink. Alright, leveling up my Culinarian. Flounder's floor. Ooh, quite far. You know what? Let's go taxi mode. Taxi mode! Whew. Do fisher for your gatherers? I like mining though, because it goes hand in hand with goldsmith. And I'm a broke bitch. After decorating some of my house, I'm a broke bitch. Speaking of, when I have a bit more money, I want to dedicate a stream to interior designing if I can. Or at least part of a stream. So we can make an aesthetic house. Fisher best gatherer, wishing I was fishing. Why are all the night themes so good? Fisher doesn't help Shadowbringers or Endwalker quests. Got you. Fisher is technically separate from mining and botanist. Got you, got you. Boop. Oh, thank you. Little Miss Bag. From the squelching noise they make when prodded and the vile stench, you conclude that these bags are bursting with livers. Brilliant. You get a neat mount while leveling ocean fishing. Isn't it a shark? Shark mount, I think someone said. Morning. Morning, Coco. Are those them? Perhaps you've deduced this already, but it seems the Benthos have been raiding Colusian storehouses as well as those of the Ondo. Oranges, pumpkins, wheat. But we can discuss this after we see the livers safely back to Tol's Ath. It wouldn't do to keep him in suspense. Wait, so is there separate quests for, say, a goldsmith than there is for a carpenter? Should I make sure? Like, I want to be a multi-crafter or omni-crafter one day, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet. Yes, there is. Shit. Okay, so I'll make sure to pick up. What is WWR? Woodworker? Leatherworker? Oh, I don't want to do leatherworker. Oh god, I don't want to do leatherworker. Anything but that. Each one of them has its own set of quests. Got you. Weaver? Oh, I'll do Weaver. I'll do Weaver. That makes sense, especially as a red main. Oh, taxi! Taxi! Take us home. Each profession has different quest lines, all of them. The Goldsmith, A Realm Reborn quest line was so cute. It was so cute. I loved it. Like up to 50. For a moment, I wondered where the Lahi music was coming from. You're in the Great Woods. Panda. So beautiful, dude. So beautiful. Did you just say make us whole? Never. Never, sweetly. We're actively working to not become whole, if you think about it. Honestly, Leatherworker is easy with Road to 80, but don't you have to like kill mobs to get the leathers for them? Whereas Weaver, if I level Botanist hand in hand with it, then I could get whatever I need. Also, Terra Crafting unlocks custom deliveries. I started doing some of the custom deliveries in Mordona? I don't remember. Yeah, Zlowy Aliapo. I started doing that. I've been slacking on it. I've been slacking on it bad. Mostly because in my spare time I'm editing to catch up with where we are currently, which is close. I think the next few videos on YouTube are going to be the Innocence. I think I'm going to dedicate Innocence to its own video, and then 5.0 obviously to its own video, and then we're pretty much caught up. I do want to make videos about the raid series that we've done, but those can wait. Those can wait till later. You can send combat retainers out to get the mob drop. Oh! I didn't know that. Leather is also pretty cheap in the market, generally. Got you. Shared fate rewards give hides. Oh, okay. Tara, if you give your retainer a combat job, you can send them after specific mob drops. That would make Leatherworker more tolerable for sure. With Road to 80, as you said. You know, maybe we dive into that. Not today, but in the future. Is the Thancred Gaslight in a video? It's going to be in the video that's going up tomorrow. I just threw everything base Shadowbringers up to Innocence in a... It's like a 1-hour video, so buckle up. I'm relieved to see you unspeared. Yeah, it was actually pretty easy. Or you can ask your neighborhood dragoon who might be a hide hoarder. Our precious livers! I knew you would not fail. We also found all manner of foodstuffs from Calusia in the Flounder's floor. Tell me, Tolsath, does that seem odd to you? Oh yeah, Universalis is so useful. So useful. I use it frequently. And with data center travel being like less than a minute, it's so easy to hop around and get the cheapest prices. I'm reminded of rumors I've heard recently concerning a rash of thefts from Calusian warehouses. The perpetrators entered in the dead of night and are gone before anyone has realized what has happened. The Ulmoran army has been investigating, but thus far to no avail. Perhaps the reason they have struggled so is that their quarry is of the sea. The true question, then, is what we mean to do about it. Much as I would like to proceed to the ruins without further delay, we cannot allow the Benthos to carry on as they are. If I may, I believe that the ruins are, in fact, key to the Benthos' plans. Is that so? These ruins, which lie deep within the illuminated land, are a recent discovery. We have seen sites that the Benthos are preparing to... signs that the Benthos are preparing to claim them with all haste. We should not fathom why, but in light of the knowledge that they have been stockpiling resources... It is clear that their queen will soon give birth. They require space to raise their young, and food for both queen and hatchlings to thrive. Well, we can hardly fault them for that. Under normal circumstances, perhaps, but the conditions in the Tempest are far from suitable for spawning. Its resources barely able to sustain our current population. There is only one reason they would disregard this. They seek to build an army, and with it take revenge on the Finless. It is not a surprise. They came to us not long ago, seeking allies for the cause. We rebuffed them, of course. The suffering of others will not serve as balm to their own. Their queen, however, desires only bloodshed, and will gladly send her children to die in our stead. If they're planning to wage war, that changes matters considerably. Indeed. I doubt that this can be resolved without violence, but perhaps with a show of force we can convince them to see reason before the die is cast. I'd rather not risk your people in the attempt. If we travel to the illuminated land, is there a way we might identify the ruins ourselves? Yes. Once you reach its depths, go deeper still. You'll find a monstrous structure there upon the sea floor. That you have come to us now is the will of the Ancient Ones. They have guided you here that you may drive out the usurpers, those who seek to use their magnificent creations with vile purpose. I have no doubt that they will show you the way forward. Stole his face. I'm afraid that the dead do not speak quite so clearly. Nevertheless, we shall try not to disappoint. If what we seek lieth deeper still, beyond Amarot, I would call upon the assistance of another. Bismarck again? Is that what we're saying? Oh shit, what's the most useful coffer for me here? My Gunbreaker doesn't really have good accessories. My Dancer is fully in Crypt Lurker. My Monk, I think, has partial Crypt Lurker. Let's go with Fending. Healing? No, let's go with Fending. Any that don't have Crypt Lurker, I think my Gunbreaker is in the worst situation. These are a bit low down the chain, but they look really cool. These accessories. Boop. In German, they end every sentence with a break before the last word. It's so odd. Really? In the dialogue in here? It still says that the English sync of the Ninja Turtle folks do not have the odd speak error like in German sync. Makes them kind of special. Oh, that's what you're saying. They pause before every last word that they say. That's kind of neat. Let's hope it was my Gunbreaker that had the worst accessories. Yes, actually. My Gunbreaker has terrible accessories. My Monk's accessories are also bad, but not as bad. You're good. You're almost good. And you're fine enough. Okay, yeah, so Gunbreaker was the correct choice. Right on. Right on, right on, right on. Saves me some poetics as I'm gearing up fucking 5 different roles. Oh boy, what have I done to myself? Hey? Oh, I missed a little bit of chat. Did I miss anything big? Bum, 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 bum. We talked about the Universalis, right? Talked about the German. Get your botanist up too. Weaver or carpenter will need it a lot. Alchemist is more mining. Culinarian is more botanist. Okay. Gatherers being both at 90 makes sense to get a few crafters up without popping a blood vessel, yeah. But my poor inventory space. If I showed you my first retainer, whoo, it's not good. He's just full of rocks. Also, my chocobo saddlebag. More rocks. I don't know what to do with them. I'm too scared to get rid of them. I'm terrified. I'm like, if I get rid of it, then I'll need it, and then I have to buy it off the marketplace. It's gonna be bad. Also, my inventory is like partially rocks right now. I'm scared to level botanist, all right? I'm scared. I can vendor a lot of this safely, you guys think? Rocks, rocks, rocks. I could sell them all to the Doman Enclave, I suppose. Perceives Terra's inventory. Side Fairy, do not. Welcome in, by the way. Also, Tina, welcome in, and Neon. Hi, guys. I did every job evenly every 2 levels, getting sets between end of expansion and next was up. That's gonna be me. Don't ask me, I'm retainer max. Told you, I hoard. I'm tempted. Are the retainers on sale right now? It wouldn't be a bad idea for me to pick up 1 more retainer because of how much I hoard. You currently have a retainer solely for Diadem? Oh no. Oh no.
You're my superstar.
Neon! Neon! Thank you for the 14 months and the Bezos bucks. You sweet, sweet soul. Hope your day's been awesome. I don't know if retainers ever go on sale because they add it onto your sub. Huh? Oh. Wait. Huh? Does it mean your monthly sub goes up if you have another retainer? Oh. Well, shit. That's how they get you. They're a monthly cost. Fuck. That's how they get you. That's how they get you, dude. You want more space? You got to pay for extra space. You fucking hoarder. Each retainer adds $1 monthly to subs. That's like $5 Canadian. Got it. You have 60. Oh, man. Can I store things in my house, or is that only free companies? If I could also use my house to hoard, that'd be pretty nice. If you download the... Oh my god, if you download the companion... what's the companion app called? What's the companion app called? You get 1 for free? I have 9. I'm a weak hoarder. Oh my god. I have 7. Shame. Oh my god, you guys. I thought I was bad. Okay, y'all cannot really be out here judging my inventory with your 47 retainers, all right? Back off. Back off. Come on. It's literally called the 14 Companion app. I'm going to be doing that after stream. 100%. Third or second free. You get 2 retainers for free, Jolly. So you'd get a third. I have 1, but baby, I only have 1 retainer right now. I'm probably gonna make one of my retainers a cat dad because I love cat dads. And then it gives me an excuse to design a cat dad. Tara? Kuroneko? What's up? Welcome in. Why do these problems always turn out to be so much more complex than they seem? Couldn't we have a simple, straightforward adventure for once? The good guys good, the bad guys bad, no drama or intrigue, and it all ends with tea and tarts. Alize, I love you so much. Did I not say this after the Ulu Kenhai reveal about Elidibus? Did I not say this? I was like, why can't evil guy just be evil? Why does there have to be depth to Elidibus? I don't like knowing this. This is cursed knowledge to me. I just wanted Elidibus to be big bad evil for no reason, just for sake of evil. Nope, but instead we have drama and intrigue and fucking trauma to go along with it. Ah, I say. I maxed every job. I only have 2 retainers with half inventory. How do you need more? Hoarding. We need a retainer just for mining. We need a retainer just for botany. A retainer for all the gear that we're holding on to for our other classes that will never level. You do still have Zodiark. True. Zodiark, my beloved. Please just be evil for the sake of evil. The will of the ancients. If only it were so simple. Doesn't feel all that honorable or heroic to strike first, but if it leads to less bloodshed in the end... Hi, Irene. Is it wrong of me to be a bit excited? I know the circumstances are grave, but imagine what those ruins might hold. I would not care for what happened in Limsa, to be repeated a world away. The Benthos know not what they do. It's unavailable in Israel. Dang it! Dang it! Literal battle-worn grandpa. Old smart TVs start to fail. Decided to buy a new one. It comes with voice recognition? Oh no, they're listening to everything you're doing. You have one retainer who's maxed on fish. Wishing I was fishing. Though our course hath been decided, to pursue it, we must needs beseech the aid of a friend. I speak of Bismarck. God damn it. Pray allow me to sullen that we might seek an audience with him once more. I'm happy to go see Bismarck again, but we're just gonna cause more issues with Bismarck, aren't we? Not Alphino doing a little bow. Not Alfie hitting him with a slash bow before we leave. In sullen. Closest would be foot job. Hey, foot job. Thank you. Thank you, Ray. Is the weapon trials unlocked yet? Do you mean the Four Lords? Or is that something else, Torb? Because we want to do Four Lords next week from Stormblood trials? I don't know what the weapon trials are. Might be Shadowbringers? Foot job. I saw one person call it foot job one time. That's its name forever for now. Weapon trials are Shadowbringers. Okay, I want to do the Four Lords one first. They're Shadowbringers trials. Go. Weapons is Whirlit questline, if that's what they're referring to. Okay, gotcha. But yeah, what's our current like roadmap for what we want to do? We want to try and finish 5.3 this week, if not early next week. Next week we want to do the Four Lords, and we want to finish Eden. We want to finish the last 4 Eden raids. Otherwise, oh, and then Nier after that. So then maybe weapon trials after Nier, or maybe in the same week as Nier. We'll see. Crying is next. Absolutely it is. Crying is currently on the map. Current roadmap, more glamour. That's always on the roadmap though. Oh man. Before I dive into this quest, I have to take a quick little pee break. Huh? Oh, this is a Reaper quest. I was like, what the fuck is this? It's a Reaper quest. Yeah, I have to pee and I have to go get water because I didn't actually start the stream with water today. Hi, Orionge, I love you. Pixie Tribe? You picked it up as Reaper. What? It's to unlock the Fae Tribe. I have to do... That's fucking stupid. That's fucking stupid. I don't even like Reaper anymore. I don't even like... Relationship with Reaper ended. Monk is my best friend. Monk. I like Monk. Okay, everybody get up, walk around a little bit, stretch your bones, get some water. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. I gotta pee and get water myself. All right, see you in a sec. Love you. Bye. Well, my horniness is gone.
We gotta move fast.
Now I'm just sad. It's just like after masturbation. No, I'm kidding. Oh my God, no, I'm joking. No. That was in poor taste. That was so in poor taste.
I found it, but Seer, why didn't you tell me?
Because she might be telling a lie.
She's a liar.
Yeah. Oh, wait. I think Lavaland is my better option. I say, as I fall 10,000 million miles and kill my dog. Come on, dog. No, no, no. Their whole mod dussy into it, if you know what I mean. Ready? Here comes. Here comes. Here comes. What could that mean? What could that be? Nobody knows. You don't see me schmoovin'? I'm definitely gonna be a speedrunner for this game. I am touching myself and therefore I die. Okay, makes sense. Yep, smile. You can now return the horse you stole to its... I stole a horsey?
I'm punching the horsey? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to punch you. I figured out how to punch. It's like it's... I'm getting sucked. Fuck my ass. Ezrin, my sweet precious boy, was walking behind said spider. Spider was moving very slow. Ezrin was sniffing spider. And then Ezrin licked spider. And then the spider was gone. So, my cat ate a spider.
Looks interesting.
It was gross. It was very gross. And I was scarred. And I was like, this is not the energy I need right before a stream. Is this a logic seed? I think, oh my God. I think it is, Togepi. I think it is. I think it's like slightly. There we go. Schmoovin. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. That's the ticket.
Izagi, I'm feeling attacked. I'm feeling attacked. I'm feeling personally called out. Gotta love when you queue and your tank has no clue what they're doing and they're completely undergeared. I'm feeling attacked. I'm feeling attacked. This is where my tank anxiety comes from. It's you, Izagi. You're causing my tank anxiety. It was Stone Vigil. They had level 28 gear. It was such a pain to keep them alive. Okay, 28 is a bit low. 28 is a bit low. At that point, you go and buy like generic gear from vendors. Like, 28 is a bit excessive. Tara, when are you ever not being attacked? Literally never. My life is pain. Do I want to be on Red Mage? Red Mage is already 83. I want to be on Monk, actually. Let's do some Monk shenanigans. Monk or Dancer? Let's do Monk. I know these quests don't give a lot of experience, but it feels kind of wasted on Red Mage, considering they're already 83. Hello, Panzer! Welcome in! You know, Tara, you could just call it by its proper name. Tankxiety. Tankxiety. Love it. I will forgive not knowing what you're doing and give tips to assist. Just dress for the occasion at least. Fair enough. My tank would not use mitigations. Do 3 to 5 pulls in a row and get mad at you for not healing. Bruh. Where were the eels? Where were the eels? From here, we press onward to the Isle of Ken. I myself shall proceed on foot. Did you learn to walk on water? You've perfected your technique then. Just so, the water will be as glass beneath my feet, and provideth purchase, fragile yet true. Watch closely! Oh, I certainly shall. Give me Jesus, Eorzea! Give me Jesus, Eorzea! Forgive me, but it would not be easier to perfect your swimming technique? Aye, 'twould be a pity if you drowned, truly. Oh, hush. I'm sure it'll be brilliant. I can't wait to see this. Go for it. Go for it. I can't wait. After 5.0, and he mentioned wanting to learn how to do this. I love him. He is Jesus. He is my savior. He's done it. Incredible. Oh my God, dude. Look at this man's. Okay, go off. Oh. Oh, he's fucking dead. It looked like he got pulled under. It didn't look like he fell. It looked like he got pulled under. Also, what was that headache? I have so many questions. So we get on our knees to worship? Well, I'll be getting on my knees either way, but what? What are we talking about? What's happening? And he's dead. The spell failed and he fell. Mine apologies. The technique requireth the purest of focus, and mine was lacking. Golly. To perfect this magic, I went so far as to deal with the Fuath. With their aid, mine efforts finally met with success, albeit on a single occasion. Horny tail! I will not apologize. I know not why I cannot repeat it. I thought I saw you waver a bit toward the end there. Perhaps you're simply tired? Oh no, wait. Wait a minute. It's nothing to worry about, only a dizzy spell, though it may not be wise to go for another swim just now. Are their souls degrading in the first? Their bodies are degrading in the source. Don't answer my question. Don't answer my question. I'm thinking out loud. Are their souls degrading finally? It's nothing to worry about, only dizzy spell. The same dizzy spell that Eorzea had. Thankfully, we have an alternative. A wonderful little invention, I'm certain you'll agree. A paddleboard! Just for... oh, a boat. Smile. Yep, smile. That seemed too tightly close together for them both to experience that. And they were the first to... actually... if Y'shtola exhibits anything like that soon, then their souls are degrading here. I must admit, I'd been keen to attempt walking on water myself, though I know what Alize would say. Say it! I'll stick to swimming, thank you very much. Dude, the car coming over the horizon actually scared me. I think those two really are all right. Perhaps we should take a moment to rest. What sort of dealings with the Fuath, I wonder? Before you make some quip about age catching up with me, you'd be out of breath too if you had to drag Eorzea out of the sea without as much of a warm-up. Eorzea almost drowned and Terra's off in the distance theory crafting. This ain't about him. This ain't about him. This is my theory craft moment. Meme reference? No, I know the meme. Alize, Alphino is drowning. This ain't about him. I wonder if Eorzea looking cat daddy would be your fit. Eorzea, but as a Hrothgar? Be still my heart, dude. I love him like this. I would love him as a cat dad. I think it's because we realize that I'm attracted to intelligence more than outward appearance, though, I mean, the outward appearance doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. But it was just like with Xenos. When Xenos wasn't Xenos, I wasn't attracted to him. But then it was Xenos again, and I was like, yes, my murderous husband, welcome home. Thancred doing rescue swimming in a full-length coat and armor. Thancred would drown just touching the water, now that you mention it. Let me Google that for you. I hate this fucking game. No, it's so good, Avalon. I love the puns. And Y'shtola didn't put forth any effort in that scenario. Nah, she was vibing. I will petition Bismarck's aid on our behalf. Let us pray my diplomacy proveth more effective than mine experimental magics. For a moment, though, Eorzea, you were so hot walking on water. For a moment. Thancred can hold his breath for a long time. Say less. Brain horny is a real thing, and I completely submit to it. Same. I don't hide my degeneracy. I do sometimes when I'm being respectful, but typically no. We're among friends here. I can be a degenerate. You speak with the voice of a king, little neighbors. I will not deny you. As before, if you seek what sleeps beneath the sea, I will be your guide. Thy kindness is as boundless as the depths, serene one. It's in little brackets, so they're speaking Fae. Before we depart, however, I would ask a favor. After our last fight, I found many creatures clinging to me. I am itchy. Remove them, and I will take you below. With all haste, it shall be done. He's an itchy boy! We gotta go scratch him under the chin. Gotta give him chin scratches. So, did he agree? Aye, though I agreed to a favor in kind. Regrettably, 'tis not one I possess the power to grant. Bismarck hath asked us to clean his underbelly of barnacles. Alas, one must needs dive beneath the surface to do so. Even if I could master the power to walk upon it, it would avail me not. You missed your cue again, Toon! You're gonna get penalized! You're gonna get penalized! Shadowbringers, Eorzea is hot and intelligent. Yes, he is. Terra is attracted to people who can do math because he cannot. Literally true. Literally true. Oh, for heaven's sake, is that all? Sir and I are more than capable of that. With the Koji's blessing, we'll have it done in moments, and better than standing here and listening to this nonsense. I'll take the right, you take the left. Now go. You did get penalized? No! Bismarck has crabs. I was gonna make an STI joke, but it seemed insensitive. I am in your debt. I got you. I love, what is this, striking? Yeah, I love striking Crypt Lurkers. It's straight out of Bloodborne, and it looks so good. Ooh, my feet. How do I dive again? Put me in. Control? How do I? Hello? There we go, that worked. Wait, how deep? Where are your barnacles, buddy? Oh, there they are. Tenacious barnacle. Control spacebar, thank you. I couldn't remember the key. After a good deal of prying from various angles, you dislodge the barnacle. Good story, Evelyn. The lesser-known tribute band, Tenacious B. You are freed of your barnacles. Well, that was disgusting. I pray will not be required to attend to any other matters of personal hygiene. But Bismarck can't do it himself, Allie. Don't be rude. That was a SpongeBob reference? It sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it. Ah, SpongeBob. Thine efforts are most sincerely appreciated. I will inform Bismarck that we may depart without further delay. And he's no longer itchy. How nice. Ew tune. Disgusting. Barnacles are actually pretty gross to me. They set off, like, they mildly set off my tryptophobia, which is like fear of holes, because like, I'm done. I'm moving on. They're just kind of gross to me, so I try not to think about it. Much, much better. Thank you, little neighbors. I remember a long time ago, another did this favor for me. If you fucking bring up Ardbert. Oh, Ken was his name. Okay, good. After the flood, when I chose this spot for my slumber, he came and made a home on my back. Ken was his name. When I grew itchy, I stirred, and he was not afraid. No, he asked me what was wrong. I told him of the creatures clinging to my belly, and he dove into the water, and he helped me. He was my friend. He told me he wished to live in peace, away from his people and their wars. This I understood. I treasured our time together, brief though it was. Brief though it always is, but I remember him and how he laughed when we flew. I remember when he slept. I too slept that day, and many days since. But the light, when he slept. He didn't sleep, he died. But the light fades and the darkness returns. Ken sleeps, but in memory he laughs, and together we fly. And I am here, I am awake. It feels good to speak and to be heard again. Shame others cannot understand me. If thou art willing to learn, I would gladly teach thee the language of man. You have that phobia too? I hate it. I hate it so much. I like this Bismarck more than our Bismarck. I do too. Thank you, little friend, but it is time I grant you your request. First, I will take flight to cleanse my body and prepare. The dive will be swift, and I would not have you struck by errant debris. So this island was named for a man. How easily the past is forgotten. He passed not even 100 years ago, yet the truth has slipped from history, like so many grains of sand. Might I have some explanation of what he just said, or shall we all stand about making vague and mysterious allusions? While he maketh ready to deliver us unto our destination, Bismarck bade us wait for him on the shore of Calusia. That's all? I feel as though there was more to it. Indeed, there was, but it hath no bearing on the task at hand. I should be glad to share the rest with you anon. Fine. Later then. Damn, Eorzea really not trauma dumping. Eorzea really going, you know what? This will just make you fucking sad. I'm gonna keep this to myself. That's why the story of this island and why it's called the Isle of Ken, because Ken lived on it. That's so cute. BRB, gonna go get a coffee? Hell yeah, sweetling. Hi, Ferty, welcome in. You know what's sad? The Ixal don't have counterparts on other reflections of the source. Don't they? Wait. Oh, maybe they don't. Do the Ananta have a reflection? Do we have Ananta? Because maybe the Ixal is... Oh, they were made by Alag. Oh, they were Allagan experiments. Huh. Fear of holes, huh? Then the original look of the sage symbol must have triggered you somewhat. Stop. I'm looking it up out of morbid curiosity. FFXIV, original sage icon. Oh, why? Why did it look like that? It's not that upsetting, but why? It looks fine as it is now. It looks fine as it is now. Why? No. No, thank you. No, thank you. That's why they changed it. They changed it for us. Best devs. Best devs. Reaper Kid, welcome in. Oh, man. We don't know all the species were lost to the flood. True. People didn't like it, so they changed it. So cool. If Bismarck requires time to prepare, might I suggest a short respite? For Eorzea and Thancred in particular. I require no such thing. I am the picture of perfect health. Mine was but a momentary lapse in concentration. Worry not on my account. You mustn't push yourself so. Please rest. For me? She's giving the puppy eyes. Oh, all right. If you insist. You too, sir. You've been running yourself ragged. Is this end of 5.2 already? But I feel fine. Yes, ma'am. No, it's not? Oh, okay, fuck. In that case, I leave the old men in your care. The rest of us will meet you at the split hull anon. God fucking damn it, Ishtola. Word of advice, never let it show. When she realizes she struck a nerve, she remembers. By the gods, she remembers. In any case, if we must be made to rest, I know a place in Sullen that's better for it than most. Come with me. Sure, the devs will accommodate the tryptophobes, but they have these horrific undersea diving areas for thalassophobes. I'm also mildly thalassophobic. Mildly. I played Subnautica, I don't know how. At some point the story gripped me and it was enough to power through, but I was shitting myself the entire way through that game. Fantastic game, by the way. By the way, Terry, did you finish Eden? No, we haven't done 5.3 yet, Jacob. We're saving Eden for next week, after 5.3. Nothing can go wrong, says the person who's clearly gonna cause things to go wrong. Quiet you. With age cometh wisdom, or so I pray. May as well have a seat. We wouldn't want our elderly knees to give out. Same, Zoe. Same. If I can see the bottom, it's slightly less upsetting. If I cannot see the bottom, my stomach sinks and I'm like filled with dread. Isn't Thancred like in his 30s? Yeah, elder. He's an elder. To hear her speak, you'd think I'm on my deathbed. By the 12, I wish that girl wouldn't worry so much. Thy countenance belies thy words, Master Thancred. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Let the record show that I am here under protest. Though I can't say I mind the view. Ah, flat water texture. What a view. Can't wait for the graphical update. Eorzea looks squished. Oh, he has his legs crossed. Okay, king. Okay, king. All right. Gotta love Eorzea. And if the abundance of anglers is any indication, even an amateur might land an impressive catch. Shall we try our hands at it? Help! Someone! Quickly! Oh, it wasn't a woman. It's Nightshade! We was attacked on the road from the Crystarium. Barely escaped with me life. I suppose we might have predicted this. And Thancred is manspreading. They're perfect for each other. I want them to fucking get it over with. The sexual tension, especially in the Eden raids between Thancred and Eorzea, is fucking palpable. You mean you'll help? For free? Thank you. You can only swim in the 6 feet or deeper. Mine is not that bad. Both my tryptophobia and my thalassophobia is quite mild, but it is there. Did Terra just call an Melizin a woman? I was here. Actually, their name was question mark, question mark, question mark. So I had no idea of what they were going to be. I just chose a voice and went with it, all right? There's some areas in 14 that give me the feeling as the Void area in Subnautica, which is to say I wanted to swim in the opposite direction and never come back. Love it. Hate it. If I recall correctly, Nightshade is a local band of outlaws. I doubt they'll trouble us over much, no more than they already have by interrupting our relaxation at any rate. To be fair, Amanelaine. What are the brothers' names? Amanelaine. No, Onorwa was the little servant, right? Onorwa was the little servant. It was Amanelaine. Oh god, I'm drawing such a blank. The other one, Artoirel, and the other one. No, wait, there was only 2 of them. Oh, well, technically there was 3. I made myself sad. I made myself sad. I'll save our miscreant, appear unharmed. Onorwa was the future Archduke of Ishgard. Onorwa was precious. Can you believe this? I don't even have anything worth stealing. Never fear, Nightshade ain't no match for the guard. No, it's the guy that made me sad back when he had no name. Fortunately, this one wasn't clever enough to bring support. How dare you bring up past trauma, everyone? Yeah. Onorwa roasts Amanelaine in optional dialogue. My lord is a man of insatiable virtues, for in order to assail them, you would first have to find them. I love, it's during the early Firmament quests where you see, I believe it's Artoirel? The older one. I think that's Artoirel, right? And you're like, one of the dialogue options is, come here, old boy, or something like that. And I was like, yeah, because he calls you old boy like throughout all of Heavensward. Artoirel the Duke? Ugh. It's an Oscar Wilde quote. Is it? I don't know it. I don't know my quotes very well, I'll be honest. These 2 have manners well in hand by the looks of it. Horse fart? Gee, you did not. Gee, you did not. You are not allowed to besmirch my boy in such a way. I'll not forget this kindness. May we meet again. If you're playing a female character, he calls you old girl. Love it. It's endearing. It really is. Is that you, sir? Don't tell me we just deprived that poor fellow of the honor of being rescued by the Warrior of Darkness. We had no idea you were in the area. Fancy us meeting again so soon, eh? Why, I believe I even recognize your companion. Tancred looks offended. Yes, from the infirmary. You had a message for the Crystal Exarch, did you not? It's good to see you back on your feet, and on patrol no less. What was that message? Don't give up, keep fighting, something like that. And I was like, oh, it's nothing as official as all that. Strictly speaking, we're off duty. But as we had a free moment, we thought we'd give a few of the less traveled roads a look. The guard doesn't have enough hands to patrol them regularly, you see? The fact that everyone calls Terra old, sir. Dude, how old am I? I'm literally dust to the earth. It is 2022. I'm 31. Literally dust to the earth. I'm decomposing in front of your faces here. Amanaline is a very special kind of doofus. Yeah. Amanaline is the younger one, right? That gets punched in the face. Deservedly. Aw, you're younger than my brother. In the lore books, it says that Honorwa offered to carry Amanaline's purchases from the jeweled Eorzea for some money. Not only did Amanaline do so, he taught Honorwa to read and write and employed him as his manservant. That's actually so cute. For what a little shit he is. That's actually so cute. Artoriel becomes the Duke. His father steps down after the Dragonsaw War ends. And, oh, that's right, he does, because he's wearing that same coat during the Firmament. Menelin takes over Big Bro's position at Dragonhead. Maybe having Hushavon's position will knock some sense into him. Honorwa is taking his Shadow Archduke lessons. R.A. Herald! Hello? Thank you for the raid! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders! Here with the Herald raid. Hello, Joktul again. Fancy meeting you again. I don't know if I have any active mods. Let me give you a shout out. There you go. And the fancy one. Last playing Final Fantasy XIV. How was your stream? Welcome in, another bun. Fancy seeing you. I mean, hey. Guys, press the heart. It's another 14 streamer. Let's go. We love it. What were you up to today? What were you doing? Oh, tell me all the things. There's a Hori portrait in Dragonhead now. I saw it. I don't remember when I saw it, but I did see it. Welcome in, you guys. If it's your first time meeting me, my name is Terra. I'm a variety streamer, a Final Fantasy XIV variety streamer. Play a variety of 14 content. But I do occasionally play horror games, sometimes drinking streams, and a few other things splashed in for good measure. It's so good to see you. Welcome in. Thanks for coming. It was great. It was going through a second playthrough of MSQ. You're in Stormblood right now. How is it the second time through? I bet you it's just as magical, if not more, because you notice things. You notice early foreshadowing and shit like that. Early nods to things. Terra streams 14 on a variety of days. Also raid and have Heaven on High streams as well. You know, I haven't touched Palace of the Dead or Heaven on High, but I love roguelikes, so I imagine it would be very, very fun. It's minus 21 Celsius outside right now. All right, time for the temperature competition. Time for the temperature competition, everyone. It is, oh, it's only minus 25. Felt colder this morning. It's only minus 25 Celsius. Okay. I'm not winning by that much. It's fantastic. I'm really seeing a lot of the setup that have lore payoffs. Minus 12, so balmy in comparison, yeah. Minus 27 over there is Ultras. Wow, surprising. Surprising that we're colder. Realm Reborn and Stormblood were better the second time through. Well, the thing is, going back through a Realm Reborn is probably more rewarding than the first time you play it. First time you play it, God, it's so dry. Like I always say, it's a rite of passage, you gotta get through it, but holy shit is it dry. Heavensward and Shadowbringer and Endwalker were similar to first time. Gotcha. A Realm Reborn is pretty good the second time through, in my opinion. I've only just finished Stone Vigil, and you're loving it, eh? Fuck you and your non-existent country, go drink some maple syrup! I'll drink some water instead, how's that? The payoff in Shadowbringers and Endwalker for going through a Realm Reborn is amazing. Yes, it is. Yes, it fucking is. I am Canadian. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. +8, and it's winter in the Alps. +8 Celsius? That is truly balmy, Simi. Is that an Elon cup? No, it's a... Oh, no, you ruined this cup! Why would you say that? I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. This is from like a local, like not 7-Eleven, and it's green and it's just massive, which is why I use it for water. But I hate that you've called it an Elon cup because now all I see is fucking Elon's stupid ass face on this cup. I have a few different variations of this cup because I got a few frosters from the location that was giving them out. This one is going in the garbage. This one is going in the garbage. That cup is a libertarian. I hate it. I hate it. If it wasn't for the amount of water that it holds. Tesla cup. Fuck, dude. Anyways, back into the video game. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. If Terra had an Elon cup, I would unfollow, unsubscribe, no harsh feelings. No judgment received from that. Like, I would not blame you. If that was intentionally an Elon cup, nah. I would unsubscribe from my own stream. We've been talking about it for a while. Neither of us is satisfied with just seeing out our service. Feels like we could be doing more. Like we should be doing more. What a good boy. Love that. It's all about having the will to help your fellow man and resolve to see it through. Hey everybody, hanging out with Thaler and his roommate, I see. Yes, we are. History will call them roommates. God damn it. I remember you, the excitable one. Does Thaler's roommate have a name? Nope, gallant guardsman. Sorry, sir. I got a bit overexcited the other day. Couldn't get my words out. Name's Vonard. Oh, we do get a name. Sounds like boner. Sorry. I'm with the guard, but I don't just want to protect Lakeland. I want to protect the lot, just like the Warriors of the Light. We are the strong. We decide the history. Should be fine if it hasn't caught on fire yet. Oh my god, Trans. Honestly, with Elon shit, people even stating they like Elon doesn't pass the vibe check now. True. True, Izagi. True. Sadly, our duties prevent us from venturing too far from our own little corner of Norvrant. What we really like to do is travel, to better ourselves, and to go where the need is greatest. But everyone has to start somewhere, don't they? For now, if we can stop Nightshade from robbing the odd fisherman, then that's what we'll do. Good shit, you guys. Wait, Thaler moved on from his roommate who died in the defense of the Crystarium? Wow, cold. Listen, Buller, listen. Thaler wanted to find love again. He knew it was his dying, nameless soldier's last wish. They smiled up at the night sky and was happy. And then he's like, okay, I can move on. I can love again. I can open up again. And we're loving this journey for him. Well, future heroes of the first, do you think? Imagine if they get the blessing. God, that'd be so cute. Oh, wait a second. Was it not Ardbert that... Yeah! Oh my god, Eorzea, same brain cell. They want not for spirit, 'tis but a pity they draw inspiration from so clouded a wellspring. From fake Ardbert. Yet it availeth us not to fret in idleness. We must needs press on if we are to bring Elidibus's schemes to light. He found a husband with a name and a dream. Too bad it sounds like boner. What are these? Why do they have a little blue dot on them? Savage Aim Materia 8? Little blue dot. Seems good. Seems good. Joctol, what is that emote? That is the best emote I've ever seen. That is the best emote I've ever seen. That is a fire emote. Me writing history and Emmet Selk had the fattest ass. Are we forgetting about someone? Someone absolutely down with the thickness? Our what do we call him? Our combat sexual friend? Xeno, thank you. Exactly. I need that emote, not the Emmet snap. Oh my god. Joctol, your emotes are absolutely fucking incredible. For higher level materia, you'll have a dot and a non-dot emote from now on. 7-8 for Shadowbringer, 9-10 for Endwalker. The ones with the dot can be over-melded. Those sure were words. They can be over-melded once. That sure is word. I don't know what that means. Xenos is Emmett's great-grandson.
You're my superstar. Terrab16 loves. Terrab16 loves.
Hi, T-Rod! Thank you for the 4 months. I can't believe it's been 4 months already. Holy shit. Thank you for the 4 months of support. You beautiful soul. It means a lot. Thank you. Overmelding is expensive? All right, yeah. My house building ass doesn't care about that then. I'll just be subpar. As I say I want a savage raid. Overmelding is like when you put materia more than there are slots. You can put a materia in a materia. Wait, that's kind of cool. If I'm understanding that right. If you have 2 materia slots, you could meld a third. Overmelding. Cool. Hello, love your hair color, man. Thank you, thank you. I'm so happy I redyed it. The deep blue, mwah, chef's kiss. I went through probably 300 pieces of materia to overmeld my gear. Holy Jesus. Goodbye money. Materiaception doesn't exist? Too bad. Cramming more than it has slots for. Got you. High chance of failing? Yeah, I'm too broke ass for that shit. Though our respite was cut short, I dare say we are all eager to avail ourselves of such knowledge as the ruins may hold. Aye, and I doubt further contemplation of Elidibus's machinations will be conducive to relaxation. We may as well make for the split hull now. So it's cute that Thaler and his new boyfriend are inspired to act like warriors of light. However, it's a damn shame that it's coming from Elidibus's mouth. Why would he want more warriors of light is what I'm trying to wrap my brain around. Is he trying to push the world back in an overabundance of light? Is that truly his goal? I am Susj. Susj. A small better suits the spoiler. True. Damn shame it's coming from the Elidibussy. That is what I am saying. Elidibussy likes to talk. I'm sure he'll tell you later. Hi guys. All the Asians share that in common. They sure do love a monologue. Perhaps we ought to have clarified what Bismarck meant by a short while. To his mind, our whole lives might be as the blink of an eye. What's keeping Bismarck? Surely it doesn't take this long to shake off a few loose stones? So, how much of a respite did you actually enjoy? Half a moment? Yeah, that's about right, Alfie. That's about right. We rested, didn't we, sir? We sure did. You arrived rather early. Are you certain you did as you were told? Yeah. All are present. Now we need but await Bismarck's coming. I really can't tune. I really can't blame them. 'Tis time. Pray, make ready. I liked when Grandpa used to tell us stories. Grandpa being Emmett, of course. Sexy Grandpa. Sorry. Oh, that was quick. Anamnesis. Anamnesis Aniter. Ah, what class do I want to do this on? Dungeons give a decent amount of experience. Maybe Dancer? Monk feels a bit busy for me right now. I'm gonna do Dancer. Enjoy your dungeon. I'm excited. Gonna eat some lunch. So excited you're in the story. Have a beautiful stream. Harold, thank you so much for the raid, for trusting me with your humans. I hope you have a good post-stream unwind. Take care of yourself. Thank you again. Are we Lala? Or are we Dancer? We're Dancer. I'd rejoin with Emmett Selk in bed if you get my drift. Anamnesis, thank you. Does that have a real world meaning? Or is it just a fancy word? Anamnesis.
Anamnesis.
Anamnesis. The remembering of things from a supposed previous existence. What? What are we remembering? I'm scared. I'm scared. What are we remembering? What is Bismarck gonna... I mean, we're going into the deep city, right? Yeah, I'm ready. What indeed? We're going into the deep, not city, the deep ruins. You're remembering things. I didn't read the definition. We should start doing that before we do dungeons. We should, although, do they have spoilers in them sometimes? The dungeon definitions? Or is it more of like a recap of what you know so far? Howdy, Gova. Hi, girls. Can you check definition of a niter too? Sure, once the cutscene's done. Anamnesis a niter. Bismarck, cute. Oh, a niter means waterless. Thank you, Buller. I can't imagine it'd be foreshadowing at worse. They don't have spoilers? Oh, I can't look at it here. To the depths. I needed to be giving Bismarck a much deeper voice. These are poor neighbors indeed. Bro? What is this music? You like jazz? I do. I do. This is a BGM 100 moment. I don't care if it overpowers my voice. Is it truly a jazz remix of Satasha? Cause that's kind of fire. Yeah, it is. Stop. So Academia Niter, another dungeon, means waterless place of learning. Consequently, Anamnesis Niter means waterless place to remember lost things. The time has come to part with these interlopers. This is so cool! The walls fall. We must hurry. How do the dungeons just keep getting cooler and cooler, dude? Oh! Huh? We were fortunate. But what is all this? Ew! It's juicy. If there's an orchestral roll for this dungeon, I'm farming it. Hands down. There is! Alright, I'm spending all of my time off stream in this dungeon. There is and it may drop. Yep, spending all of my time off stream in here. That's a cool design. Tiresome creatures. Hey, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Whoop. This is so cool. The glam gear doesn't look too bad from this dungeon. I still want to get the full warg gear. I sadly didn't get the warg chest of aiming. I ran that dungeon like 6-ish times the other night, just with bots. And I was unlucky. I've always found jazz to be messy and sound wet, so it's quite fitting for this dungeon then, isn't it? I love jazz, but I can totally understand the messy comment of jazz. Oh shit. Your wish is granted. Go, little wanderers. Bye, Bismarck! That was so much fun, buddy! Thank you for the ride! Oh, ew. Oh! What in the fleshy-looking dinosaur? Oh, ew, no. Ooh, that ain't it. That ain't it. Oh, there's small spots. Okay. The world that we know. That was rude. Oh, God. That's unlucky, huh? That it should turn towards us like that? I wonder if there's any way around that. Did I buy Honeydill recently? No, I have not, Spess. I think we're out. I felt like I was getting so unlucky with my procs. I didn't have as many fan dances as I wanted there. I don't actually need that, but we'll greet it for the Doman Enclave. Okay. What I missed in chat? That's just Fred. But it's unknown. It can't be Fred, it's unknown. Unknowns were a type of enemy in... So bad to throw my numerals. 7? 5, 6, 7, yeah. Also found underwater. Cool. You have lots of time to wait for where he's going to aim the Mega Cone before the AoE explodes. Really? It seemed like a pretty tight window. Not gonna lie, Shadowbringers boss music would make you buy the game. Did you not hear Stormblood's boss music? I do like Shadowbringers, but Stormblood boss music is just such a banger, dude. Best way to avoid the whirligig thing is to wait until he slows down, then move to where he's not pointing, is what Ray said. Interesting. I'll probably still get hit by it next time, too. I need this orchestral. I need this so bad.
Stormblood boss music is apparently one of the highest rated themes among all Final Fantasy games. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it for a second. It's in the top 20. Yep, I believe it fully. Oh, no, I don't want to pass. Triumph is also amazing. Yes, Triumph is so good. Keyclops? Keyclops? Oop. That was rather unfriendly of him. Oh dear. Got it. It's just a unique telegraph. Okay. He's done Warring Triads? Yes, I have. There's very important information that comes from there that blew my mind. We did that quite recently, in fact. And my brain exploded. Okay. $2,000 Minaswing. Oops. Eye of the Cyclops! Holy Jesus. Thank God it died. Dieable though, that's always a bonus. Yeah, I'm not done Lords or Weapons yet. They're on the to-do list, yes they are. Personally, inserting non-prog content streams is a good thing. It helps immerse you. So initially, Blur, I think I've said it while you've been in chat before, but just for anyone that's new, initially I ignored side content. I was just here for the game's story, and then I realized so much of the game's story is in the side content, and it just made me love it so much more. And I've been living for every moment of every quest and every dungeon and every trial we've been doing. To do this game and ignore the side content feels like such a disservice to the game. So I'm glad I fixed my ways. Hi Becky Bones, by the way! That's the secret, it's all story, exactly. Woo, get me on that. I wonder if I should be technical stepping on trash. Probably. Yeah, I'm gonna start technical stepping on trash. You have burger? Nice-oo. I think Spess is making homemade chicken tendies today. Have you up on the handy? Won't be typing because, you know, snow. Be safe, drive safe, sweetling. Love you. Over under on Terra crying for weapons series. You think it'll affect me? Warring Triad didn't affect me, did it? No. Warring Triad was just kind of like a brain blast moment, but it didn't make me emotional.
Absolutely. Oh god. I tech step on the first pull of trash mobs in each section, so it's back on the opener for the boss. Right, so technically I shouldn't do it now, because we're probably very close to a boss fight. I don't have shield samba for you. I don't have shield samba! I'm sorry. It was down. Oh, we got the raise off. Will it be enough? Should I? Oh, living dead. Hold. 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 No, there it goes. Damn. That pull is a little girthy. It always has been. It's a spicy pull. We like it. We like it. They did so well. They really did. They almost stabilized. They did very, very well. Terra, I was just complimenting you on not dying to stuff, and I step away and come back to this. Listen here, Izagi. Listen here. It was a spicy pull. Whew. Ooh, what's this? Anamnesis coat of aiming. Oh, that's kind of cute and dyeable. How does it take dyes? Decently, actually. Not bad. He's not bad. He's a bit of a fancy. Oh, it's recolored Shire gear. That's why it's not bad. Do I need a new dance partner? No, I do not. So I take it, if I'm understanding this correctly, those mobs that have like the, I don't know what to call it, the crystals, probably need to get burned down first so they don't summon a million ads. Ooh, we're gonna shield Samba real quick. Ah, gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. If I was my red mage, we would have done it. Oh god. Oh, Rando, I'm sorry. I aimed that at you. They only summon the one ad though. Gotcha, gotcha. But they're also the most ouchy of the pull. Ranged DPS LB on that pull a lot. That's good to know. Could a magical DPS pull off the same effect? Are they close enough for it? Burst down the one, burst down one of the spawners, then let LB everything into a lovely pulp. Got you. So magic or range could do it. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. It's usually considered acquired. Cool. Literally wiped because of lag? No, we did great, Jolly. Don't worry. I don't care about wipes. They don't detract from my experience at all. Full pull comes in time for LB1. Cool. Now I know. If I ever get this in roulette, that's probably what's expected of me. Wipes are part of the experience? I totally believe that. Dun, 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 dun. And wiping just means you get to hear the dungeon music longer. Exactly. There are benefits. I didn't get feather procs. I'm so mad. Oh, that attack coming from the wave is telegraphed so interestingly. Oh my god, it's giving such Satasha. I think you need to stand on them. Yeah, you do, because an ad pops up. Oh my god, it's giving such Satasha. That's why it's a Satasha remix. Oh, my step is off. God damn. First time dancer. Sorry, first time dancer. Oh, she got hands. Give me feathers, damn it. Give me feathers. Got a couple. Okay, there's gonna be a lot of hands coming out. I'm frightened. I think we sit back here, or I sit back here. Oh, crap. I see how that should have been handled now. I misunderstood the telegraph. Bone Breaker is what that attack was called. I'd never calm this Lala. Oh my god, does it even know anything? Oh, it's happening again. Looks like some ads are going to be unavoidable. Oh! The ads got unalived. That's not a turtle, that's a queen. 2 words, turtle boobs. Oh my god, it actually has turtle boobs. Why would you curse me with this knowledge? Do you hate me? Do you hate me? Do you wish for me to suffer? So we stand here. We fall. Hey! If I have to notice, so do you. You're like me, cursed with knowledge. They really said if you skip that mechanic in Satasha, you gonna learn. Too bad you do so much damage in Satasha that like the mechanic is almost never relevant. Turtles lay eggs. Why do they need boobs? Because Final Fantasy said so. Same reason the Ananta have tits. Same reason the like literally every race in this have tits. Oh yeah, limit break. I was so focused on mechanics. If you want to roll on this, go ahead. Given all the discussion we just had about this orchestrion roll, if you want to roll on this, go ahead. Okay, I will not be mad at you. Go right ahead. I will not let my streamer privilege win out. Go for it. Go for it, go for it. As much as I love it, I will not be mad. Come now, she was maniacal. The remaining benthos? I called it, I actually called it. It's because we summoned it. We were talking about it. And your customer was like, oh, hello. I told you to hit that yoinky sploinky Terra, but you did not. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If there were more guards, they would be here by now. That was all of them? Every last one? 'Tis a boon we find the sanctum intact. I was so focused on my bar and my procs, I didn't even look around. It's genuinely beautiful in here. Sith? I'm gonna allow that, because yes. Because straight Japanese horn dogs, yes. My Ananta headcanon, those aren't boobs. They're venom sacs. That's where they store their venom. Also, Rando, grats on the orchestron. Like I said, if I want it, I can come back here unsynced and like do my best to farm it. Which I will do. Which I will do. Decided not to roll to be kind. I appreciate that, but you could have.
This structure must have served an important function. And here are yet more crystals.
That goes for any future content as well. If you're doing it with me, I'm not gonna let my streamer privilege show that hard. You can absolutely roll on something if you have interest in it.
I too noted the crystal repository on the way. The Benthos seem to employ them in their spellcasting.
In such vessels did the ancients preserve concepts.
Oh.
Ideal forms to be drawn upon in the act of creation.
But the Benthos surely can't.
That so great an abundance should reside here lendeth credence to Ishtola's conclusion. This facility held great significance.
Oh shit! This is pre-calamity. Or like just as the calamity. Emmett created all this from memory. I thought these relics were still here. I thought these were actual. Or was it Emmett's creation? Maybe I misunderstood. I love how Ray's Dark Glam and your Summoner Glam basically match. You guys are so cute together. You can roll on it, but chat will judge you. I thought this was part of Amarat. Maybe it is? These are actual ruins. That's what I understood from the quest. Thank you, Sif. Yeah. These relics are actual. You were right. Okay. Because it was deeper beneath Amarat. By the summoning of Zodiark, have we been granted a reprieve, yet immutable. Oh, this was after Zodiark. Yet immutable as the laws he has woven may seem, they will not serve to forestall our doom. Are these the summoners of Hydaelyn? Nay, should we continue down this path, our fate will be the same. I said as much during the convocation, of course, but the stubborn fools turned a deaf ear to my warnings. I had hoped that the defector, at least, would side with us, but I regret to report our overtures have gone unanswered. Whither tend your thoughts, Vinette? Where you lead, we will follow. What was the name? Vinat? Vinat. I shall not speak ill of the convocation. They too seek only to secure the future of our star. Yet it is plain they will not countenance a permanent solution. That being the case, we must ask ourselves a simple question. Are we prepared to pursue our chosen course, even should it mean suffering the eternal condemnation of our brethren? If so, I see no further reason to... Oh, I don't know what that word means. Demur? Let us bring forth the light that shall ever keep after the darkness in check. No, don't cut me off there! Fuck you. Oh! I wanted to know about the worshippers of Hydaelyn so bad.
It was they who first summoned Hydaelyn.
That's all we get right now? Oh, I hate this game. Dimmer means to discuss. Thank you, Terry Lynn. I hate this game. How dare that be all they give me right now?
Their discussion did seem to imply as much, yes. I cannot say I have ever heard of this Venar before.
Oh, Venar. We just ignore the T. French. All right, thank you. Venar. Venar.
For a certainty, Emmet Selk never uttered the name, speak though he did of the schism which Zodiark's advent wrought upon mankind.
Hang on. Wait, what if? I have to spit this out because I had the thought. Don't say a damn thing in chat. What if we're Venar? Could you imagine?
Some were of the viewpoint that his power
Emmet Selk's reaction to us was so dramatic. And it's like, he didn't speak of Venar. Some are of the viewpoint that his power must needs be restrained, and to that end, they call forth she who would serve as his shackles. Sorry, I was talking over that. I had to read that.
Know that it was this Venar to whom they looked for leadership.
It would make so much sense. It would make so much sense if we were Venar.
And that this place, in all likelihood, served as their headquarters. The presence of such intimate records attests to that. I would
Dude,
hear what else
could
they
you
have to tell
imagine?
us. All of it. Did anyone see the source of the image?
Which one it came from? No, I didn't. Oh, this thing lit up. It was this. Please give me more, please.
The device there? Then let us see what other secrets it holds.
Okay. Give me more. Give me more. Yes. 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 Hit me with something that instantly confirms my theory. Venar, please. Why must it be you? If I may speak plainly, I would sooner it were another, any other. You are our leader. None can take your place. You know as well as I that but few support our cause, far fewer than they who place their faith in Zodiark. If Hydaelyn is to stand a chance at opposing him, I am the only one who might suffice as her heart. Hi. It's cold out? Hi, thank you for coffee. And donut? I love you. How cold are you? Your hands are red. Aww. Mwah. Poor cold little bean. What's that? One sec. I gotta be right back, you guys. One sec. Okay. Eat my ass. Do it. Take me. Huh? Why isn't it doing it this time? Hello? I'm confused. Okay, well, it's gonna eat our ass eventually. Oh yeah, handsome chin. Do you think I have a handsome chin? Is it like, ooh, ah. Wait, double chin. I have two of them, double the handsome. I'll do it in order. Freddy is my top. Then probably your nut butter. Oh no! Sorry, my poor bean was so cold. My poor little bean. He was so cold. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. What did we miss? Rest assured, however, I shall not vanish from this world. The form I take shall ever remain my choice. Then I will press you no more. Only know this. You will be sorely missed. I wonder, is this how the convocation felt about Elidibus? Wait, what happened to Elidibus? Whoa, huh? Does this mean Elidibus sacrificed himself as well? But then why is he... Oh god, I have so many questions. I'm gonna drink some coffee. After I spat my theory, I have to be honest, I didn't look at chat.
What?
Just in case somebody spoiled. So I didn't look at chat, but I'm now looking at chat, so don't say anything about my theories. No confirms, no denies, only smiley faces. Because smiley faces to my channel are neutral.
Forgive me, but did that not strongly imply that Elidibus sacrificed himself to become Zodiark's heart?
That's what I just said! Thank you for confirming.
Hells. Then who or what are we dealing with?
Elidibus is a title. Elidibus is a title, it's not a name. Somebody just took Elidibus's title. Right. I have to keep reminding myself of that. It is a title. Like Emmet Selk was a title, Hades was the name. Elidibus is the title. Chat, we're being good beans. I'm so glad to see that. If anyone's new here, hi, welcome. Sorry I wasn't seeing you if you said anything for the first time. Hi, love you, welcome in. Good to see you. Thanks for the follows, by the way. Man, oh, I need so much more of this. I need so much more of this. Turns out we're doing a 10-hour stream today. Job title, Elidibusy, yep. And there I was thinking immortal was bad. Would someone explain to me how we're meant to kill a being who doesn't technically exist? No, he exists. I think it's a different Ascian that took on the title of Elidibus. Welcome in, thanks for the follow, by the way. Let's just finish 5.3 today. I'm down. That this facility shared intimate ties with the Academia Unedited may readily be discerned from the common element in their names. Based on mine observations, 'tis like that the forms housed here were conveyed unto the Academia only when required, and thence returned for safekeeping. Yet such procedural...
5.3, let's go.
Demi, thank you for the 100 bits, by the way. And thanks for the follows, you guys. Welcome in. Yet such procedural minutiae are of largely academic interest, I concede. 'Tis unto the parties which did frequent these institutions that our thoughts should rightly turn, specifically the followers of Vana and the Convocation of 14. To say naught of the matter of Elidibus. I have two running theories. I'm not going to look at chat again after I say this just in case. Two running theories. Either we are Vana, or Vana was speaking much like Minfilia was. Vana was speaking much the same as Minfilia, so it could be their full form. I had always assumed Elidibus to be one of the same ilk as La Habrea and Emmet Selk, but if the real Elidibus sacrificed himself before the Sundering, yeah, then it's somebody else taking on the title. Yeah. Or at least that's the theory. It makes no sense. It does, if you remember it's a title. Do you think we might be able to activate the device again? I should like to hear how those discussions ended. Me too! Let me click. Kuiper! Hi, Kuiper! Oh, this music is incredible. The device appears to activate via a form of ethereal attunement, not unlike an aetherite. Beyond that, I can say little for certain, save that we should take this opportunity to see what other records it contains. Thank you. Oh my god, thank you. Oh, yes. Oh, so much more. You get to come back here to answer questions for yourself too? That's the beauty of watching people play through after you've done the content. Ah, no response. Confound it. Confound it indeed. Game does a good job of trying to explain itself. God bless that, truly. If I may, my lady, the panel did formerly emit a soft yet perceptible glow. That it doth so no longer may betoken the depletion of some essential energy within. Given how long it has lain dormant, I think it fortunate it functioned at all. That may be, but if we can't get it to work again, we'll be leaving with more questions than we've answered. The white-robed emissary hath ever named himself Elidibus, yet if the shade spoke true, Elidibus ceased to be ere even the Sundering came to pass. This calleth to mind a truth that Emmet Selk did once reveal in passing, that the names by which we know our foes are not those given to Ascians at birth, rather they are titles of office.
afforded to individuals of merit at such time as the role becometh vacant. Perchance, the Elidibus at Zodiarch's heart and the emissary with whom we are acquainted be not one and the same, but predecessor and successor. Eorzea, thank you for being smart, bud. It's possible, if the previous Elidibus perished before the final days, the one we know could still be a survivor of the Sundering. And yet, something in that explanation rings false. I will remain for a time. I would not abandon my attempts to revive the device so soon. There is more to learn here, I can feel it. In matters of ethereology, I know of none as capable as thee. If there existeth a means to learn more, thou wilt surely find it. Whilst thou art thus engaged, we shall attend to matters on the surface.
Oh, this is so cool! This is so cool, dude!
You may now enter Anamnesis and Niter with a party of NPCs. Oh yeah, the trust mechanic, right?
This is so cool. Milady,
Tips Fedora.
hi gamers! They'll just staring out at sea. Oh, god damn.
PSA for Terra, check the message I sent in stream discussion. K. Okay. That's awesome. So we could probably get through the first half of 5.3, finish it tomorrow, for however long it takes. I like that idea.
Oh my god, I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped, dude. This is so sick.
Does she really not mind working alone?
No, she definitely prefers it.
Hopefully this will make the Benthos think twice before raiding the stores of their fellow Ondo again.
Hi, Val. Val, I love you.
The first chunk of 5.3 is pretty self-contained. I'll let you guys tell me when the stopping point is for 5.3, and I guarantee we'll finish it on Friday.
Oh my god.
Answers never did come to us tied neatly with a bow. We'll get to the bottom of things eventually. While it is true our findings have raised more questions than they have answered, it's not impossible that Y'shtola will gain access to additional... Why is Alfie still calling her Y'shtola? After everything we've been through, are you not close enough with her yet? If nothing else, we've spared Yulmore from invasion.
Had to swap phone because the internet was being fucky. Jolly, welcome back to the... Ah!
No! You keep it! You keep it, Rando! No. You want it fair and square. You keep that.
It's cheap on market. Aww, Rando. Aww, you bean. Come back here so I can hug you. Thank you. It's such a banging orchestron. Floundering in the depths. Rando, thank you. Sweet soul. So what you up to? Vel, get the hell out of here. Vel, you and your little Stormblood 4.0 ass needs to get out of here. Love you so much, but we just had like a massive bomb. A massive bomb that you cannot see right now. Love you. Keep doing your MSQ. 4.0 ass. 4.0 ass. Get the fuck out of here. Drowned City of Scala, people leave. Oh man, that's hilarious. Gonna make a spicy chili with all these beans, truly. Look at these cute people staring out in the distance. That's how I want to be rated, 4.0. Oh my god. Alphino is formal to a fault, he really is. And she is his senior, and is very scary. Fair enough. I feel like at this point I can drop the Y on Y'shtola, but every now and then I go back and forth on it. Fun intrusive thought just now. Should make a character named Reverse Rando, have him wear nothing but pants. Since this Rando never wears pants. Skies out, thighs out. Echoes of a fallen star. Surely that just means it takes forever for one to turn around. Lord, word whiz. You can't. You can't say that. Stormblood did nothing wrong, okay? It was just unfortunate timing in between Heavensward and Shadowbringers. We're all in agreement of this. Last quest of 5.2. Let's fucking get it. Can we but uncover Elidibus's true origins, we may yet come to understand his designs. To that end, Y'shtola must needs be afforded as much time as she doth require to complete her investigation. To the extent that such things are within our control, yes. Speaking of which, perhaps we might trouble the Exarch for news of his progress with the spirit vessel. He will no doubt wish to hear of our own discoveries as well, such as they are. Exarch! Why are we still calling him the Exarch? I don't like it. Oh, did I get whisked away? What's happening? Oh, I did get whisked away. Bye, friends! Enjoy being on the cliff. Oh, that's so fair, Rando. That puts it so perfectly for me. It's like dropping the honorific.
Dare I ask what's going on?
Everyone shut up, it's Graha time. It's best boyfriend time. He's used the title for so long. That's right, he did in fact say that himself, but I'ma just keep calling him Graha, okay?
Ah, excellent timing. For me, in any case. We have a problem.
Fuck, what else is new? Can't we just have a happy
The vast majority
time?
of those gathered here are presently in the employ of the Guard or else one of the facets, and no longer wish to be so.
Why?
In principle, all are free to change vocation at any time. But a city does require a certain number of people in these positions if it is to continue to function.
Mm-hmm.
For the moment, I have asked them to postpone their resignation until such time as replacements can be found.
That's fair, right?
As you may have surmised, we have the Warrior of Light to thank for this.
Oh.
It's you, the Warrior of Darkness.
They want to go become Warriors of Light, so they don't want to work for the Guard anymore.
You understand, don't you? Someone's going to have to look after this place once you're gone. We just want to be ready to do our bit when the time comes.
And not only here, but everywhere. Which is why we've got to get out there and lend a hand to those in need. That's what you did, isn't it? Even if it was just little things at the start. You helped people.
But, like, we never really went out looking for it. It was kind of all thrust upon us. I'm gonna say, well, yes. Although, wait, this makes me think of Alpha. It makes me think of Alpha.
And we're trying to do the same. We may have our sky back, but there's no shortage of people who still need help.
Hmm.
If we follow in your footsteps, then I choose to believe we too can be heroes one day. Even warriors of light.
Like it's a good thing? Kinda? Kinda? Alpha's best boy, yeah. I still haven't seen them in the world yet, and I really, 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 really want to.
What are we to say to that? We can hardly tell them they are mistaken.
This is my problem.
They seek but to do good, as you have.
Yeah. It's like, it's good motivation. It's just unfortunate who it came from. Also, thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome in.
But no
Someone,
more can
you put it
we
perfectly.
stand idly by and suffer a paragon's scheme to proceed unchallenged.
Yep. It would be quite wholesome if it wasn't Elidibus's doing. I'm stressed. Clouds don't move like that. Storms are brewing.
What's happening to the sky?
Storms are brewing, I just told you. Why is this so eerily similar to the final days?
What the?
Wicked White.
Like, frighteningly similar.
By the 12.
A star shower.
Heidelin?
I hear a voice.
You and all? Then why does it feel like it's inside my head?
Oh god, what the hell is happening? What is happening? Why?
Hear, feel, think. I hear it.
Me too.
This is bad
Did I not tell you, my
feeling!
friends? You are warriors of light!
You're back!
What?
What you hear is the voice of light itself, and it has blessed you with its power. Welcome
Oh god,
to the
my
fold.
cat is gonna take my entire rig down. Is it me? Can you, like, buddy, can you pick a spot? Can you pick a spot and comfort yourself? There's no way. Hang on. There is no way that Heidelin just blessed all these people.
I'm a warrior of light.
No. Sorry.
I've been chosen?
No, you I mean, maybe you have.
Can it be?
Me, a hero.
No. No, sir. We don't like it. We don't like it. Terra mad she's no longer special? No, I'm mad that his plan is running, like, what's the word? Afoul? Like, it's running perfectly. There's shenanigans afoot, 100%. Man, some people think they're special. They're only half an hour ago. Wouldn't it be cool if they got the blessing? And then I changed my mind instantly.
The falling stars, were they your doing? And why do you need warriors of light?
I mean, he's not going to answer you so plainly.
What, am I to reveal my plans simply because you asked?
Exactly.
Nay, I think not. Though the stars, I acknowledge mine. A convenient illusion apt to awaken what little is left of the power that once resided in your sundered souls.
Oh, I have such a bad feeling.
That which you and yours call the echo.
And I don't know why. I can't fully place it. How could this be a bad thing?
And an echo it is, of a symphony, but a fraction of what men in their completeness once possessed.
Only thing I can think is that this is just going to push the balance back in favor of light. That's the only thing I can think, but I don't know. I'm missing pieces of the puzzle for sure. I was blessed before it was popular.
Even those
Terra,
among
probably.
you who tower over others in the gift have only the faintest trace of it. But though sundered and forgotten through death and mocking rebirth, it has persisted. A whisper of our past, burned into your very ether, along with the sight of our end.
So he's saying that all Amaratines possess the echo?
Through the rekindling of memory, I have awoken the ability. Just as Heidelin is wont to do when she has need of new memory.
How? You mean to...
The echo has ever been thought a gift from Heidelin, a boon granted solely to her chosen. Yet thou wouldst claim she merely awakeneth the power that men should hearken unto. Her voice. Given the perceived simultaneity of her call and the awakening of her chosen's capacity to hear it, it is only natural that we thus attributed the source of the gift. Yet if, in truth, the echo is a prerequisite for hearing her voice, one might surmise that her call never ceaseth, such that all who awaken to their innate gift might receive of the blessing of light at the self-same instant.
I think my brain is smoking. Like there's steam coming out of my ears.
In sooth, we bore witness to this but moments ago. At the sight of the star shower, full many in the crowd did speak of hearing a voice in their minds, did they not?
They sure did. Pretty much all of them.
Just so. And whenever Heidelin has need of new servants, she is quick to pluck comets from the heavens or create illusions of the same.
Oh my god. Then we've misunderstood the echo this entire time.
Why then didst thou conjure this vision, full knowing that thine age-old foe would thus claim those awakened to the gift?
Foe? You must be mistaken. As you see, I am a warrior of light.
Everyone was like, what? At this scene, so don't feel bad. Okay. My brain exploding.
And together with my comrades in arms, I shall save the world. Just like you.
I want to understand you, sir. I would like very much to understand you. What are you doing? The only thing I can think is causing an imbalance of light. It seems too simple of an answer, though. My brain exploding. Tara, do you remember the first thing you see when you make a character? I actually do not. I actually really, really do not. Haven't they changed the intro cutscene since I did it? Go look back. You need to? No, they haven't? I'm missing information, hey? Looking back at this now makes this so fascinating. You caught the implication when you went through? Now, little Tara, cast your memory back to ARR days. What was one of the first visions you had when you picked up your first crystal of light? I actually don't remember. Should we go into the unending journey? Let's do that real quick. Let's do that right now together. Because I'm probably missing crucial information by not remembering that. Because yeah, I would love to go back. Just go watch the opening cutscene. Yeah, it'll be like the first thing, right, in the unending journey. Should be the very, very, very first option. Hopefully, it's even in here. If it's not, what a disservice. Unending you. Is Chasing Shadows the first one? Might not be in there. It's under your starting city? Tribal quests, class and job. Boop, boop, boop. Other quests. We could always watch it on YouTube. YouTube would definitely have it, yeah. Terra Blind. I started in Gridania, so does that mean... Wait, main scenario, Endwalker. Chronicles of a New Era? No. Side quests? No. Unless it's... YouTube is probably going to be faster. Side story quests, your starting city. Oh! Thank you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Holy shit, nostalgia. It's been so long since I saw this. I don't think I even streamed it. I think I made my character off stream.
Here. Here. Feel.
So long ago. Huh? I don't remember this.
Hear, feel, think.
Whose mask was that? Whose mask was that? Whose mask was that? Was that a... No. Show me your mask. I can't remember what Hades' mask looks like. No, not Hades. I think it's La Habrea? The fuck, dude? It's La Habrea, yeah. Should be level 5? Okay. Is it in Chasing Shadows? Here. Eel. Brain. There's one after that, isn't it? Would it be Chasing Shadows? Either that or 8. Where the heart is, Lavender Beds. No, it's probably main scenario, Chasing Shadows. Live, laugh, love. You did not. Should be Chasing Shadows, okay.
Look, someone's already here.
Or it could be cutscene 2 of that same starting stuff. Is this right? Does anyone know?
Is that a sword in the stump? Bad idea. Really bad idea.
Dude, knowing what we know now makes this so weird.
It takes
Cutscene
a
2 of
lot
Chasing
less than
Shadows,
that to
okay.
incite the green wrath, you know?
Nita, my darling. Cutscene 2. Knowing what we know now makes that cutscene so weird. Dude, I miss him. Ah, here we go. Especially because Gridania was my hometown. I miss them. I miss both of them. Who's that other Lala? It doesn't look familiar. Gridania was yours too. My heart, dude.
Here. Feel.
This would be our second time hearing her.
Think.
Oh my god. I'm speechless. It was worth refreshing the memory. Yeah, it was. Wow. Hi, I'm new to this channel. Welcome in, Kenny. We are having a brain blast moment. Holy shit. It was an unplanned but an amazing retcon. There's a scene in 1.02. Wow. I have so many questions. Dude, oh my god. It might not have been Heidelin. I'm gonna cry because of this information. I'm overwhelmed. It might not have been Heidelin that gave us the echo in the fucking first place. I'm overwhelmed. Holy shit. Thank you for the follows, you guys, by the way. Holy shit. I feel like my jaw is just like permanently open. Did La Habrea awaken the echo in us for some fucking long con? Are we playing some... Oh my god, everything is Asians. Everything is Asians. Are we literally... Are we on strings right now? Dancing. I have so many questions. I have so many questions. I have so many questions. Aliens. Aliens. Are we a puppet on strings this entire fucking game? Holy shit. I'm so happy you guys got me to rewatch that too. Holy shit, dude. I forgot La Habrea shows up in the first fucking moments. I forgot about the meteor shower. I'm like shaking a little bit. This is... Holy fuck. This is holy fuck. Dude. Hi Zoe. Thank you for the pets. Oh. And this ain't even 5.3. My god. Okay, I have to reel myself in. Chat's moving too fast so you missed it. Heidelin uses the star showers to awaken Echo 2. Elidibus just said so, yes. However, we can't discount the theory that an Asian awoke the Echo in us, for whatever reason. Could have very well been Heidelin, also could have been orchestrated by an Asian. If they truly did just awaken the Echo in these people.
but that has yet to be proved. It has wild implications. It has absolutely wild implications. Might not be true, but it's something to consider. And there he goes again. Though I don't suppose he would have given us an honest answer about his history had he stayed. Though I like not what it portendeth, having been treated to so unambiguous a demonstration, I cannot well conclude aught but that star showers are indeed instrumental to awakening the echo. Yet we need not attribute such credence to all that Elidibus hath claimed, that he too seeketh this star's salvation for one. My goal has ever been the salvation of this star. Unsettling though it is, I'm certain our friends in the Guard will use the echo well, or with good intentions at least. God, I love this game. Me too, dude. Me too. Ifrit cutscene in A Realm Reborn has so much context after Shadowbringers. Does it really? Maybe we'll rewatch that cutscene as well, because all of A Realm Reborn, I do remember bits and pieces of it. For the longest time, I didn't remember Graha's name. I was just like, Catboy. Catboy. His name was Catboy for the longest time. It did remind me of it. Amarat, I mean. All the fear and the sadness. Yeah. No. That's going off on a tangent in my brain. No. I'm shaking. Say it. No, there's no way. There's no way. Reen's line here. This is why you talk to all the NPCs, by the way. This is why you talk to all the NPCs. It did remind me of it. Amarat, I mean. All the fear and the sadness. Is it possible? No, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. I was gonna say, is it possible that the meteors and the star shower that we were seeing was due to a summoning of Hydaelyn? But I don't think that's possible. The timeline doesn't line up properly for that. Zodiark was summoned in response to the calamity. Hydaelyn was summoned in response to Zodiark. The timeline doesn't add up. No, there's no way. Oh. The more Elidibus reveals, the less I understand. Same! I'm going off on theory after theory, dude. But that he has made a fine mess of things is plain. Meteor showers because of Final Days, yeah, not because of Hydaelyn. However, the connection, I don't think I can fully disregard it. He's gone then. I've managed to persuade a number of our would-be deserters to reconsider, or at least delay their departure, but as many are deaf to my entreaties. Young Thaler and Vonard among them, I'm sorry to say. They have quit the Guard already. Nevertheless, I wish them well. Whatever Elidibus's plans for them might be, the pair have only ever had the best intentions. One can hardly blame them for thinking themselves heroes elect, not after having been blessed with the Echo. It's not as if they've shown the requisite spirit, or haven't shown the requisite spirit. I quite agree, though the impetus for their sudden departure may have been words falsely spoken. The men and women in whose footsteps they would follow are heroes in truth, warriors of light, Ardbert, yourself most of all. Endwalker Squad, here sitting eating popcorn. Dude, I can't wait to get there. I can't wait to get there. I don't understand how the story keeps getting better. I genuinely don't. I thought we peaked with Emmett and it would never get better. And then they're fucking just like, whoop, 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 pulling shit out of nowhere. And it's like, whoa. Deep breath. We're okay. And so I would ask a favor of you. Speak with them ere they embark on their journey, and furnish them with what wisdom you can. They've set off for the Amaro launch, but you should still be able to catch them if you leave now. Worth the effort, I'd say. If I recall correctly, the Elder Seedseer took the time to usher you out into the world many moons ago. I think that comparison rather flatters Thaler and Vonard, but the point still stands. They would doubtless be greatly encouraged for the Warrior of Darkness himself to see them off. Okay.
also known as a well-written story. How it builds on its foundation to grow ever higher. Yep. Kid, 5.3 was so good. It won a Golden Joystick Award nomination for Best Expansion by itself. The minute I finished 5.0, I was like bawling. Oh, this is incredible. Oh my god. It can't get better than this. And chat's like 5.3 though. Terra 5.3 though. Terra 5.3 though. And I'm like, okay, we'll see. And now I'm getting it. Now I'm understanding. If this is any inclination. Whew, fuck, dude. If thou art willing, I prithee go. Thou mayest safely leave the task of unfolding that which did transpire anamnesis to us. Avalon. My beautiful, wonderful, emotional vampires. I love you all. How do we get up there? This way. It is something else. I stop at this. Yeah, I don't think saying that's... Me personally, I don't think saying that a certain section of the game is emotional or amazing is a spoiler, so don't worry about that. Talking any details of it, that becomes a spoiler. But just saying that it's incredible, I don't view that as a spoiler. You again? Oh my god, he's all geared up! Look at this little boy. I mean, it's you, sir. Sorry, it's been a funny old day. Literally 90% of the game is emotional. Mm-hmm. You could be sure we'll take those words to heart. I still can't believe it. You coming all this way just to speak to us. I swear we won't let you down. So long as it helps someone, we'll do what needs doing out there, no matter how small. Is their party 2 tanks? Y'all, come now. What is with the first in their screwed up party combinations? And when larger threats loom, we'll be ready to face them. You see if we aren't. Aww. I like this one. Well, what are you waiting for? Get out there. Well, I'll be off then. Farewell, Warrior of Darkness, and thank you. I was gonna say this is the first. The meta has 3 tanks, 2 ranged DPS, and a healer. We don't judge sprouts, the wrong decisions. True. The last time they had a proper party formation, they caused the flood. You cannot. Jacob, don't bully them. They did their best. They did everything right. And still it came to this. They skipped the bring pretzels for these 4 soldiers. I was laughing so hard. So before Vel actually got into the game, I think I was in Stormblood and things were happening. Vel has Swiss cheese brain just like I do, so she forgot it all. And she was talking about that recently, how she's like, oh, when she finally got to the cutscenes, then it made sense to her. But there's something she said where we were doing mind-blowing things, seeing recurring characters and shit like that. And Vel was in A Realm Reborn at the time, and she was like, meanwhile, me and my important pretzel delivery quest. It's like, yeah, it's the rite of passage. It's part of A Realm Reborn. I'm sorry. You gotta deliver those pretzels. And remember every minute of it, because it's all important. Oh, Becklug. Pretzel deliver, very important. Hey, remember that one nameless NPC that you delivered 3 pretzels to? Most important NPC of the next expansion. Oh. You caused quite a stir when you set forth as the Elder Seedseer's newly anointed envoy, you know? Minfilia was delighted. The world is ever in need of heroes, she said. I take it they were suitably inspired. Yes, they were. This land is our home, and it is we who must protect it, even if he didn't believe a word he was saying. And it's all part of some terrible scheme. It's hard not to take his message to heart.
Honestly, don't listen to all this prattle about life-changing importance of your words to impressionable young heroes. You could nod mutely. You could nod mutely in their general direction and they'd still be inspired. Is this the writing team being self-aware? Warrior of Light through 99.9% of the game. That fourth wall is so fragile. Maybe a little bit of this too. Oh my god. Alexei, I fucking love you. You're incredible. Thank you for slightly damaging the fourth wall. Ah, Shady, welcome in. The writing team is so self-aware, it's amazing. Absolutely incredible. Wait until you see the Shade in the Nier raid quests. I can't wait. I think it's 2 weeks from now we're gonna do Nier. Look forward to the Nier quests. Fuck yes. Where are those hands going? Do not make my hugs lewd, okay? Clipping happens. Clipping happens and I'm short. Wait, don't forget the pointing at your own chest. Right. Thou art returned, and at a most opportune time. We have but this moment concluded our account of all that came to pass in the deep. Okay, good. I think this is gonna be a recap for Swiss Cheese Brain Me. Head empty. I was so deeply immersed in my research that I entirely failed to notice the star shower. Bugger. Oh no! Oh, Beklug. It was very beautiful. Sorry you missed it. Ah. Hi, Loom Fulkerman. Have you found yourself nodding and fist punching in tandem? Oh yes. Oh yes. All the time. I mimic what my Warrior of Light does all the time, and I can't help it. Ah. Clipping is a natural part of life. Sadly, true. I've got thousands of hours and still sometimes find a fate with a funny name I haven't seen yet. Writers worked hard. They really did. They really did. Even yellow quests are incredible. The Nier raids are not canon in the 14 universe, but they are canon in the Nier universe. That's so sick. Doctal. I've never seen Urianger look at a Lala before. He's actually in danger of breaking his neck. Poor man, dude. Don't forget when Lala pets a tall person, they're touching the general. Stop! Don't lewd my Lala, okay? He's precious boy. He's little street urchin. Street urchin? Street urchin with little dirty face. Do not lewd him. Can someone please explain how the story skip purchase works? Don't story skip! Oh, please! Although, you know what? Story skip if you want to. The game has so much to offer. It genuinely has so much to offer that you can enjoy the game without the story. If an RPG is not your thing, I'm not going to shame you, all right? Would be nice if you enjoyed the story. Not a prerequisite, though. Like, raids are awesome. PvP is pretty fun if you're playing Monk. And there's so much other content that I think it's unfair to shame someone if a story's not their thing. However, if you're even slightly interested in a story, highly recommend it. Wow, Terra, way to shame people? Cancel Terra? No. I get it. Oh, okay. Aunt Hot, A Realm Reborn is so dry. I will tell you this with absolute sincerity. A Realm Reborn is so dry, but it's kind of like a rite of passage. If you can drag yourself through A Realm Reborn story, it's up from there. It's so incredible. Whew. Thank you for making the effort. I'm certain your words will be a boon to them. While you were away, the others told me of your investigation. We've yet to discuss how to proceed, however. They only sell level skips to 80 though? Well, because then you're caught up to like the expansion, right? You caught up to this expansion. Realm Reborn is also necessary. There's so much lore, yes. And there's so many callbacks. It rewards you deeply for investment. It's good, but it's drawn out, yes. Badge of Endurance. I've got 17 characters, did A Realm Reborn 16 of the times. Holy shit. Holy shit. I don't even get why you'd play this if you didn't enjoy the story. I mean, Zoe, just look at all the content. Just look at all the content in this game. If somebody's only here for raiding and they want that difficult raiding content, or they're only here for player housing, player interactions, I don't think it's fair to shame them. That's just my personal take on it. I think this story is absolutely incredible. Brandon, hi, I love you. I think this story is incredible, and it's quite genuinely one of the best stories that I've ever experienced in my life. However, it's not for everyone.
like not everyone wants to hear a story. Sometimes they just want to hang out with their friends in a game that they love and do hard content or do casual like community content. I don't think it's super fair. Brandon, sorry, I was off on a rant. Brandon, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Guys, please click the heart. Brandon is so sweet and so amazing, and I love him so dearly. Brandon, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, you guys. Personally enjoy the non-combat jobs like cooking and fishing. Yep, and that's a lot of people. Some people only play this game for the crafting, and then they have to do the MSQ to get more to get more of their crafting. Yeah, Jokehead's video on how he finally enjoyed the story is great. Yes, absolutely incredible story, but I'm not so naive to think that like everyone's gonna love it. Imagine there is someone out there who plays 14 solely for the fishing. Their name is Golsif, @Golsif. Absolutely, and anyone who does so can always go through New Game Plus and peruse the story at their leisure while still being at endgame. Exactly, Tutor. Exactly. Thankfully, 14 excels not only in its story, but the other aspects as well. Yep. There's Heaven on High, there's PvP, there's Blue Mage content, there's the card game, Triple Triad, like there's so much. There's so much in this game. To pretend that it only has its story going for it is to do the game truly a disservice. What the fuck you say to me, streamer? I'm calling you a fishing main, and I love you. No rant away, I can and always will wait. Brandon, thank you so much for that. Raiders, welcome in, by the way, if it's your first time meeting me. My name is Terra. I like to say I'm a variety streamer, but these days I'm a Final Fantasy XIV variety streamer. I do a variety of 14 content. But other than that, I will occasionally do horror streams, like drinking streams with hard content where we drink on death, that sort of thing. But welcome in. I hope your stream was fantastic. Mac time, don't go get his ass. There are people who play 14 for the Mahjong and the Gold Saucer because it's apparently one of the best ways to play it. Exactly. Free is going through New Game Plus right now to get the story. Exactly. Listen, I don't want to gatekeep this game at all because it's so incredible. Do you know what got Vel into this game? She was watching me play and she was disinterested. She was like, whatever, it just kind of looks whatever. Then she started crafting. And then suddenly her hours were disappearing, and then suddenly she got invested in the story because she had to do MSQ to continue crafting, right? And then suddenly she's like, oh shit, wait a second. Wait, the story's actually kind of good. And now she's done Stormblood. We just did Royal Menagerie for her like the other night, and she's loving it. And now she's like desperately like looking in my chat like, is it safe? Is it safe? And it's never safe. 14 also scratches my not really OCD itch to collect things. Exactly. If you just want to get in here, collect glamour, collect mounts, collect pretty things, power to you. I don't think gatekeeping a game just because it has one amazing aspect is ever a good approach. Yeah, I've constantly been like, oh, Terra's on, but I'll raid him when he's not playing Final Fantasy. Just as you hadn't really seen it before. Realized today that this is like your main go-to. It really is. Love it though. Glad you found your game you love. Oh, Brandon, love is an understatement. I love this game so much. I collect minions, mounts, and triple triad cards. God, I dived into triple triads, accidentally stayed up till 4 a.m. playing it. The first time I picked it up, accidentally stayed up till 4 a.m. Now I have a pretty decent deck that I go and get mad at NPCs that have the same plus rule. But it's fun. I love it. What got me into this game is watching Asmongold's, watching endgame job rotation videos. You love complicated rotations. 14 has plenty of jobs that will satisfy you, like Monk or Samurai, I believe. I'm a Corvid that wants to collect shinies. There's a saying in the community, you either quit at A Realm Reborn or you play long enough to be a walking advertisement. And dude, I can think of no truer statement. I feel obnoxious around my friends now that don't play 14. I'm a walking ad. I'm like sitting there shaking, like, how do I engage with other humans without talking about Final Fantasy XIV? How do I do this? What do normal people do? It's so bad. Nothing beats the satisfaction of finally getting your housing glitches done and looking at your work. Exactly. I'll be there soon. I have a house. I'm on Modoin for a reason. I have a house. And yeah, I'm gonna be doing housing glitches to get a fucking cute ass setup. I think I popped in once and there was like a bunch of cinematics and enjoyed. Remember some rat looking character? You were in a canyon? It was a long time ago. A rat in a canyon. That couldn't have been the final steps of faith. You wouldn't dare call Justinian a rat. Oh god. There's a website you can play triple triad? Stop. Don't feed my addiction. Don't feed my addiction. Oh, gotta be a kicker, probably. Or Chichurn? I don't remember how to say the name. Let people like things. Thank you, Becky Bones. Literally that. The story of this game is what made me write headcanon And lore for my own Warrior of Light. Never felt so invested in an MMO character. Me too. Why do you think I've been thinking about Bun Boy, but I'm so scared to switch off Bun Boy? Might just have been a dream. A dream you had me in, Brandon? You dream about me? Mutamix? No way, Mutamix. No way. I only just did Mutamix, like, recently, since I picked up my Goldsmith. Wait, you talk to people from more than anything 14 related? My friends are so sick of it, dude. I'm like, oh, but in 14, they're like, dude, I'm not playing 14. And I'm like, you fucker. I need to reverse psychology them and tell them, oh, it's a terrible game. You'll hate it. You'll hate it. It'll be so bad. And then maybe they'll play it. Bum boys are so pretty, but sentimental value on my Lala. Okay, I love you guys. Brandon, thank you again for the raid. We went off on a big rant and like nerded out about how much I fucking love this game. I'm gonna get back into the story. Mwah, I love you guys. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Thank you for being open and understanding and receptive and not gatekeeping our wonderful, fantastic game. You still have your Fantasia. I'm about to buy a 3-pack. I have no self-control. 0 out of 10, don't play this game. Okay. Whew. While your findings in Anamnesis and Nider do raise important questions as to the identity of our adversary, we are no closer to discerning his design, nor do I know of any other potential avenue of investigation. Nodders. For which reason, we must needs trust to Yshtola's ingenuity, and wait for her efforts to revive the Ancient's device to bear fruit. Please, please, Y'shtola. What if I were to attempt to follow the emissary? Elusive as he is, his plan compels him to court public attention. He shouldn't be impossible to find. Especially for one of your experience, it does seem worth the attempt. Then I'll come with you. Safety in numbers. No? In combat, perhaps, but where stealth is required, the opposite is true. Happily, I don't plan on getting myself caught, so you've no need to worry. Alright, then I look forward to your return. Dad Crid's such a good boy. Remember when I wasn't a Dad Crid simp? Pepperidge Farm remembers. You're not going to be able to play this game for a whole month? Rest in pepperoni. Love that Fantasia's an option, but you couldn't change ever. I've changed once. Aura to Lala. Getting off Lala will be hard now, after all the cutscenes I've seen with my Lala. But my bunny boy's real cute. I showed him at the start of stream today. My bunny boy's so cute. How's Terra today? Terra's fucking hyper. I'm hyper as shit, dude. This has been wild. It's been a wild, wild story day. Oh, when the queues were horrible, please do not play the critically acclaimed. Do not hear about the critically acclaimed. I love the reverse copy pasta when the queues were. Please forget about. Sounds like the rest of us should avoid doing anything which might prompt Elidibus to look too closely at our movements, insofar as it's possible. I recommend we limit our activities to the Crystarium. Fun fact, those that are new here, I actually stopped playing Final Fantasy XIV when Endwalker came out. I had just stepped my little toes into Heavensward, about level 52, 53 MSQ, and then the queues were horrendous. And I was like, okay, we're gonna play something else. I can't sit in queue for 3 hours of my stream. And now we're back, and holy fuck, am I ever glad we're back. Because I almost didn't come back, because all I had under my belt was A Realm Reborn, right? And I was like, I've heard Heavensward's good. Nothing really crazy had happened by level 53 in MSQ. And I was like, you know what, fuck it. Fuck it, I want a good story. Boy, did I not know what I was signing myself up for. Speaking of which, Exarch, might I ask if you've made any progress with the spirit vessel? Of course, we're presently studying the principles underpinning memory transference and, I believe, nearing the requisite level of understanding. Less hearteningly, practical trials of transference methods suited for use with the vessel have yet to yield satisfactory results, to put it mildly. But there are still many promising possibilities we have yet to test. Indeed, though it may take some time yet, we are well on our way to a solution. And I shall not rest until one is found. And it will not end in you dying, you fuck. Sorry. Though we are all grateful for thine unstinting efforts, thou needst not labor to the exclusion of all else.
If it would serve to lighten thy burden, however little, I should gladly offer mine assistance. Quite. I, for my part, will do what I can to ensure that the Crystarium continues to run smoothly, in spite of recent disruptions. Tricking the game into staying on was like a mini challenge. Low-key cannot bring myself to Fantasia to another race. The one time I did get a Fantasia, it was just to make some edits to your character. Oh, like small facial features and stuff. Not to be dramatic, not to be dramatic, but I would die for Graha. If you die, I'll kill you, Terra to Graha. It's true, I will. I'll pluck his ether from the live stream and be like, oh, you fuck. Then perhaps I could help. There must be something I can do, even if it's just guard duty. Yo, Reen on guard duty, let's go. Thank you, all of you. I shall breathe easier for your assistance. Of course, on the evidence of the recent past, it will not be long before some new crisis arrives to throw our plans into disarray, at which time your services will be in particular demand. That being the case, perhaps you might take this opportunity to retire to your suite at the Pendants. I don't want to. There's not going to be an Ardbert. I used to love the video that's going up tomorrow that covers like all of my Shadowbringers 5.0 experiences. There's so many moments I forgot about just going back to your suite, like your in-room, and getting to talk to Ghost Husband. Now we don't get that. Ought we to inform the citizens that the Star Tower was an illusion, do you think? They might sleep better for the knowledge that no damage was done. I would not die for Graha, now hear me out. No! There is sure to be no shortage of potential heroes upon whose good nature Elidibus will try to prevail. The trick will be in anticipating which settlement he'll direct his attentions towards next. There's so much to be done, and so little I can do to help, but you can count on me to play my part in the empty. I will accompany my brother and make sure he doesn't get carried away. You will do as you're told and get some rest. Both of you. Shooting fucking daggers at poor Graha. Honestly, he's a danger to himself. If I were Lena, I think I would have hit him over the head with a blunt object by now. At least then he'd lie down. The fucking daggers she shot at poor Graha, dude. Love her so much. Do you ever scream in your mouth so loud you go and vent in spoiler chat? That's why it's there. Hey, Toon, that's why it's there. That's why the spoiler chat in the Discord exists, so you guys can get it out and at each other who all understand it. And I will never look in that chat. Maybe once I'm done with the MSQ, I'll look in there. But not now. Knowing not whether Elidibus or our ever-waning connection to the source representeth the more pressing problem, we must needs attend to both, and risk solving neither. That fucking sucks. Never fear, I too will continue to assist the Exarch to the best of my ability, and if that means casting the odd sleeping charm, so be it. Dude, they're all taking care of my cat boy. I love it. One of these methods will work. It must. Of course, I don't wish to worry Lena. She has more than enough to worry about already, but I swore that I would return you all home. The fucking crossed arms. All right, fine. I will henceforth endeavor to take breaks when appropriate, while Lena is watching. I love him. Everyone wants him to take a nap. It's so cute. Wait, where's my door? Ah, there it is. It's so cute, dude. Not me immediately going to read spoiler chat. Hey, that's why it's there. That's why it's there. Oh, I miss Ardbert so much. I missed him for all the patch content in Shadowbringers and still miss whenever I walk into an in-room. It's not going to be the same. It's so not going to be the same. I'm sad, dude. Why even go in there? You want to click all the spoilers, but you're not done with that marker yet? Yes, in that chat, people should be correctly tagging, including what the spoiler is in relation to. So if you step in that chat, it should be like, they might be like, oh, Endwalker, what's the patch? 6.1 spoiler, and then a block of blocked out text. That is proper etiquette in that channel. I hope people are doing it. Graha did promise us that he won't rest until everyone is back home, and you did say you'll hold him to it. Fair. Oh. Fuck you, Rando. Fuck you. You're a monster. Pleasure as always, Master Terrabellum. I'm relieved to see you're unharmed in the earlier commotion. Though if I may, you do look somewhat weary. I presume you'll be retiring to your suite. Rando at it again. He's a monster. Someone needs to put Rando in emotional terrorist jail. If you ever see this freak in the wild, click the adventure blade. Freak is harsh. You're not a freak. I love you very dearly. Emotional support, Artbert. Very good. Do let me know if there's anything you require. I genuinely love it so much. Rando was around during a lot of the Artbert moments, and it was so sweet. You've heard of Horny Bonk? You need an emotion bonk? Truly. Oh, a new Eden quest! Already? I thought it was after 5.3. Okay, but the way that the Lala stands on the chair. Okay, but that was so cute. Glynard. Master Terrabellum, it's Glynard from the Wandering Stairs. I apologize for calling so late. A friend of yours was asking after you. You may remember them from that business with the cardinal virtues. Oh, how do I? Ah! We have to. Ah! No! I can't pick! 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 I can't pick. Good evening. Let it be known that it was a 33.3% chance of me picking Giat, Tainer, or Ciela. Let it be known. That was so I just had to click. I just had to click. Toss a 5-sided coin. You pick Giat first, but you can watch all of them right after in the inn. I'm probably gonna have to. I was in the Eorzea. I saw everything. That was Ardbert, and it was not. Twice now he has appeared, calling the people to arms, speaking of heroes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Ray. That's what pushed me just slightly over the edge and made me click. Watch the free cutscene too while you're at it? Okay. I knew this day might come. Ardbert never did reappear as a virtue. But to see his flesh stolen by the selfsame Ascian that made mock of their sacrifice. I spent years searching for a means to redeem their legacy, his legacy, and in you I found it. You slew the virtues, reclaimed the stars. You spoke the truth, and the people listened. When I heard our patrons speak of how the Warrior of Light had been their saviors all along, I thought at long last. I was a fool. I cannot ask more of you, not after what you've given, but I must. Set him free. Lay him to rest with the others, in honor and triumph. Nice how, meanwhile, in the Crystal Tower's umbilicus. Nice how the reward for leveling all your rolls is a punch in the heart, right? Oh.
Foiled again. If I cannot imbue the infernal thing with my power via magical means, we may need to devise a way to infuse the vessel with my blood after all.
Is your crystal hurting?
Art thou unwell?
Or perhaps a brief respite? It wouldn't do to overtax yourself.
Please take a break. Check yourself, Graha! Exactly,
I'm
Cap.
fine.
Exactly.
And given to stubbornness, I'm afraid. Especially when I have a stake in the outcome.
They said this one crystal is enough to hold everyone's soul, right? How much blood would he have to give? Where are we? Oh. Outfit change? Wait! Huh. See, what? Does this not imply... Hang on, I'm having a brain fuck moment. Are you in the first? Xenos? Are you in the first, sir? How the fuck? No. Yes?
The dream again.
Oh. Okay. My brain was... Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. I like to refer to this outfit as his rock star stage. Dude, it's great. This is great. This is a great outfit on him. Oh no, he's hotter. Them cheeks be clapping down the street. Tutor, get out. Straight to horny jail with you. No, why is he so hot? Meanwhile, in the source. Okay, he's not in the first. Oh, that fucked my head.
A recurring dream. They do so fascinate me. Might I trouble you for the details?
Ardbert? I mean, Elidibus in Ardbert's body? That's Ardbert's voice.
I have always dreamed of it. Fire falling from the heavens, and the city, nay, the whole world ablaze.
Indeed. Could Emmett Selk have found a way? Precious few possess memories of the final days.
Why would they go with the mysterious pretense? This is clearly Ardbert's voice. Or, if it's not Ardbert's voice, it's a damn shame. Because I think this is Elidibus in Ardbert in the first. I don't get what the mystery is all about.
Why, yes. Admittedly, my knowledge is mostly second-hand, but if you are interested, I will gladly tell you the tale.
Mysteries are fun, they sure are. Although that...
The tale of the world's end.
Okay, yeah, no. Izagi, you're right. It's not sounding like Ardbert the more he talks. Ew. And it's not Ardbert's facial hair. But, Elidibus, I don't know if you noticed, Trans, Elidibus Ardbert doesn't have facial hair. Real Ardbert has his little goatee. Elidibus Ardbert does not have that little goatee. Last time Elidibus and Xenos met, Xenos tried to kill him. Okay, yeah, the first few words were unfortunately Ardbert sounding, but I think that is a new piece in the puzzle, a new player. A new player has joined the battle. Terra, are we on the first? Meanwhile, on the source. Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up, Ray. In the night you finished 5.2, you had a dream that you knew who it was, but Dream You wouldn't tell you the real you. You had to wait. They didn't want to spoil it for you. Blur, careful with leading comments. Careful with leading comments. Oh. Congrats on finishing 5.2. Thank you. What are we drinking? I think it's Chestnut Praline from Starbucks. Yes, Chestnut Praline. They take it away after the holiday season, so. It is a similar voice, yeah. The more he hey, you went with the sage weapons. Well done. They look so good. How do they look on your back? Can you stow them real quick? Why are you spinning? Why are you spinning? Those are cool. Good choice. Good choice. Good choice. And once again, congrats on the clear, dude. Whew. Toasted white chocolate is your go-to in winter? I haven't tried that. Look at all these gamers. Hang on, I have to give you a hug. I have to give you a hug. Do we want to... Oh, crap, you're the quest giver. He's not going to let us back in the inn room right away. Do we want to go back in and watch the Ifrit cutscene we're being told about? Oh, your Black Mage staff is the Hades staff. That's so cool. Stop In the name of light, before you break my heart. Ah, Master Terrabellum, we be venturing forth today. Do be sure to be careful if so. Though they say the star shower was harmless, one can never be too careful. Save it for the end of stream? After 5.3? Then we'll get the mind blow moment again, eh? I like that idea. I like that idea. But I concede it is not for me to tell the Warrior of Darkness how to look after himself. Old habits, you understand? Best for after 5.3. Okay, let's do that. Why are you running? Why are you running? Ah, sir, how very opportune. Hey, Mindel? Morin. Sorry, I forgot your name. Greetings, my friend. Do you perchance have a moment to spare? Sure. Mindel, shut the hell up. Wonderful, wonderful. I wanted to thank you, you see, for revealing to us the truth of the Warriors of Light. After all these years, your tale set the record straight. Finally, people see them as the great heroes they were. Or the great hero he is, in the case of Ardbert. You were too surprised to see him, I think. Yeah, see? No stubble. No stubble. At the time, I was not certain what to make of it, but I could see the effect his words had on those around me, and when the stars rained down from the sky, and, well, you know the rest. Morin is so precious. Ew, there's like a little graphical bug on my clothes. I need to change my outfit. When the commotion died down, you were nowhere to be seen, but I was determined to express my gratitude, and so here I am. Thank you, sir, for giving voice to the truth and restoring the Warriors of Light to their rightful place in history. Should you, perhaps, wish to have your account of these matters committed to writing, I would be more than willing to serve as your scribe. Indeed, if there is anything I can do to help, anything at all, you need only say the word. Some of the situations like in the city. We know like everything there is to know about the Warriors of Light at this point, I think. At least of this place. Situation in the city? Do you mean the people's awakening as Warriors of Light? Well, while questions remain about the circumstances surrounding Ardbert's return, history tells us that what took place may not be entirely unprecedented. But to understand that requires an understanding of Warriors of Light in a broader Vrangiditic context. If it please you, I should be glad to provide an overview. I flatter myself that it may grant you a better grasp of of that which is occurring not only in the Crystarium, but the world at large. I don't like it. Excellent. I shall return to the cabinet at once and look up the relevant texts. Pray join me at your earliest convenience. Morin Mindel used a spindle to create quite the yarn. I don't like it. I don't like it. I drew 14 fan art precisely once, and it was Morin giving a presentation on how he'd seen the Exarch with a tail. Here's an optional line where he says it. Really? That's so cute. No rest for the righteous, it would seem. Do not let me keep you, sir. I bid you a pleasant day. Really quickly, before we move on into 5.3, do we want to go see the other NPC dialogues in that cutscene? Do we want to see like Giats and Tainers and things like that? Or are we happy with Ciella's? Yeah, you want to? Since I have them all. You must. No time like the present. Let's do it. Let's do it. And that should be like one of the most recent. Unending Journey. I'm happy. What are you happy about, Taylor? If you do, this is a good time. What about the free cutscene? We're gonna save that one for the end of 5.3, so we can have our little mind blow moment, like we did with the rewatching these cutscenes. I believe it was the last cutscene. Nope, nope, nope. It was not. It was not the last cutscene. Right. The whole Xenos thing happened. Doot, 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 boop. Terra shouldn't be allowed to be so cute. No, you panic. Literally no. Oh my god, it's all Xenos. Wait, it's all Xenos? Always has been. Panic, I love you so much. How you doing, bestie? My god. Wait, the umbilicus? That's where we are. Isn't it? Oh my fucking god. It's cutscene 2. Thank you. Thank you, Ray. Boop, boop. Always has been? No, always husband. People shame me all the time for liking Xenos. I can fix him, okay? I can fix him. He'll be okay. Just give me like an hour with him. That should be enough time. What are we talking about? Who, what? It's all Xenos and Graha. I mean, could be worse. True. Xenos is a totally fine character to like. Thank you, Perlene. Xenos ain't broke. That's a manufacturer error, my man. We just gotta reset him to factory default. So tired, just got home from work and the whole thing with putting on the winter tires. Oh, I'm retiring from today. I hope you're laying completely horizontal and on your phone. I'm just watching. As if Terra was the only one who goes for Xenos. I know there are others, but there are also vocal. There's a vocal, not majority, but there's a good vocal number of you guys that are like, Xenos is a monster. How could you even? I can fix him. It's nature versus nurture. I can fix him. I will nurture the fuck out of that boy. We're gonna do somebody that I have the least interest in first. Who do I have the least interest in? Lurik. I liked Lurik. No, actually, fuck Lurik. Not Lurik. I have more interest in Lurik than I do that fucking cocky asshole Granson. Fuck Granson. I'd fuck Xenos the same. Hi, Granson. He got better, but he got better too late, Granson. Well met, sinner. Lurk for a bit, gotta run some garbage out and such. Ghosts have seen of it. Be safe. It's fucking cold out. Be safe. The inn room and talking about cute Lala animations reminded me to mention the animation when you log out of the inn bed with the male Lala and waking up as well. Monilus, have you seen both of them? I love the way they like roll out of bed and then they're like, yay! It's so cute, dude. Cutest animation in the game. Okay, I was looking forward to a welcome respite here in the Crystarium, but the mood here is not exactly conducive to relaxation, as I'm sure you've noticed. Wait, weren't the lights still off when we were talking to Ciela? Wasn't it still dark in here? That's interesting. That's interesting. So I know why a lot of us thought the star shower was in the opening cutscene. Because it was for 1.0. Posting in Discord. Thank you, Izagi. Oh. I like how catboys curl up when they say, I've never seen it. I've never seen it. Ciela doesn't like lights. She's shy. She's the only one we don't turn on the lights for? That's so rude. Sorry for paragraph, let me catch up with it. Our tires have a specific lock. Oh, no. That fucking sucks. After working all day, ugh. At least it's over. At least it's done now, Panic, but ugh. Rest your weary soul in my bosom. I'd wager you know more about what's going on than anyone else in this city. Care to share? I have dozed before. It's so cute. You needed to get it done, yeah, regardless of how tired. Ciela appreciated it for the vibes. It also probably contributed to me crying, because it all seemed so secretive and so dark. Can't say that I envy you, your prey. Dark work, this twisting of the Warrior of Light's legacy. Reminds me of what became of old... I'm gonna butcher these names again. Dikaiosine, though this Ascian of yours is a fair bit more chatty.
I'm tempted to silence him myself. Brandon made his mistakes. I'm sure they all did. But the past is the past. They've earned their rest. I'm not about to let him sully Ardbert's good name. Yes, I have, Rando. It's so cute. When you doze while sitting on the floor. What? You want me to leave it to you? Right, right. I'm not the only one carrying all that weight. Very well, but only because you asked. Remember, if you ever need me, just say the word and I'll be there. The going to sleep animation is the only bit I dislike about my male Hyur, Warrior of Light. Love him to pieces otherwise, but that one is not to your liking, let's put it that way. Is it just clunky or is it like suggestive? Oh, it's past 1 a.m. Gotta sleep. Enjoy the rest of the MSQ, Terra. Tim, hopefully we see you tomorrow. We're hopefully gonna finish 5.3 tomorrow. Do, 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 do. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. I just gotta say, this little animation of us walking up on this chair to pour ourselves some water or tea, maybe, is the cutest thing in the world. He smacks his forehead twice hard before falling in the bed. That seems like a weird take. My femra wiggles their whole body at the camera in their going to sleep animation. Okay, I need to like watch a dedicated video of all these sleep animations. These sound so cute. Minus the head smack. Oh, I didn't notice that, Ray. Seal is the one who opens the window. Tea, you say? It just looks like... No, it's just cold water. It's literally just water. Yeah, literally just water. Is it bad that even though I remembered the live letter, I'd completely forgotten it isn't Friday already? The time blindness is real, dude. It's so real. No, it's vodka. Or vinegar. Blech. Let's just go down the list and end with Tainer. Giat and Tainer have the highest chance of making me cry, so we'll space them apart. Hi, Giat! Lally ho, stranger! So there I am, minding my own business, quaffing my ale, when I hear a ruckus outside, and then clear as day, Warrior of Light. It sounded like trouble to me, and I knew if anyone was going to trouble himself over that trouble, it'd be you. So I gave Glennard the old, but I'm your best customer routine until he agreed to bring me here. And now I know where you live. Great, ain't it? Unlurk, get people happy. Some bastards walking around wearing Lammit's Ardbert like a second-hand jerkin. Lammit's Ardbert, what a cute, oh my god. I don't know what's more offensive, that or that you let him leave without a proper dwarven deccan. I'm so happy. I love Giat so much. Let's turn it around. A certain Hobson refused to teach me. Bah! In a pinch, an improvised decking would have been fine. Tell you what, I'll show you how to knock that bastard flat in the blink of an eye, here and now. Taboos be damned. After all, we ain't about to let him keep on like that, are we? Pretending to be Ardbert. Lammit's Ardbert. Step 1, make a fist. Step 2, extend your arm. Like so. Step 3, beat him senseless. Got it? Good. Now make me proud. I fucking love Giat. I didn't expect that to be so lighthearted. I mean, I should have known. She's our beloved drunk. Oh, that was cute. The male Ellison sleep animation is so slutty. Oh no. Oh no. Game makes me so happy. I didn't realize how much I missed her until now. Same. Step 3, draw the rest of the owl. How will Lurik approach this? He's gonna be like, oh, your friend is in need. You can't leave a friend hanging. Friend, because we're like his only friend because he's a loner, the poor guy. I feel bad for Lurik. His story wasn't the best, but he was lonely. Friend, literally. The Hero is waving his hand at his mouth while yawning, kind of like this. Tutor! You have a friend in need. How much money can I spend to make them better? How much will it cost? You only did physical DPS on your first playthrough, so you're very attached. The minute I found out there was multiple role quests, I was committed. I wanted to do them all before 5.0, but my chat wanted to see me suffer, so they're like, wait until after, and then it hurt so much worse. It hurt so much worse. Particularly Giat's, the healer role quests, was painful. Oh. Which is why I'm so happy that one in particular was so lighthearted. Not side to side, front to back. Like fanning air into his mouth? I see. He's well-meaning, he's just rich. Past tense, he was rich. Don't forget he got disowned. Oh no, Perline. Have you done the casters? The caster was my first one, so obviously I have a particular attachment to it, but... What charming accommodations. Rude. I had come to dine at the Wandering Stairs, you see, when I spied a considerable gathering of locals. Then the sky caught fire and, well... You must know what it all means. Anything you'd care to share with a friend? He said the word! He said the friend! He said the friend word! I never realized how pretty his bow is. That is alarming, to say the least. It's all well and good that others have come to appreciate the Warriors of Light, but we cannot allow this charlatan to exploit their legacy. So... Yes, why not? We shall reform the indomitable duo that is Reek and Sir, and put an end to his shenanigans. Eager as ever, I see. Yes, I know. No need to say it. You've no intention of involving me. I'm stupid, but I'm not naive. Rando. You could not drag poor Reek, dude. Maybe the true friends were the friends we made along the way, friend. You're the better hunter. And the better person besides. I'm reminded of Renderay, though that's hardly a surprise, is it? For her sake, for all of theirs, show this pretender what it truly means to be a hero. Reek's bow's from 08S? Damn, he was a Savage Raider? What happened? I may be stupid, Lurik. Also me. And then we just open the window. Okay, we've seen this a million times. Last up on our list,
Dana. He's not, he just bought it from one, right? Lurik is more, I may be stupid, but at least I'm not dumb. He's proud. He's a good boy. There were just better stories in the role quests, in my opinion. In my opinion, having done all of them. If I had to rate them objectively, without my bias on the caster one, as it being my first, if I had to rate them objectively, I think it would go healer, magic, and then tank, physical, unfortunately. For me. Does he qualify as a himbo though? He's not nearly built enough. Not same tune. Yep, not beefy enough. Healer, cast, tank, fizz is yours as well. Let's go, Ryu! I kind of concur with that ranking. If I take out my own personal bias of caster being my first, that I think is my official ranking in terms of how good they are. You know what's sad? The tank one could have been rated a lot higher if it wasn't for Granson. But you have to count Granson in because you're fucking dealing with him the whole time. You might switch tank and physical. Is it because of Granson? Tainer. Don't make me cry, buddy. Be uplifting. Physical was your first you did it as Bard, so the whole Rendo Ray arc probably spoke to you a little more closely just because same class. Pray forgive my late visit. I heard the man who called himself a warrior of light speak, you see, and saw stars falling from the heavens. Serig grew tired of my endless fretting and bade me call upon you if it would put my mind at ease. Is there aught you could tell me? It would have been cute if they let Tainer and Serig come in together. Good job, Becky. Good job, Christmas rep. An imposter. I feared you might say that. I believed him. I wanted to believe him. How wonderful it was that even one of them returned, I thought. Yet, if he is not the man you knew, then I'm sorry. I know all too well how that feels. I can only imagine how it must hurt to be unable to speak the truth. How you must abide the lie for fear of condemning those fallen heroes once more. It may not be my place, but allow me to offer you a few words of advice, as you once did me. Tainer, how dare you? Tainer, you asshole. Remember how dear he was to you, and be brave. You've certainly grown. Oh, I'm not half so eloquent as you. I hope that it helps. Tainer, you little shit. Eloquent? Us? Literally never. I've kind of really taken to taking the joke options in dialogues because the reactions are so funny from the NPCs. When Tainer hits his Elezen growth spurt, he'll grow a lot more. He'll become String Bean. Even more String Bean. Okay, and then we'll save the Ifrit cutscene for after 5.3. Whew. Kupo? Exactly. He'll be like 22 before that happens. Do they stay small for that? Did they stay small for that long? Where is Morin? In the Cabinet of Curiosity. Late bloomers, giraffes. We love our giraffes.
My son on the first. Oh, who was it that drew a connection that I really liked? Oh, it was in my YouTube comments. I don't remember. Shit. Oh, I remember it now. They said that they like to think in their own headcanon that Hulric is the first reflection of Gabu. And I was like, that is now my headcanon as well. Thank you very much. I love that. I love that so much. Eorzea said that he didn't hit his growth spurt until he was in his late 20s. Damn. The late bloomers. Ah, sir. Excellent timing. I have but this moment finished gathering the materials for our lesson. As a great many works make reference to the words of light, I shall, with your permission, focus only upon the details that seem most relevant. I've returned with tea. I'm ready to be awake until the first moment of 5.3. Okay. The warriors of light, you say? Forgive us, but we couldn't help overhearing. We've been out keeping watch over the Crystarium, but appears to be business as usual. So I thought I'd spend some time brushing up my knowledge of familiars, and Alphino volunteered to help. I actually came on a different errand, but I'd be interested in hearing about the warriors of light as well. May I join you? As if you need to ask. Of course. The more the merrier. If you would care to find a table below, I shall be down with the books in a moment. I don't remember exactly where in the story he did, but they were teasing Alphino at the time, if I remember correctly. Sounds about right. I love bullying Alphino moments. As if Morin would ever say no to more people enjoying his precious tomes, right? Were one to pore over the annals of Vrandic history, one would note the comparatively frequent recurrence of individuals hailed as the Warrior of Light. Ardbert and his comrades require no introduction, but many others bore the epithet long before them. To name but a few, there was Tolthewill, legendary first king of Lakeland, Rodfert, and Solard, and fabled Dron and Galgant duo of Verbert. And no list of Randic heroes would be complete without the Archmage Tiuna of Ronka. In older texts, she too was called a Warrior of Light. It did surprise me how ready people were to forget the negative associations of the title, but it makes sense if it's been around for centuries. Verily, in ages past, it was simply a synonym for hero. You find a painting of King Tolthewill in Grand Cosmos? That's so sick. Arenvald, dude, I was watching back someone's reaction to 4.0, and Arenvald is the first to lift up the flag, and I was like, man, I forgot about this beautiful boy. The title used not to exalt, but to revile. A far cry from its beginnings. This, my friends, is Norvrant's oldest epic, the original tale of the struggle between good and evil. Let's get some coffee. In a time when all lay shrouded in darkness, a prophesized hero rose to deliver the world from its doom. Fighting in the name of the light, the hero styled himself its foot soldier, and thus did he become known as the Warrior of Light. Curiously, in the centuries that followed, other heroes appeared who claimed the selfsame epithet. epithet. Despite sharing no discernible connection with their predecessors. Final Fantasy I Warrior of Light. Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute. He spawns in the hallway with the ad you have to stun. It's the last mob pull before you reach the ballroom. Oh, the guy on the big horse, right? The original Warrior of Light. And in time, Warrior of Light came to be a name accorded to all men and women of uncommon skill and valor. Holy shit, what a throwback, right? Well, well, the plot thickens. As you know, the title of Warrior of Light is also used in the source. Though the manners in which individuals have earned it are many and varied, heroes have been honored thus since antiquity. Nor does the custom show any sign of dying out, as you can well attest. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? It surely can't be a coincidence. Indeed not. Let us imagine a man who has awakened to the echo and is able to hear Heidelin's voice. As she styles him, so too does he style himself, a warrior of light. Of course, being blessed with the echo does not in itself make one a hero, and conversely, there will have been no few heroes who were not blessed with it. But such distinctions are immaterial to the masses, and over time they came to use the warrior of light and the word hero interchangeably. So not every warrior of light had the blessing then. 14's references to, it's like 14 is like one big love letter to like every other Final Fantasy game. And those that are new here, I just want to say I haven't played any other Final Fantasy game. I played like 10 hours of 12 and maybe like somewhere between 10 and 20 hours of 10-2. So I'm really excited to go back and experience some of the old Final Fantasy games and have like reverse nostalgia from Final Fantasy XIV. Sounds about right. It would be interesting to see if the theory holds true. In other words, if crossing the rift were that easy. Not everyone need to be special or blessed to be a hero after all. Yep. There I was thinking I was special. You'll love them, I'm sure. I'm so confident in it. Whew. Not all heroes wear capes and all that, exactly. But you are special. No matter how many warriors of light there are out there, there's no one like you. There's a lot of warriors of light out there. How many concurrent players? At any rate, assuming all of this is true, and there's a common thread behind the... I need to see how this word is pronounced if they're going to keep using it.
Epithet.
Epithet. So you do pronounce the TH. Okay. Assuming all this is true, and there's a common thread behind the epithet, I doubt the Asians will have been amused. Gonna pay a few bills, get some dinner. Perline, thanks for hanging out with us. To have the world at large associate light, and by extension Heidelin, with good, must have added insult to injury. I just want to say retroactively, I want to talk about the I want to talk about the Eden series, okay? You guys were trying to lead me into something. I don't like when you guys do that. I just want to rephrase. I don't like when you try to lead me into a conclusion. However, a few of you guys asked during Eden 8 if the design that Shiva took looked familiar. At the time, I said no, but now I will say yes. It looks a lot like the drawings on the wall when Emmett first talks about Heidelin and Zodiac basically being primals. I only know that because I was editing that portion of my video and I went, oh shit, this looks like Heidelin. Ahem. While this discussion is undeniably fascinating, I wonder, should I be privy to it? Mayhap it would be better if I excused myself. Smiley face. Oh, no need for that, my friend. Pray, accept our apologies. Your lesson on the Warriors of Light has given us much to ponder. Ooh, did someone say Warriors of Light? Ah! Who? Little girl. Little girl.
It looks like a little tiny Stola. I can't get over how this little boy looks like Ardbert. Rikitio, are you alright? Ah, my precious tomes. Ah, did I not say you must take care in the cabinet? His babies, they're so cute. You too, Arkil, Erwil. We're sorry, Master Morin. Aren't you? The Warrior of Darkness? She's so wide-eyed. What a precious baby. My name's Rikitio, and I want to help everyone. Please tell me, what do I have to do to be a hero? To be a warrior of light? Her little fangs. She's so cute. Aww. She'll grow into her ears, Toon, don't worry. She's like a kitten. She really, really is. What a cute little baby. Tell me, how'd you get to be so strong? Do you remember me? When you returned from the sea with the Exarch, I asked you how you became so strong. Yeah, of course I remember you. We're sorry we knocked over the books. She's so fucking cute. Tell me how cute she is. Setting aside our misgivings, it would seem churlish to discourage the young lady. Let's hear what she has to say. No harm done, to the children at least. Oh, the poor books. Even children want to become Warrior of Light. The children's inquisitiveness is to be commended, but my precious tomes. The still children / Mikote children are far cuter than they have any right to be. My Warrior of Light kidnapped her, made Estinian and Americ adopt her. They were both powerless before her eyes. So, I wanted to be a Warrior of Light, but not one that fights with a sword. Haley! Holy shit, Haley! I feel like I haven't seen you in forever. Haley, how's life? Thank you for the 22 months. You beautiful, beautiful soul. I appreciate you. Holy fuck! No, I want to be the kind that fights with potions and heals people. An apothecary. Chemist confirmed for next job. No, I'm just kidding. And I'm going to help everyone in the Crystarium. No, in all of Norvrand. Alchemist range DPS when? It's coming. We all said that, Terra! Alchemist incoming! When I told Arkil and Erwil this, they said that the cabinet should have lots of tomes about potions. I'm great. I hope you're well. I'm fantastic, Haley. Thanks for popping in, and thank you so much for the 22 months. You beautiful, beautiful soul. Alchemist Nadu DPS confirmed. I mean, it wouldn't be a caster. I'm still holding out for like Geomancer or Time Mage. We're not going to get either. We're overdue for a caster DPS. God, give me Geomancer. Terra's literally in my name. Give me Geomancer, you fucks. But this place is so big. We don't have the faintest idea where to begin searching. At this rate, I'm not going to get anywhere. If one knew where to look, one should indeed be able to find treatises on potions here. Even so, I fear they may prove a little difficult for one so young. But, Yoshibia said they're nearing the end of viable 14 jobs and we'll have to start making up new ones entirely. Yes, I heard about that. Esteemed Warrior of Darkness, perhaps you might accompany young Rikitio on Spagyrics. Rather than through tomes, I believe she stands to learn more by observing the chirurgeons at their work. Sounds like a plan. Seems we've finished here, so we'll come with you. Last one to Spagyrics is a rotten egg. I'll have you know I'm really fast. You're gonna be the rotten egg. Now we have to intentionally lose, guys.
Let children have their little W's, so you can crush them as they become teenagers. And show them that they're not actually good at things and you're way better. I'm sorry, that was a little psychopathic. Dusselgate! Crush them now to start dominance. Unless it's Pokemon, then just crush them. True. Because the battle will take 5 years otherwise. Do. When you think about the expansions, it will probably take a little longer since they will need to think from the ground up, but that's fine for cool new classes. Yep. Good morning. Hello, Samantha. How you doing? Chesameel's medicines work really well. I just wish they didn't taste so bad. After you finish helping Riki, can you help us become Warrior of Light too? You have no right. You have no right being this precious. Why am I so tall? Excuse you. You have no right to be this adorable. So cute. The reason I pause here is because I have to pee. I have to pee really bad. So we're gonna take a quick little break. I also need to get up and move around a little bit because I just realized I've been very stagnant in my position for a bit too long. I need to go to bed. Have a nice day, Tara. Kyo, I hope you have a comfy sleep. We'll see you next time. Reminds you of Catboy Basil. Stop, Becky. Don't make me sad. But we'll be back. I recommend getting up, maybe moving your body a little bit, getting some water, a snacky, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. I'm probably gonna run an ad as well, so we can get rid of pre-rolls for anyone rolling in. Good night, everyone. Good night, Jacob. All right, see you guys in a bit. Boop. Pepper, I got no more nut for you. You used it. You took all of it. Wow, that's really inappropriate. Yes! I'm so happy. I'm so happy. We fucking did it. Then people can get out their frustration. Oh no. Alright. Perfect squat music.
I heard there was a secret way that David went and it pleased the way, but you don't really care for music, do I? It goes like this, the minor Y, the major Y, the baffled king composing Waluigi, 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 Waluigi. Yeah.
Puts claws back on for school. Yo, let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go. Wait, save is still popped? Please, can I have it? Did I get it? Love you. I don't remember what I wanted to tell you. I wanted to tell you something, but I don't know. I'm drunk. Guys, it's official. I'm drunk. It's happened. Maybe the real drunk souls was me all along. Don't. If it's not legal, you can't do it, okay? For the people in the back, I don't fucking read books. I'm sorry. I'm a goddamn idiot. Am I the only one that like struggles really bad with tabs? I feel like I watch anyone else open up like a drink with a tab and they're just like, I'm like, yes? Okay. If at least one other person gives me a yes, I feel better about myself. Cause like these people look like they have like no sensation on their fingers. Cause like if it gets under the nail, it kind of hurts and shit like that. It's complicated, okay? Yes, you are. What the heck? Oh, you all mean yes, you struggle. No, you are the only... Noble! Whoa! Mayo! Mayo! Oh, Mayo's fine. Oh. Hey! So we got Screaming Terror over here. That's not the one that I thought it was gonna light up. That's not the one that I thought was gonna light up. That's not the one that... I don't get it. I thought this one was gonna light up. Wait, like, what kind of bear? Like, the bears that are on Grindr, or like the bears that are out in the forest on Grindr? Or like the bears that are like in the wild? And hang on, everything just keeps coming back to Grindr. I'm done. I'm back. Grinding Gear are doing MSQ today. At what point is Grinding Gear at? I've seen them on YouTube. I think I've watched at least one of their videos. I don't remember which one. The Trolley? They're still in 5.0. Do they stream on Twitch? Asking for a friend for no apparent reason. Oh, they stream on YouTube. Rest in pepperoni, dude. Rest in pepperoni. They stream on YouTube. Fuck, dude. Rest in pieces. They're chill dudes. I like them. I think I've seen one, maybe two of their videos, and I do like them. Riki Tio, hi Cedric. Riki Tio's so cute. They get more views on YouTube apparently. Okay, bye guys. No, I'm just kidding. What have you to say for yourself? Right, I'm here. What do I do? What do I do? Hola. Can't believe I'm moving over to YouTube. See how her eyes shine, my friend? We've made her day. You should watch their content. They make videos about Final Fantasy and their journey, and it's delightful. Because they're both playing through it like same pace, right? Like literally same place? Same place, same pace. Ascian machination or no, it wouldn't do to dash the dreams of one so young. The Exarch would feel the same, I believe. They have to pause it when one of them can't. They're at a party together, got you. They stream together. Dude, that's so cute. They literally 3, 2, 1 countdown cutscenes to stay in sync. Hell yeah. A warrior who fights with potions is certainly innovative. I prefer a blade myself, but to each their own. Alchemist confirmed! Alchemist confirmed. Riki Tio is going to be our first alchemist, and we're going to learn from Riki Tio. Or maybe it'd be Chesimil. I don't know. Alchemist confirmed. It appears there aren't so many patients at the moment. I only pray that such peaceful days continue. Alchemist copium. Grinding Gear is great. The podcast they did with Jesse Cox was also really good. Can't wait to see the reactions to Amarat. They're gonna go off, dude. I wish I could remember what video of theirs I watched. I remember what video it was. It was them comparing World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV and talking about their experiences through both. That's what it was. Hey, fun fact, Tara, did you know you could name gear sets? That's cool that you can, but I can't understand. I don't know what usage you'd want to do that under. Emotional vampires, both channels. Multi-track drifting! Well, now, to what do I owe the pleasure of so many bright-eyed visitors? Is that the way of it, sweetie? You wish to learn about medicine? That's right, I want to become a warrior of light who uses potions to help people all over the world. Wow, that is a very noble endeavor, and you aren't alone in it. No few at our infirmary yearn to venture forth as warriors of light. But ultimately, they have all decided not to pursue that dream. Huh? Why? Because the people here need them too, sweetie.
the guards who place themselves in harm's way to keep us safe, and the artisans who toil tirelessly that we might sustain our way of life, and younglings like you, who are the future of the Crystarium. They couldn't simply abandon them, you see, and so, difficult though it was, they made the decision to remain. Then, does this mean my dream isn't any good? Oh, sweetie, yours is a wonderful dream, and it would be my pleasure to help you pursue it. If we all work hard, the day will come when our chirurgeons may set forth to aid folk in every corner of the realm. As we strive towards that day, I hope that we can rely upon you as well. Though I must warn you, ours is not an easy path. No, you must work very, very hard.
Next job, Rikito Chemist. They'll be our teacher, Rikitio. I use macros for changing gear sets, which go by the set number. So if you name them, doesn't that screw with your macros? You named your wedding outfit Wedding. Okay, that's fair.
I'm not afraid of hard work. I'll become the best apothecary ever. Just you watch.
That's the spirit.
Without further ado, then, may I entrust you with a task? I have placed an order at Sweet Sieve for a potion ingredient, and I would like you to go and collect it. Oh, an ingredient! Leave it to me, miss.
Her first fetch quest. Fair brings a tear to mine eye.
My, such an abundance of energy. Though I can't help but wonder if she'll be all right by herself.
It's the Crystarium, what could happen?
My apologies, but would you mind accompanying her? When you arrive at Sweet Sieve, speak with the woman named Gracine. She will point you in the right direction.
They grow up so fast. It was coined to refer to the Blizzard fanboys who kept saying things like, but they said they'd add this thing and we asked years ago soon. It's like referring to coping as a drug. Oh, copium? Copium? Is somebody asking about the meaning of copium? Oh, yes, Becky asked. Yeah, it's like huffing copium, like to cope. Rando got it well. Worded it very good. Hopium is the same, but with hope, yes.
I shall join you. As the one who suggested this course with Rikitio, I would assist in her first steps.
Baby's first fetch quest. Soon she'll be off fighting elder gods.
And what are the two of you? Are you coming along too? Well, we do want to become Warriors of Light, which is not the same as Riki. So we'll wait for you here, Warrior of Darkness. When you return, please teach us how to fight. In that case, Reed and I shall keep them company and take opportunity to ask about their aspirations.
Captain Grimm has a good example of copium in visual format in his current state of WoW video. Oh no. Good boys. We need all kinds of warrior lights for a functioning party. Yep, they can't all be healers. We'd have no deeps. We couldn't make enrage checks. Future adventuring party right there. Can't wait for a moment when we see them adventuring and then fucking, I don't know, Rikitio fucking dies. And then they're like, ah, my first trauma. And I'll be like, baby's first traumatic loss. He's so cute. Hamster just do crystal meth like the rest of us? Slash joking. Holy shit. What you doing, Rando? What is this outfit? Hello? This outfit's so cute. Oh, it's fucking botanist. Disciple of the land. I'm out. The question is, do they double on DPS or double tank? Double tank. They're both going to be tanks for sure. You know that mini Ardbert kid is going to be a warrior, marauder, and the other one's going to be paladin for sure. That sounds way too accurate, Tara. How dare you? I'm going to harvest grapes. That would be a botanist, right? Correct. If it isn't the Warrior of Darkness himself, may I assume you're here with Master Alphino?
Right, lest you wonder, Chesameel's order is for grapes. As busy as we've been of late, however, I regret to say we didn't have the time to harvest them. So it was with apologies that I asked Master Alphino and his young companion to help themselves to the fruits on the vines. Perhaps you could lend them a hand. It's the undersized grapes you'll want to pick. They're too small for normal consumption, but suitable for making wine and medicine. Oh my god, look at little Riki Tio. She doesn't know what to do. Are these small enough? Look at her. Look at her, Rando. She's doing her best, although she's probably not there for you. You're further ahead in the story. There you are. As it turns out, the ingredients still wants for harvesting. So we're going about that now. Was it just Alphino? Oh, it was just Alphino, wasn't it? Square grapes? Wait. Wait. Let me look at these grapes. Let me look at these grapes. Are the grapes on the first okay, guys? Are the grapes on the first doing okay? They look like crystals. Grapes. Are they okay? The squapes. The squapes? They're no longer square. They look like crystals though. They were worse before? Okay, wait. Is it safe to Google 14 square grapes? Or am I gonna see a spoiler somehow? Does anyone know? I wanna see it. There's no way that square grapes could lead to a spoiler, right? No. No, best not. God fucking damn it, you guys. Can't even Google fucking square ass grapes. Do not. Yeah, probably slight spoiler. Don't. Oh my fucking god, you guys. Pick, brew, drink, grape Heidelin. It's like an upside down Heidelin, right? I'm not crazy. It's like an upside down Heidelin. Oh, I'll find one for you in a minute. Please do. I want to see how bad they were. Because these are bad, but they're not that bad. Remember us. Remember that we were once square. You got one? The ones in Wine Point might still be the old ones. You can find spoilers in the weirdest place in this game, I swear. Okay, my Twitter is dead right now. I saw something that was almost a spoiler. I have Swiss cheese brain, so I don't remember. I saw something that looked like it was almost a spoiler. I should reword. Screamed, closed Twitter, and I basically haven't opened it since. I used to do like go live posts and occasionally interact with other people's posts. I literally have not been on Twitter because I'm so scared. Just the picture, nothing else. Okay. Remember. Remember. Oh my goodness. Give me a second. Oops. I need help. It was memed so hard and fast, they were patched so quick. Looks tasty. It looks like you'd break a tooth on these poor grapes. I guess they give them a bit more of a shape down at the bottom, right? Let's compare them in real time. Hang on. Oh yeah, they have a bit more, just a little bit more like dynamic shape. Just a little bit more. They thought people were mad about them, but we loved it. Remember us. Remember. Can I have a lower camera angle? No, I cannot. First person's so high on Lalas, I don't understand. Remember us. Remember that we were once square. Where is it? There it is. Oh my god. Night and day. Wow. They used to be really bad. Like, really bad. Holy shit, dude. Night and day. Rip squares. Oh, G-pose for lower angles would have been smart.
The sacred squapes. That's so sad. They look fine now, but would have been good. Would have been good. The squapes. You'd probably break a tooth though. Let's be real. It's been a while since I was in the associated settings, but I think you can adjust your camera height. Actually, I think I did see that somewhere. There's definitely a setting somewhere. I feel like I've seen it. Doesn't matter. Largely, the camera angle's fine. Control up and down is what I do on the fly in fights. When I'm usually playing, I like this camera angle, but if I'm in like content, it's like this kind of camera angle. So I can actually see what the boss is doing. Being short Lala is suffering. Loved it when Alex Mukala did a cover of the Endwalker main menu music. I can't wait for Endwalker music. I want to hear it. Obviously I can't, but I want to hear it. Tales of loss and wine and grapes. No, that's so good. Oh, did you? Oh, that is Endwalker main menu music. Never mind, that one's okay. We've already heard that one. You'd think someone smaller than the grape's current height would be able to get a better angle. You'd think, but alas. You didn't know you could pan up and down? Hold control and up and down arrows. I saw this in like a tips video for Final Fantasy. It's been a lifesaver as a Lalafell. It's been such a lifesaver. Sometimes you can't even see the boss. You can see like their knees. Oh, you're here too. We're picking little grapes. It's quite fun. There you go. I ain't eaten either version. They both look awful. Random. You bully. Saw it in the same video, probably. Yep. I can't remember who made the video, but bless their heart. Wow, you picked this many already? Amazing. I'm what you'd call an experienced adventurer. Coming from WoW, wait, bosses exist above their ankles? I dare say we have enough between us. Shall we take them back to Chesimil? I can't wait to see what she's gonna do with them. Tell me, Riki, what made you want to become an apothecary and warrior of light? Why? Well, a while ago I fell sick. Really sick. My body was burning up, and I felt so weak I couldn't even get out of bed. Then a traveling apothecary came and gave me a potion to drink. It was the foulest thing I'd ever tasted, but it made me get better. She was so brave, the apothecary. I mean, she went around taking care of people, even when it was dangerous. I decided I wanted to help people just like her. So I started brewing potions out of grass and giving them to my friends. But I didn't really know what I was doing, or if there was anything else I could do. Then, not long ago, a neighbor told me he was going to become a warrior of light and go traveling the world, helping people. And I thought, that's the same as what I want to do. I see. Out of curiosity, what did your neighbor do in the end? Thaler? I haven't seen him for a bit, so he must be out looking for people to help. Thaler's dead. Thaler's dead. Thaler! One of the guards awakened by the star shower. I can't believe Thaler's dead. They introduced a small, cute child that we'd immediately endear ourselves with. She's related to Thaler. Thaler now has a massive timer above his head being like, he gonna die. He gonna die in this many minutes. Thank you for sharing your tale with us, Rikitio. I myself took inspiration from one not unlike your traveling apothecary, and I hope her good example will spur you on to realize your dreams. But it will not be done in a day. Such lofty goals are reached through hard work and persistence, through countless little acts of heroism, like delivering the grapes to Chesimil. If I was a writer for this game, do you know what I would do? To make my players cry? I would have Thaler dying, and have Rikitio in a situation where she had like her little grass potions, and then she's trying to save him with her little grass potions as he's dying. That's what I would do, but I'm a fucking sadistic fuck. It would seem I've been laboring under a misapprehension. Dude, would that not destroy you? Would that not destroy you
holy. I had convinced myself that it was Elidibus who had sowed and desire to become warriors of light within the hearts of people. Wow, that's so cruel. I know. Fire terror from the writing team. But I see now that the impulse to aid their fellow man abided within them from the first. Elidibus did no more than give it a name. The echo is what lets us see NPC death timers, though. It's like the Shinigami eyes, but it's the echo. And as he so kindly proclaimed, we must return to our own world ere long. With the Exarch laboring tirelessly, I doubt not but that a way will be found. Yet, I believe I speak for all of us when I say I cannot leave in good conscience, not until we have dealt with Elidibus. Yeah, agreed. Ishikawa got nothing on you. There is no longer a strange and distant land, or this is no longer a strange and distant land after all. Norvrent has become a home to us, and her people our own. Let us return to Spagyrix. It wouldn't do to keep our admirers waiting. 7.0 writers are secretly taking notes right now. They're like, oh shit, oh that's good, write that down, write that down. I said that, and like slightly in my own heart, I hurt myself. Cause you just know she would be there desperately with her little, like, not real potions and like frantically trying to save him. And then he would be like, he's like, you're doing great. Carry on for me as the warrior of light. And we'd be like, ah! Right? Don't give them ideas. It's basically a mechanical gaming necessity to show AoEs for the way the game wants you to play. They take those things away in Savage and Extreme, but the echo still exists. Shouting gun glares. But then she sheds a tear and magically heals him, right? Right? No. This is Final Fantasy. This is only trauma. Only trauma all the time. Although that would be good too. Then we'd be happy crying. Whew. Rikitio was beaming with pride when she returned. It may only have been a simple task, but she won't soon forget this achievement. Huzzah, you're back! We're ready to start learning. Riki didn't make you drink one of her grass potions, did she? No, I wish. After chatting with Arkil and Erwil, we came to an agreement, but I'll let them explain their request themselves. Rikitio has delivered her grapes, as have I. They're resurrected through the power of friendship, honestly. Grape bringers. Thanks for helping with the grapes, Warrior of Darkness. In return, I promise to brew you a potion one day. My thanks for your... Oh, she's gonna brew a potion that saves our life. My thanks for your kind help, sweetie. We now have... Oh, sorry, my voice is wrong for her. Let's get it back. We now have all the ingredients we require. From the grapes, we shall make a vinegar, to which we will add elf grass and a few other herbs to produce an invigorating syrup. Though it's unspeakably sour, it does wonders for the constitution. Grape bringers and wine walker. As part of her studies, I may just have to give Rikitio a little taste. With the little... Same dialogues? Yeah. One brings grape, one brings wine. Two-toned orchards tumbling through time. Warrior of Darkness, if you've finished helping Riki, won't you show us some fighting? Not play fighting, but honest to God's fighting. We already have some enemies you can deal with. Vampire bats. The guards say they become a pest around the Crystarium of late. We tried to sneak outside to hurt them, but the guards caught us and sent us home. But, they shouldn't mind if you were doing the fighting, and we were just watching. The children told us as much while you were away, and in preparation, Chesimile did kindly furnish us with some lures for the bats. While the creatures won't give you any sport, bear in mind that the younglings will be watching. That's to say, put on a good show. Right, let's head outside at once. Everyone, follow me. For Dola's artificial echo does seem to give her that kind of combat thinker type abilities. But the way Trust Party members behave implies that our ability to see incoming mechanics doesn't require the echo. Because the way the NPCs just react so mechanically. Alize, wait just a... come on, children. Dude, Alize's so excited about this. I know that Alize is like 17, but with how Alize treats children, she will make such a great mother one day. Like, an absolutely incredible one. Like, think of her with Gabu, these kids, Halric. Like, she's so good with kids. It's so cute. Trust NPCs smarter than the Grand Company NPCs? God bless, dude. I like that if you're like a nervous gamer and you're scared to move into a dungeon without knowing how the dungeon is going to work, you can go in with like Trust or just like an NPC group and they'll kind of teach you the mechanics just by watching them, and then you'll feel more comfortable going in. It's a great addition to the game for anxiety gamers. Famous streamer Terra says he wants to put a baby in Alize, a 17-year-old. Yes, hello police, this one. That's not what I said. Don't do that to me. Ali's VA is such a mom, and it definitely comes through. So when we were doing the Gabu scene in post Stormblood, somebody said that her VA literally said she was voicing that scene as if she was talking to her own child. And she delivered such a potent, "I'm proud of you" line in it. My heart. Also, I just realized these have been off for like a year. You guys can have these back. Should be safe enough for the children here. We've heard the tales, but at last we can see you fight with our own eyes. We've been waiting for you, Warrior of Darkness. Let's get it. Jolly has probably been desperate to hydrate me for like 10 minutes. 10 minutes? 10 hours. Jolly, thank you for hydrate. That's how I learned to tank, and I still have tank-anxiety. It's a thing. Don't worry. Wanted this emote, but Mac ruined your 7TV tabbing. Funky! Her kids are so cute. Like the VA's IRL kids, I haven't seen. I've run into exactly one dungeon in Shadowbringer patches that the duty support led you astray. Like the NPCs debated you? Saving up for the end of stream redeem? JK, or am I? It's happened once before, Avalon. It's crazy. Everyone's here. Good. Let's get started, shall we? As their name suggests, vampire bats feed on blood, and originally being nocturnal creatures, they've grown more active with the return of the night and becoming a nuisance. To draw them out, we'll use Chesameel's lures, which work by exploiting their heat-seeking behavior. The bats are wont to nest under the eaves, so you are likely to attract more if you place lures near buildings. I have 6 lures, 3 each for you and me. As proof of a successful kill, I want you to gather up their fangs. Whoever collects the most is the winner. We know you ain't hydrating yourself as much as you should. It's true. I'm just gonna have a little more for good measure. Oh, you're hunting too? Yes, well, there's nothing like friendly competition to bring out the best in Sir. Anyway, well, my text box. Anyway, while we hunt the bats, the 2 of you stay with Reen. She's really strong too, and will keep you safe. She was taken aback by that, dude. Fitting that it just turns night for this quest. Love when that happens. I also love when you're in like an emotional, impactful scene and then the sun starts rising. It's like perfect. Without further ado then, let the contest begin. Man, I wish I got the work chest piece. I want my little floofy tail. Ooh! Hello. Sorry, I didn't see you there. You blended in with the other trees. Dude, Alize of course wants to go feral. Alize has been cooped up for like... Oh. Don't re-aggro. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Oh my fucking... That's it. I'm pulling out all the stops. The work sets are cute. I want Floof Little Tail. I have the one for Monk, actually. Wonder if I should switch my monk glam. I do like the Bloodborne aesthetic. Maybe in the future. Maybe in the future we'll do it. After stream, I'm probably going to do one more run to see if I can get it. Oh, not mulled wine. I wasn't sure if I fully geared my my dancer, but I did. I did. It'll likely be night during redacted, monkus. Ooh, that's a lot of baddies. My name is Batty. How did I only get 2? Like, I killed 3 bats, but I have a total of 2 fangs. Excuse me? Uptime, thank you, Gulsev. I didn't realize. Having just watched the scene when you go back to the Waking Sands and have the dream there, it starts with a starfall as well. Really? More 5.3 tomorrow? Yes. 100%. With the decent progress that we're making today, I anticipate we'll finish 5.3 within good time tomorrow. You're streaming for 5 hours and I didn't know! Sounds like someone isn't in the Discord and isn't getting pings? Kinda weird, champ? No, I'm just kidding. People are in enough Discords. I 100% sympathize not wanting to join another Discord. It sounded like I was shaming you, but I really wasn't. I promise. Every person is in like a minimum of like 47 Discords, and it's too many. I'm in like 30 Discords just for Final Fantasy shit. Yep. Oh, you have Don't Disturb. Rip. Catherine, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 2 p.m. Except for this Saturday. This Saturday I have a holiday ting. A holiday din-din. Oh, snap. Looks like I have a late time as well tomorrow. Wait, you mean what time is it for you right now? Usually I end stream 30 minutes from now is my usual uptime. Although if something's going on, I have been known to stream for like 10 hours. I'm talking to you, 5.0. You don't need holiday thing. You need Final Fantasy. 1:30 a.m. Oh! Rest in peace. 2:30 a.m. Oh! 30 minutes from now is actually a good time to break. Nice. Well, thoughts are... And if we finish 5.3... and I'm like, okay, to still be on stream, we should dive straight into Eden. Just saying. Just saying. I want to do Eden so bad. Well fought, sir. The children were hanging on your every move. As was I, to be honest. Though I know the tally may see your... I know the tally. May I see your fangs for good measure? You won't be okay. Oh, God. Okay. Have to get up real early tomorrow for the... LL? Live letter. The live letter. Would it be all right for my Modoin alt to join your free company? Didn't know you were in Modoin since you're usually running on Ether. Oh, Ryu, is Yumi in chat? I don't know if Yumi's in chat right now. I don't actually know who the free company owner is, but I could ask. I could ask right now. After this cutscene, I'll just ask the free company. I'll be like, is anyone on with invite privileges? For all I know, I have invite privileges. Eden must wait until after 5.3. Yes. I don't think you'll be able to do that. You guys think it's going to fuck me up that much, eh? Might be a short stream, depending on when we get there. Probably find you and send a request. Okay. Apologies for the wait. My fangs. Not a bad haul, even if I do say so myself. Spoiler chat will be popping.
Terry, you cry from alliance raids. It's gonna fuck you up that much. Okay, listen. Listen here, Avalon. Fair. 5, 6, 7. 7 fangs from Alizé. Which means that we have a draw. Sir also collected 7 fangs. Yes, yes, well done, Slytherin. Well done, Slytherin. However, 50 points to Terrabellum for no reason whatsoever. Arg, why does this feel even worse than losing? Just another measly fang and victory would have been mine. Don't look so surprised. I have no intention of remaining lost in your wake forever, you know? She wanted to outshine us. Ellie, are you having an issue? Oh, no, you're not. Okay. Playful competition. I'm listening. I remember I was already crying at Rikitio existing. I don't stand a chance. Oh no. Crying from too cute, right? Rikitio's absolutely adorable. Wait, there's a free company for Modwin for chatters? Yes, we have a combined, what do you call? Free company with Kuiper, Hyperbole Streams, who you should be following. Hang on. Who you should be following, shame on you. They're in Endwalker, so whenever we raid them, I run for my life. But you should be following Kuiper. Just saying. Just saying. If you like my energy even remotely, you'll love Kuiper's. I would join your free company too, but I feel like I'd be betraying my current free company. They've been so good too. Sith? No pressure. No pressure, no pressure. Whew. So, children, you've now seen the Warrior of Darkness in action. What are your impressions? He's incredible, miss. The bats were down before they knew it. Our guards are strong, but the Warrior of Darkness is much, much stronger. We want to be just like him. Good. You're looking for an example to emulate? You may as well pick the best. I want you to remember how you felt when you watched Sir, and train hard. Keep at it for long enough and you'll be strong too. If you don't mind telling us, when did you decide that you wanted to become Warriors of Light? Well, we were there listening with everyone when Ardbert appeared, but I've wanted to be strong since before I came to the Crystarium. The Sin Eaters killed my father and my sister, see, and I promised myself I'd learn how to protect people one day. Like Ardbert said, this is our home. We're the ones who have to protect it. We're the ones who have to rise up as new Warriors of Light. What about you, Arkil? Me? To be honest, I'm still not sure what I want to do. But if my friends were in trouble, I know that I would want to help them. And I want to go on adventures with them, see the world together. That's a wonderful goal. You really think so? It's hard to explain, but it's something I felt when I saw the star shower the other day. I felt as though there was something I'd lost, and I had to go out there and find it. That's a concerning dialogue. Well, for the both of you, there's nothing for it but to train. When we return to the city, I'll teach you some exercises you can do by yourselves. Boop, 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 boop. Curses! Why did I make my NA ult on Marilith? I'll join your free company in spirit. Imagine me a sellsword, should you need an extra hand. Should you be in any danger, say my name and I shall appear. Sorry for being cringy, just like being my... Hey, I love cringe. I love it. I love it. I love dad puns and I love cringe. I eat that shit up. Minus 22 tonight. Gotta love winter. What is it now? It was minus 25 earlier. Bum, 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 bum. Ah, minus 26. Not that cold. No. I'll come visit. Terra happens to be in a zone I have access to. This ult is still in early A Realm Reborn. Yamina, oof. Thanks for showing us your fighting skills, Warrior of Darkness. We'll never forget it. Bum, 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 bum. And they were never heard from again. Unless they're gonna die. Unless they're gonna be used to make me cry. I understand how our kill feels. I actually feel like children are completely off limits and they would not kill a child. The star shower didn't awaken me to Heidelin's voice, but that vision of the final days of Amarot burning. It filled me with sadness to the very pit of my being. Things I once knew, people I once loved, promises I once made. It felt as though long forgotten memories were dancing at the edges of my mind, but when I try to focus on them, they simply fade away. Damn, do you think she was slightly seeing her memories from when she was
Amaratine, or however you pronounce it. An effect of having a fractured soul, I shouldn't doubt. But lest you worry, I'm perfectly happy to remain fractured and have no intention of donning an Ascian mask. I just wish I knew what Elidibus was plotting. But look at this pair of incurable brooders. If we're going to stand around, lost in thought, we may as well do it back in the city. Rest assured, Reen and I will take the children from here. Their heads will be in the clouds after meeting you, but we'll see it to their feet remain firmly planted on the ground.
Dynamis Party Finder is like non-existent right now. Which is why whenever we do like raids or any other kind of content, we move to Ether. Terry, you didn't see what I said? Bum, 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 bum. You found where the kids are after Shadowbringers? Remind me when I'm there. Remind me when I'm there, Rando. I'd like to revisit them. She is very new, just born a few days ago. Wait, did she just have a ringing in her ears? Did I miss something? It's nothing. Just a dizzy spell. Seems I tried a little too hard to beat you. Bullshit. I'm fine now. Not to worry. I'll see you soon. Their souls are degrading. That's my current running theory. As you ponder Alize's words, you are taken by an urge to revisit the scene of that fateful meeting. It's fine. Nothing to worry about, smiley face. My Dynamis also do their roulettes on Crystal because they keep getting 50-minute queues for healer. Do you know what the crappiest part about it is? If everyone on Dynamis stayed on Dynamis, I bet you the queues wouldn't be bad. But the issue is if a few people move over to do their roulettes like with friends on a different data center, they're going to do it on the more populated one, which kind of causes a little bit of a cascade in, well, then other people can't do it because the queues are too long and so on and so forth. Catfished! Hang on, I love you. Hang on, I love you. This is a precious little thing. Hello? I already submitted an application. Oh, let's go! Yay! Let's go! This is so cute, dude. Is your adventure plate safe for Sprouts? Is it safe for me? Some people like to put like Endwalker quotes in their things, so just in case. The issue is a self-fulfilling prophecy because everyone leaves Dynamis to go to other stuff on other data centers makes the problem worse. Literally, Catherine, literally. Cross DC Party Finder, easy clap. Leveled Ultra Materia, it's still dead in the middle. Anything from 3.1 to 5.5, you need Party Finder unsynced. There are no other DCs. Oof. Oh, it's safe. I think it's safe. Okay. Used to be yes, yes, but Square Enix hates me. Oh, they took yes, yes away from you? Your name used to be yes, yes? That's heartbreaking. This is terrifying though. This is terrifying. I love unhinged plates, dude. Lalazinos Party Finder like, hey, I need to fight myself unsynced in the Royal Menagerie. It's just a nose. Nostril, but it looks like two eyes and like a sad face. Just they said it's a long story on how they lost their name. He's so sad. He's so heartbreaking. I love this. This is never change. This is 10 out of 10. Never ever change. I'll be heartbroken. If you are not a Namazu in the future, I mean, live your best life. Play whatever you want, but I love that. I believe when they opened data center travel, there was a plan to allow all data centers to have travel, so EU could visit NA. God, I wish. However, they worried that popular streamers would flood and destroy the infrastructure, which would cause problems to say the least. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. That would be so good though.
I actually met a streamer today who was in Stormblood, and I really, really liked their vibe. And I was like, oh, they're doing some roulettes. I'll hop in with them. But they were on EU. I was like, oh, heartbroken. All data centers have their own server culture too, so that would be wild. A lot of people. Oh, I went to the wrong place. I'm so stupid. It's up there. Wait. How do I get up there? Ah, I see. There we go. A lot of people that I've seen in like comments about Modwin, they call it the retirement server, and it makes me laugh because it's very calm and it's like countryside and people coming to get their houses and relax. EU player here, the amount of times I've wished to say hi to someone and they're on NA, right? Heartbreaking. I desperately want to help a friend play through Endwalker, but NA alt is only right at the end of 5.0. Take 10 to 20 hours just to catch up. And cutscene skipping will never feel good to me. Me personally, even if I make an alt, I'll probably have to like watch. Unless I intentionally buy a story skip. This alt used to be on Ether. When I server transferred to Primal, they forced you to name change without giving you any reason, even though you had 5 email chains trying to inquire. Just change it to Catfish. It's still a cute ass name, but heartbreaking nonetheless. My home is Siren, and we're just the best. Our rep on Ether is one of the friendliest servers. No server's reputation will outdo Balmung's. Balmung has the best reputation. Hang on, we're gonna do this real quick. I don't trust this cutscene.
Why am I... Was it you who called me here?
What? As a native to Balmung, I know it has that rep. Okay, I love you guys. I'm gonna focus because this seems really important. On behalf of the convocation, I bid you welcome to our order. At times, you will stand with us. At times, you will stand against us. All that you might steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. For yours is the seat of Elidibus, the emissary, and by this name shall your every action be guided.
So you peered into my memories. No matter. You will have found little of import.
Well, I wouldn't say that's little of import.
But I see you intended to summon me here no more than I intended to come. The fault is mine. Such is the burden of hope.
What do you have to be hopeful for? Give back Ardbert's body, first and foremost, before we discuss anything.
What fool would relinquish his weapon on the eve of battle?
Eve of battle?
That which I do is no different from that which you have done so many times, Warrior of Darkness. I arm myself, I hone my skills, I make ready to vanquish my enemy. You.
I just want to quickly say, notice how he was also taken aback by seeing our Amaratine.
You who have murdered my brothers, who have taken their selfless labors in service to the one true world and turned them to ash.
His severe reaction and Emmett's severe reaction, I think, only adds credence to what I said earlier.
I see you for what you are. You are death, and only in death shall you serve any purpose.
I am death.
The convocation charged me to steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. As Elidibus, it is my duty, and I shall see it done. I will strike you down. Destroy you, body and soul. All else must wait.
Leave his body
Ere long
out
I
of
will
this.
come for you, warrior of darkness. And I will save the world.
How are you gonna save the world?
One last matter.
There's...
I bore witness to your final struggle with Emetzelk. It seemed as if he saw something familiar in you.
There's important information I'm missing. I can just feel it. But you also saw this familiar thing when you first walked up.
As if he mistook you for another.
You did too, though you won't admit it. Hythlodeus called me his new old friend. I don't know if you're privy to that information, but...
No. I recall not of whom he spoke. Mayhap I never knew you. Or mayhap it is another fragment lost.
Oh.
Ah, I wasn't aware you already had a guest. If the conversation is constructive, I shall not intrude.
Hi, Graha.
But if you seek to stir up trouble, Elidibus, then I must insist you leave at once.
So polite. Everyone shut up, it's Graha! Wait.
Though you lack her blessing, your soul is surprisingly dense.
Doesn't his other hand look different? And he's glowing. Are you normally glowing?
Worry not. I seem to be unharmed.
Why are you glowing? why are you glowing? And you're okay, thank God. But like... Yeah, this. What's going on here?
This. This is my own doing. The consequence of my recent exertion.
Well, stop it!
It is the tower's way of compensating me for the demands I have placed on it. Rest assured, it is no great inconvenience at present. Indeed, I told Beck Lug as much, but they would not be persuaded and sent me away to rest.
Look at them pixels. Shut the hell up, you guys.
No need to make a fuss. Strange as it may sound, I consider it something of a badge of honor.
But it can't be healthy for you. You're like more...
One of the brave souls who saw me delivered unto the first once said,
You're more crystal than man right now, dude.
That the world shall ever have a place for tales of heroism, so long as we have need of inspiration in our lives. Though he and his fellows had no way of knowing whether their mad scheme would amount to anything, they knew that the attempt alone would inspire hope. Or so they hoped. A more optimistic lot one would be hard-pressed to find. They said they would find a means to save our God's forsaken world, just as soon as they had sent me on my way. Said it with such confidence that, for a fleeting moment, I half believed them.
This piano rendition is beautiful.
Such faith, such courage in the face of unrelenting despair. For a long time, it was more than I could bear to remember them. But having come this far, having sent full many on their way myself, I see things more clearly. To take action is to hope. To believe, to choose to believe, is to take the first step towards a brighter future. And why do I tell you this? Because I want you to indulge me in a little recklessness.
Hang on, Spence. The first one. Yeah, love you.
Needless to say, I have a plan. And when all is said and done, I will ask yet another favor of you.
Okay. Don't you dare ask me to kill you or some bullshit. I thought we got over that.
You're both here. Oh, thank goodness.
What's wrong?
It's Thancred. He's collapsed.
No, my god, it's happening in reverse. No, it's fine. It's just a dizzy spell. I'm fine, Warrior of Light. Thinking I'm fucking dumb as hell. Read! I'm so glad I found you both and the Exarch. Both you and the Exarch. This feels familiar, does it not? Eternal Wind is such a beautiful piece of music in every arrangement that they've shared. It's genuinely so gorgeous. Whew. The fates seem determined not to allow us a quiet moment. But come, let us have the details from Marine. Dude, honestly so true. Every time that Graha and I are on a romantic date, someone comes busting in with trauma. Aught is amiss. Every fucking time. One thing after the next, literally. Graha imagines the fates won't let him have a date. Me too! Fraying threads. Wait. Should we stop here? It's almost at the 8-hour mark. Should we leave the intrigue for tomorrow? What do we do? If you keep going, you may not want to stop. Could probably do another quest or two. It's a good spot. I think it is a good spot. I think if I do even one more, the intrigue will make me go for 10 hours today. And we could easily just do 10 hours tomorrow instead. Here is good. One or two more quests is also a good stopping point. I think here is as good as any. I'm scared that I'll get absolutely hooked. With that little bomb drop, Thancred is reverse dying. I think it's better to save it. I'd rather watch tomorrow for the whole thing. Yeah. Have it all together. Whew. Hello, Ezrin. Have you come to tell me to stop as well? I'd say this is an okay. Yeah, I think we'll stop here. I need to decide someone to raid. Hi, buddy. W. Can't wait. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. we will finish 5.3, long as it takes. Whew. Well, either long as it takes or as long as my emotions can hold up. I may get overwhelmed with emotion, as is my wont. And we'll take it from there. We'll go by ear. We'll go by ear based on how I'm emotionally. Hi, buddy. You want to say goodbye to the gamers? Want to say goodbye to the gamers? Yeah? Oh, you dodged my head kiss. Rude ass. Rude ass. Tomorrow's gonna be wild. Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah, it is. Ezrin. Hi, Woody. You want some love? Head kiss? Head kiss? He's tilting his head so much at me. Okay, let's see who we want to raid. I have a feeling Kuiper might be on. If we want to raid and run. Kuiper's an Endwalker, and I love Kuiper. But we'll have a quick little look and see who else is about. Time, tumbling, turning, we make amends. Eternal winds. She's in mega spoilery. What I do when I raid Kuiper is I can see you guys here. When I raid Kuiper, it stays here. Like, I don't actually go with you into the raid. It's just, I see the chat in here, and then I usually post my raid message and fucking run. Do you guys want to go to Endwalker? I thought this piece is called Tomorrow and Tomorrow. This piece is called Tomorrow and Tomorrow, yes. That was just playing in the Crystarium. Just a heads up, Terra, you're going to hit spots tomorrow where you're going to want to stop. You'll need to push through. Izagi, thank you. Loranity is in Stormblood. I don't know if I've heard of Loranity. Should I go do a vibe check? Loranity. Wouldn't mind making a new friend. Boop. The phrase eternal wind occurs in Tomorrow and Tomorrow. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Wait, this person looks so familiar. Where have I seen this person before? Twitch is so small. Twitch is so small that they might have a mutual in common. Maybe rated into them or they rated from. Let's go here. Oh, is she stopping? Oh, she's at the 6 hour, 40 minutes. Yeah, she's probably ending. Guild Wars 2 streamer. Maybe that's why I know them. Should we make the connection? Should we like say hello? Let her choose where you guys go? Or do you guys want to go Endwalker? Do it. Let's go say hi. We're just gonna join wherever they're sending you guys. Therefore the burden of choice is on them. Boop, boop. There's our raid messages. I'm sending you guys fast so that you can be like, hello, hello, we're coming with you on whatever raid you want to go to. I love you guys so much. We will finish 5.3 tomorrow. Bring your tissues, bring your moral support. Hopefully we'll get through all of it. And yeah, I love you guys so much. Please eat water, drink food, take your meds if you've forgotten to do it today. And goodbye. See you tomorrow, 2 p.m. Central. Be there or be square. I don't know. Goodbye. For real though, bring your tissues. Bye.